Okay, so today is my first day of playing chess actually the right way, which means I'll spend more time studying than actually playing. Let's actually start doing it like this. So basically, I was gonna say we should go until I lose one, and then I'll start doing it as like punishment. But I'll just probably do it anyway. So I'll just play one, then I'll take like a half-hour break and study something. Now, whether I should just study off analyzing my games or whether I should study it in a more innate, inherent way, like I should just look at it from a base, like drop all your preconceived notions because obviously you're not good and you don't know what you're doing anyway. But we'll see. Let's just do one regardless. Give my best effort. I feel like I can't do too many back to back, or I just kind of lose interest. Even if you're doing good, it just gets kind of monotonous. But I thought that would actually be less of an issue here because you do have they're not 30-minute games, so that what? Oh, here's where you do that crazy fork thing, I guess. Yeah, like this is a good example of sort of a clown studied, borrowed knowledge thing that like people just know it's the right thing to do, so they just do it. There's no special meaning to it. I should just castle. I don't want him to pin down though either, but it's gonna be a bit of a problem because you have, hey Andre, how's it going? You have the pin and you have this. Oh, but he can't even do that. Let's do that is the ultimate irony. I went from mocking simply playing chess on stream at a low level, that was the old days, playing ironically, to now, oh no, it's not enough to stream playing it at a low level, let's stream studying it at a low level. That's the ultimate punishment I deserve. Yeah, we can do it after this, sure. So this is a confusing move because I almost want to do this, but it wouldn't allow me to still take. If I do this, then my knight's going to get all messed up, though. But if I let him pin it down, it's going to be horrible, too. Discord, I don't know if I can do that today. I might be on and off a couple times, so... Let's see. I actually love how I do that. Not only do I make Tuesday and Wednesday my longest streams, but then I sometimes have to start early in the morning, then I'll come back later in the middle of the day, then I'll come back at night just to try to find a way to deal with how time consuming this is. This is a very damaging move. He's only used 8 seconds. I guess you could do this. That would prevent... Or you know what you would do? You could wait and then do it and then do it. That way he still can't take. He would have to block and then I could move it. Or like now it's already set. I really hate allowing them to pin. That messes me up a lot, but it's not really that bad to allow it. At least for the duration of the game so you can chat without you typing. Okay. Let's see. So he's going to do the little cheeky thing here. This you can't take, so all you would really have to do is move the king. That should be fine. I've been watching a lot of these GM games like Petrosian and this and that, like just on YouTube, and there's so much like repetition of moves that it gets so frustrating. Like they obviously know what they're doing, but it's like it just seems like it gets less and less fun. Like you wouldn't do some of the things they're doing unless you knew they were good. And okay, even this is fine. This is kind of where you want it to go. It just seems almost like a troll style of play. Like we're gonna sit there for 50 moves as part of this elaborate attack that ends up finishing in a draw, just because we respect how good our opponent is probably, and just move pieces back and forth in the same structure over and over and over until something finally gives. It's just very irritating. Not saying that's the level you'd have to worry about now, but it's like if that's really what you're working towards. So all I would have to do is double attack this. He's made a mistake by not castling. But at least I know kind of what my clearest weakness is that I don't attack at all, ever. So that can be sometimes. I would take, he would take, I would take. If he takes there, it's not a big deal. The concern could be if he takes, like, if he can put the queen to attack it too, but I don't really see how he can do that. Or what I have is like a short window of how well I can play in one day, which is why it's so unfortunate to only play twice a week. You should play every day, then you have your ups and downs. But if I play for too long, I just completely lose focus. That's my problem. I'm okay with draws at 1500. I really shouldn't be, since people are shit and will blunder in the end game. I annoy them long enough. So this, I would take. He's really loading up. Do this, but he's not considering the whole castle aspect. Like, shouldn't I just win this now? Because he can't take it. So I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. It almost makes you question whether you should take it with the pawn or not, but I guess I will. So if he takes, okay, fine. Now you could keep going. He could double take. It's almost like you want to connect here, but now we're looking at the dark square scenario. This would not be a bad sort of attempted attack to do, but I think connecting these is kind of important, despite how much I don't like that. I'm too much of a stickler for like OCD pawn structures. Like, they have to just look consistent, and a lot of the time you're not meant to play like that. Right? Like, this just looks good. Wow, they're reinforced. They only have one anchor. Everything just looks beautiful. Yeah, that's not a big deal. You double stack onto here, which doesn't really serve much of a purpose at all. But that's really the only thing I can do. Problem is, this is going to give him too many, like, easy attacks. Just send you a friend request? Okay. Oh, I thought you were already on here. Or he keeps making different accounts. Yeah, let's see. He should be like 15 or 16. I should be like 14 or something by now. We never? No, I thought we did. Maybe not. I can't go there. He's going to end up trapping the queen. Like, I hate these moments where, like, I'm not even doing anything and they just cause me so much trouble. You would take there and fork, and even if you do this, you can unleash. But where are you going to unleash that's going to be good? And quite frankly, you can't even unleash unless it was a check, because then I would take the bishop. So it kind of works the other way. You are around 15? Yeah, I know, but it's just, it shouldn't be like this difficult. There's something weird about just this whole experience. Like, when I started playing, I was beating 1300s and 1200s. You can even check on, like, my first videos and stuff, right? Like, that's like 2021. So what changed? Like, some of those people are provisional or whatever, but something just, like, it's somehow they're punishing you for playing longer. They start giving you better and better opponents. Okay, so that's fine because this is still covered. You get the rook, though. This is at least an interesting position that he's created. I mean, you unironically could be getting very close to trapping it. Okay, so go ahead, take the rook. Oh, the problem is I don't even get anything back for it. But that was at least a unique, interesting kind of threat. Which, again, I don't know what it's really born of. Like, just him simply queenside castling creates such a good threat for some reason. You could try to trap it in there, but it's just not going to happen. He could attack this. That fork play always triggers me at the beginning. Not that it was that big of a deal, but whenever they know, like, okay, they forked the bishop and the knight. It doesn't mean I'll get it. He'll come up with some way to still save it. Not the least of which could be to just simply attack this. And then something like that. But, you know, even if you did that, it would still be fine. But it's pinned down to the rook, but it shouldn't matter because first of all, I can just take the knight with the rook. Really don't know what changes. I beat 1800s, fall back to 13. It is very irritating, yeah. Test magic. Okay, so you'll settle for the take on the pawn. So this is actually not the end of the world, but I don't know which one. You know what? You should do this. And the reason why is because now you're opening up a good path to take his king. to attack his king. He's only +2. It's not the end of the world, but it seems absurd that he would be able to do that so easily. Do you see how even when the knight does something good, it makes itself so irritating? What is the purpose of that move even? Okay, let's just keep stacking up attackers on here. It'll remove the pin, and it'll also... So I can unleash into something, and I can also be double threatening there, so he takes, but I can still take. +2 is the end of the world. Okay, so here we have the double attack, and we have the attack here. So he has to address the rook threat. And so I'm pretty happy with that move because it's doing a lot of different things. I can't imagine he'd at least come up with a quick, easy solution to it. At least take a few minutes, dude. These people are too fast. Even if you trade into the knight, I take the rook. If you don't... Okay, well, first of all, I could just give a check. Like, for whatever it's worth, it probably is going to backfire, but... If I give the check, he goes, obviously, there. And then can I give a follow-up check? I could set up to give a follow-up check, but I can't do it right away, right? So... I don't really need to indulge this rook here. Because even if you take it, it's still fine. There's nothing really problematic. I guess this is a little bit problematic. Like, I know it's not good, but... Or as long as you're threatening something. This is really the killer move, if you could just do that, but I don't have time to do it. Like, let him take the rook, or let him take the... Problem is my king is screwed up too. You could just go down. Even if I did it though, like, what do I even get out of it? It's still not gonna, like, win me the queen or something. It's really this square that you have to stay attached to. This is actually kind of hard because... If I go up, nothing really happens. He's going to give the check there, and then I have to block and let him take it. And I can't really cover that. Or no, this does work because that'll be the same square. So come down, go here, you can't take. What? Oh, okay, fine. 61, 69. I get trolled by 69 every game. So yeah, this part is kind of interesting, but that's not even the issue. So what was the position where it really started to... He makes a blunder there. So like, why is that simple move a blunder? Because he's even considering the possibility of trading it for the knight. You could take there before, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, just, okay, the simple fact that you could do this. You're at 1700, how? That's just when you first make your account, though. And I actually was. I was on another account, legitimately 17, but that was like many years ago where the site wasn't as tryhard. But no, I'm certainly not by today's standard. But no, when you first make your account, it says like, what level are you? And then you choose it, and then obviously you fall off. But I stayed around like 13, 14 for a super long time too. And then you eventually get pushed down. So that was kind of a confusing game a little bit, but all this kind of just different stuff that I'm not used to. Not that I really know what I'm doing anyway, but, you know, queenside castling is a very triggering thing for me. Because it's objectively not good, and everybody knows it's not good, but they still get away with it. because the players are not good. Yeah, I'm opening it. I don't think we played in a while, actually. I hope I don't have to go back to the chess. Not that I even mind it. It just, this is the real challenge. I got to 1200 so easily when I first got on here. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, he's kind of quiet. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay. You got chess.com streamer community on chess.com. You might actually get viewers from that.
Oh yeah, I had that before too. I think as long as you're like an affiliate, uh, or maybe it goes away once
So
you delete your account because I keep doing that when I fail something.
yeah, just don't do that because that will actually bring you viewers.
Yeah, it can't hurt.
I sent you a challenge unrated because I don't want to destroy my beautiful rating.
Let's see. 15. Oh, I thought you said you went back to 13 though.
I said I go back to 13 very often.
That's a big difference though. How can you do that?
It's honestly, it's just whether I play in the evening or in the morning. It's honestly just that. It is awful.
See, this is already not a good move to do.
I mean,
Any queen
now,
move in the early game
now
is
you
just
must
bad.
trade this. That's the issue. Like, here,
But I
you
love
trade
that.
this now, man.
I love trading the queen early.
But you're white. You're supposed to be ambitious and shit.
Yeah, it's just not my style though.
No, no, no. Okay.
French defense, knight variation.
No, that's bullshit. I just wanted to play a normal French defense game, and you do this. How dare you?
That's the thing. I
Have you
wouldn't know
seen
the
that?
difference. What is the normal? What is the this? I don't know.
Have you seen the Greta Thunberg or whatever? How dare you meme?
Maybe I don't know. If he knows this is what players start to do too. If you're a 1600 FIDE player, they'll start to scout you. Like, oh, he knows that this guy's style of play is such and such. You would never want to trade the queen against me because you know how bad I am at attacking. So you would want to always try to punish me for that.
But unfortunately, I'm very far away from 1600 FIDE. Like I'm miles away from 1600 FIDE, friend.
But I'm just saying,
Like
no, that's how
1600
tryhard
FIDE.
people do. They're doing like
No,
scouting reports, like we actually know what our opponents do and stuff. Like you should wait till you're a 2000 before you do that.
No, but the thing is, if you were playing a long time format where I actually cared about the game, like half an hour or something like that, I would actually look up what you play and like prepare like 25 engine lines into the future. Like I would just have the opening memorized.
This is what people do. I mean, it's just the most try-hard game I've ever seen at a low level, which is kind of good in a way, but I wish they would save it for a little further down the line.
Wait, I made a mistake, a small, tiny. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, they added like a new feature on here since last time I used it. It's like a miss. It's like if something is a minor mistake but not a blunder.
God damn it, I'm still slower than you. I thought that I fixed my time management shit, but I just didn't.
Yeah, we definitely are both very slow. This might be hard for him to cover, but it doesn't matter. Uh, one of my necessities is I always have to trade off one knight super early, or I just get pissed at having to deal with two of them.
You're still obsessed with knights.
But no, I mean I always keep one out of respect. But you
For
can't
what?
have two.
And why do you trade? Why do you trade them if you don't actually need to trade them? I
But
mean,
I do need to. There's no such thing as a knight pair. Like, what good are two knights gonna ever do you? So you could take here, but I can't. Let's see.
my God, if I take 50 seconds per move, I'm gonna flag.
Yeah, that's all I have to do is just play. Don't do anything crazy, and I'll be fine.
The stranger move looks the longer I take to respond to it. Yeah, for example, that. What? No, actually, that's not very strange. It's fine. I can
That'll be
just
my
like
biggest
push
weakness.
D4.
I just have to overcome my aesthetic obsession with pawns, having to look a certain way.
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this! A6, and then once I push D4, your knight is never going. Like it's just gonna be shit. Do you understand the move A6?
A6.
Do you see why I did that? Like, do you understand why I made that move?
Not really. Seems okay, but
Where is your knight going now? Like that's the thing. It has to
it's
go
going to its death because I want to trade it anyway.
going to its death. Well, that is just lovely, truly.
So we have a cover on the rook. We have a double cover on the knight. So yeah, it's
I mean, I
impossible
have
for him to.
take now.
Yeah, exactly. That actually helped me.
Actually, you did well.
Now
Now I have to
this
take
I don't
now.
want to do, but actually
Would you like to trade the knight? You can trade the knight. I mean, not your knight, but it's a knight trade.
that's actually the hardest thing to learn too. Is like, or
Whether
not
to
even
trade,
learn,
is
but
that what you mean?
not even whether to trade. It's like to resist the temptation to trade just for the sake of it. So many people do that. Even good players do that. Just like they want to simplify. They just want to push the game along.
I genuinely expected you to take. Because like anyone under 1200 just takes just because they can. Like that is the biggest thing.
Especially with pawns too. Like what you just move a pawn in range of another one, they won't think about the implication or the structure or anything.
Wow, you're getting better.
I've basically been the same since I came back. I was like probably 11, 12 then. I'm 11, 12 now. It'll just never change.
I would like to trade it though. I insist.
Now here's that back and forth kind of sequence that I love so much.
No, I'm not going to give you a draw here. Oh my God, I actually might.
You won't, but you'll flag before you're able to.
I hate you. I mean, I could just go bishop c6, bishop c6, and like, yeah, exactly. So like, what do you do now? You have to. You have to take.
Yeah, at least I'm trading for a quality piece this time.
What do you mean a quality piece?
Like at least get rid of your bishop rather than let you have the pair. That seems better.
Do I take with the knight or with the pawn? Actually, I don't know.
Probably take with the pawn so you're still threatening on c2 and then I have to do something weird.
I mean, yeah, I probably, but at the same time, such a beautiful pawn structure. It feels like a sin to destroy it. It honestly feels like a sin. And I know you see that I'm attacking on c2.
Yeah, that's why that bishop move was kind of confusing because I either had to let you take it or I had to stay.
No, I'm gonna take with the knight.
In
It pains
line.
me to take with the pawn. It just pains me. If it's the best move, I'm sorry, engines, but like, I cannot destroy such a beautiful pawn structure.
Now, if he moves it up, that's kind of weird. But I'm assuming he would take it.
Why is it weird to move it up?
I don't know. It just doesn't seem like something people would do, but it could be good.
I honestly believe it would be awful in this situation, but
See, the thing that people have to realize in situations like this is you're not under any real threat for the king. Like, you're never going to get mated. Nothing's going to happen. It's going to take like 50,000 moves, and you're going to have to promote and do all this kind of weird stuff. That is 100% true.
Mistake is enough.
Like, you would never mate me in this situation. You might win a piece or something, but it'll still take forever.
You're surprised in the time scramble. Like, if both of us are under a minute, like, I can send you games where I got mated in a completely winning position because I was just low on time. And I have like a piece on my opponent. He just mates me.
Or yeah, it'll come down to something else stupid like time. But this is annoying.
Well, I wanted to send you a game I played against Take Notes. That's how you know him. We both played 97%. Like, that is my proudest game ever. The problem is I flagged in this game because, again, I'm slow as fuck. But
Whoa, was it a 10-minute game or a 30-minute game?
yeah, it was a 10-minute. It was a 10-minute game.
I could take, he could take. I don't know what I'm doing. He could take, I could take.
Do I wish to take the thing?
Now this A4 pawn is utterly trash.
Do I wish to take the thing? Shall I take the thing? God damn it.
Or for people who do struggle on time, they should just trade everything to try to get through. That's part of why I do it too.
You know what? Like, good advice. Go. Go. Quickly. Move.
Why? I have 5 minutes. This could be
No,
an
I have
excellent.
3 minutes for 6. Like, I'm playing so well right now, but it doesn't matter how good I play if I just lag because of it. And if I play like a 2100 and flag, it really doesn't matter whether I played like a 2100 or 1200. I lost anyways, you see?
No, it does matter though. That shows you know what you're doing at least. Was he actually trying? That seems kind of hard to believe, actually.
No, I actually am trying.
No,
I
when you did that with him.
Oh, he was. He played 97%. You can't play much better than 97%. I'm sorry.
Ah, shit.
Just don't play much better than 97%.
Yeah, and against someone like that, that is pretty good. You gave me a pass pawn, but
It gave me a pass pawn as well.
no, I mean earlier, but now I can't really do anything with it.
And yeah. I just must be careful not to blunder back rank mate because that would be the most embarrassing bullshit ever. I mean, I'm so close to blundering.
Doing a really good job boxing out this bishop's whole existence. I go here, you double attack it.
You could push the pawn. It's not really boxed in. But pushing the pawn would give me a good square for the knight, which I would appreciate greatly. Greatly appreciate. Oh, actually. Why you? No, wait, actually.
No double attacks.
Oh my god. Huh? What do you do now? Huh?
Oh yeah, I obviously knew you were gonna do that. That's why I went here.
But do you see the problem now?
Yeah, I already said.
Oh, sorry, I was too concentrated. I wasn't listening.
So now you'll be able to either double take that, or you would have. I guess I was trying to protect the pawn too hard.
It is still protected. You have a knight protecting it. I can't take either one. Look at it. Like,
Yeah,
knight is
but
defending. You might drop a piece like that. Why did you do? You could have went back. I push the pawn. You go back once again. I think you could have just done better there.
probably.
Yeah, that is just. I'm upset at you. You can do better. I know you can.
No back rank
Oh, wait,
possibility.
Oh my god, wait. Actually, I'm the one who kind of messed up here.
Or he gets too excited when he's doing good. Like, obviously he's better, but then you can't fall asleep.
I think I have. Oh god, wait. I'm losing a piece here.
What if you just go rook a1? Then I'm forced to trade.
That is true. But that gives you another another. No, then I just lose because you push these pawns, and I honestly, I just lose on the spot.
You're up a
Wait,
piece.
this
You're
is
up a
what-
whole piece.
But I can't. Yeah, but I won't be able to stop the pawns. Unless I
Well,
play perfectly, and I just can't play perfectly every move. I mean,
unless
I'm gonna
you
make a mistake.
remember who you're playing against. I'm not going to be able to promote that. That would
But
be
you'll
a,
get connected pawns. That's the issue. You will get a connected pawn if you. This is the move. Yeah, this is a puzzle. This is the move. I guarantee everything. Yeah, exactly. So I keep pushing. And you take the bishop. Exactly. And I do this.
it's still worth it, I guess. Yeah, so now can I promote these two double stacked pawns efficiently?
No, you get mated. You're mated. Oh, no, you're not mated. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're not mated. Okay.
Or I just gave up the knight.
Yeah.
You see, this is what I mean. Like, look at how long it would take to mate. There was nothing in the earlier position that would have ever led to that. It's only because of a promotion now.
This was an amazing game by me.
It was
Although I
alright.
almost flagged. What do you mean it's alright? It was amazing.
94? But I wasn't even losing that bad that it should be 94. You even almost messed up at the end with the whatever.
Maybe it was. Wait, I don't have the review. Can you go through the game for me?
Yeah, sure.
I see the 94. That makes me happy.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
this whole bishop sequence of what the pressure he was putting on the bishop was pretty good. But what was it that I was supposed to do? You're supposed to push the other pawn and just give it up, which is not my nature to do stuff like that.
No, but the thing is, if I was to take there, how do I defend that pawn afterwards? Like, if I was to take there, I don't think I wouldn't.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
would just push. What I would just do what I've done anyways.
Oh, you made a brilliant move even when we both thought you made a mistake.
No, I
C3.
I thought I just pushed until the end. It seems that I actually did just get to push until the end. I was just nervous because of time. If I actually had time, I would be calculating that to be sure. But I wasn't.
What am I supposed to do here? I go down.
It really doesn't matter what you do there. I mean, you lose anyway. No, that's just mate in one. Wait, how is it?
It's not. It's not because the knight can block. It's not going to be mate for a while. That's what I'm saying. In fact,
I thought I just have mate in a few moves.
I would have. Well, I can't do it yet, but
You go back, okay. Oh no, yeah, actually it's not. But yeah, I would go like queen c1. But it wants me to play h5. I mean,
oh, because you're getting back ranked if you go queen
I'm
c1.
getting back rank mated. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm just. And since it's 1 minute, honestly, it's not out of the realm of possibility that I would have played that.
That wasn't too bad. I'm surprised it's 94 though. That's crazy. This guy's averaging 90s and he's only 1500. Like, look at what is wrong with this website. 2050 he played at. Like, what? I'm losing to 2,000 rated players. And even I'm playing better than what I apparently am doing normally, 1,500.
You don't understand. Once I face, like, I blunder as well. I mean, if you want, let's play a few games. You'll see. I'll just make a stupid mistake and you'll be like, are you really playing this or something?
Yeah, but see, that doesn't count because it does. Anybody can do that, but
No, yes, but the problem is when you do it 3 times in a row.
if you play your best game, I can't really beat you, but
Yes, you can. I don't expect you to beat me if I play my best game. But the thing is, if I don't play my best game every game. And also, I haven't received the challenge yet. Like I saw you on stream actually send me a challenge, but I didn't get it. Oh, only now it's showing up. Do you know how to play against D4? I'm actually genuinely interested.
just
Have
play
you
King's
studied
Indian,
anything?
which is what I do always anyway, but
Just gonna play King's Indian.
the only opening I know, by which I mean I don't even really still know it. Or somebody had a good line about openings. Like, the way to learn an opening isn't of how to do it, but it's like the true master of the opening would know how to deal with every opening against it. Like, that's the real point. You don't have to study, like, oh, how do you do the King's Indian? How do you do it against every possible reaction to it? Yeah, it is showing like we've never played before. I thought we had.
No, I told you we never played on chess.com. The problem with King's Indian is that I played it, so I know exactly how to counter it. And I have like, if you play mainline King's Indian, I have 25 moves of engine preparation. Like I have 25 moves that I just know on top of my head. And they're not my moves, they're things that people already played.
But that assumes that I'm doing it exactly the same way too. I just like to do it to castle, and then from now I don't know what I'm doing.
I mean, you still have a plan here. Your obvious next move is e5.
Is what? No. See, I don't play like that. I play like way defensive with the pawns. I never do center pawn trades or pushes or anything. Which is probably stupid, but... This V-shaped structure is a 2,000 rated thing. It's proven. I drew like so many people who are high rated with this exact thing. Look, from D6 connected to A5. This is unbelievably good in some cases.
How many King's Indian games I've played though? Like I've played thousands of King's Indian games.
But this isn't even to do with the King's Indian, is it? That's just something I do normally.
No, that is bullshit. But like King's Indian structure, I just played against it so many times.
Huh. I thought it was getting less common too, because everybody's always like, "Oh, it's refuted, and it's not even that good."
It is refuted by 1,500 people or shit. If I was playing a 2,000 rated player, I would never play King's Indian, like ever.
Then even Ding Liren was saying how much he likes it, so. Or like Fisher used it a lot. Kasparov used it a lot, but that was back in the day when the engine wasn't so good, I guess.
Wait, is this rated? It's unrated, okay. That is very, very important.
Yeah, it's important for me too, because I don't want to fail my challenge by getting farmed by him.
Me losing one game here is like losing 10. My only question is, what is your light square bishop doing? Like, does it have perspectives in life?
This is how I always like to put it, but yeah, I never know how to clear up the pawns sufficiently.
It really just looks so sad.
See, that's sometimes the best pawn move, is just not to take, and then I never expect that.
It's always the best move.
What, just not to trade?
Yes.
Well, not always, but...
In 99% of the situations.
But look at the V shape that he gave me. He made it even better.
No, I will suffocate you to death.
Yeah, I'm the type of player who likes those suffocating claustrophobic positions because I am so defensive in nature.
I'm just gonna continue being annoying. I wanna see. I wanna see what you do. I genuinely do. I'm just gonna continue suffocating playstyle. I'm just not going to initiate anything. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, go.
The problem is with these kind of positions, the knight becomes so important. So as much as I hate it, because it is so close and you kind of need that. This is my ultimate love-hate relationship with the piece. I think that's a pretty fair statement. More aggressive players like the bishops way more. Defensive players like the knights more, just generally. Obviously, you can use them both for both purposes, but... Like, what kind of bishop pair is this? Did he study that? That's like that Patrick Ewing line. Did you study this? When? When did you study to put the bishops on e2 and e3? Like, what is that?
That is a game against King's Indian. That is actually like a thing.
Is it?
Just look at the most like King's Indian, and rest, in a lot of these positions, this happens.
I guess you're just resigning yourself to the fact that you're playing a defensive master, so you have no choice but to do that.
No, I'm just not going to Shinzo Sasage into you and die for no reason. I'm not going to try to open up the position that I know I can't just bust through. I mean, I'm not Carlsen.
Now he's gonna have to do something tricky with the pawns. The problem that I've made a mistake here is I normally get a trade-off too. Even here, I would just trade the light square bishop because I don't think it's going to be that good, but...
And I can just go back with the knight and defend that pawn forever. I mean, it's already defended. I actually don't need you. I actually don't need to do anything. I can just... I don't think I need to do anything in this position. Now, how do I not do anything and like, give you a move in a productive way?
It's not really your style of play, though. You are a little more aggressive, at least.
I am, but I told you, this game I want to test how well I would play if I'm just not doing anything. So I'm not gonna do anything.
Then I'll get restless and bust my own position. That's my problem.
That is honestly the idea. I'm just gonna wait and see. Actually, there is one issue. It's gonna be remedied soon. The fuck, man? Take the damn knight.
If it was anything but a knight, I would still do it. Yeah, even a suboptimal, poorly placed bishop is still not worth trading down for a knight.
Honestly, I just need to defend this pawn and be able to move my queen freely.
Throwing my own anchor for the V-shaped structure for some stupid reason. See, it never fails if I actually stayed disciplined, but I'm just not.
No, you're just blundered the pawn.
How? Oh.
Yeah, that's it. I don't need to do it. This is my 100% accuracy game. Now just die for me, please.
This is not 100 at all.
No, it has to be.
Why? Just because I make one mistake?
No, I believe that you will make more.
But see, I even called it too. Like, I don't have to do anything, but then I get impatient and force something.
That was the whole idea. If I just exploit your mistakes without doing anything myself, I should be able to have like an amazing game.
You just had 94. What, you're greedy? You want it to be more than that?
I truly do. I truly do. Like, for example, this.
Yeah, you'll take the thing. Or whatever.
Yeah, and here you resign. And
I
if
never
you resign
resign.
here, this would be 100% accuracy.
Yeah, but that doesn't even count because it has to go the distance.
I don't wanna go the distance.
And then watch, he'll still mess up and
This
lose
one-
somehow.
Listen, that lowers the accuracy. Going the distance lowers the accuracy.
Actually, a lot of the time people say the end game pads the accuracy. Because you're making a lot of repetitive
Yeah.
moves, just kings and stuff.
No, but the thing is, my end game isn't the best.
Take the pawn on b6.
It is truly. Oh no, actually, wait. It's like, yeah, this. Okay. I actually have to be wary of time. I mean, at 4 minutes, I'm already like, I spent more than half. 60% of the time already gone.
I'm just very inconsistent. I can never play my best games. Or when I do, they're super boring. That's what I hate. It really punishes you for playing the right way. I wouldn't go on a winning streak. I'd go on a drawing streak where I can just draw every game if I just focus, but it doesn't matter because what am I doing it for? Probably not good either, but
No, that is an awful move. Like, trading now is just like, why? You traded the queens. That you signed your death. Like, you're like, yeah, I accept my death honorably.
yeah, that sort of saves him time too because now there's less to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. It is beautiful. Okay, I overlooked something small, but it is.
But you can still take the other pawn.
No, but I think I'm losing 2 pawns. That is what I mean when I say a little. This is going to destroy my accuracy. It was so nice. I enjoyed it so much.
Never try to make anything happen. Never try to push the pawns or just don't try to do anything. That's how the game is best played.
Listen, as long as knight is on the board, it's not over. that is the sad, very sad truth. Oh god, yes, good. I'll trade the rook, please. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you supporting our cause.
Look how low he is on time, though. This is one of his biggest weaknesses. If he's taking this long against me, imagine playing an actual good player.
No, then I have an opening. I play like 20 moves of engine lines.
But do
That
it.
helps my-
Why can't you do it here then? Because I'm not doing the engine line?
Actually, yes, that's exactly why.
That's the ultimate counter. Just.
No, it really is. Like, first 20 moves of the game for my games are usually just remembered. Oh my god, you see? Play. I'm just gonna die now.
Still have an extra piece, though. But it could be a draw.
No. It can't be a draw. I refuse to accept the draw. I'm winning this. Oh god, I did not see that it was a check. It is still all height, my friend. It is all height. I shall get the queen out of this.
Can't move it only but so far. He's going to have to cover with that. Give him a free check, whatever. Oh, fuck.
It is It's not oh fuck, you're still fine. And you're not really fine, you're losing. It's just...
Or no, I don't even have to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Do it in 1 minute 40, probably pretty easily.
Sure. I need to play this. My accuracy went down the drain because of it. I could have just played a decent game. But no. You wanna actually go until the checkmate?
I almost never resign, actually.
Yeah, that's awful. I hate those people.
But if the real subconscious thing is, then I should always win. So there's no need to think about resigning. It sets the right tone. I should have tried to prime for a stalemate.
You can't stalemate because, yeah, this broke my accuracy. Like, this was supposed to be 100% accuracy game. If it's not, it is
89, 77. I do seem to be playing better against him, though, than most of these people.
And maybe because we actually played a lot of games. Like, wait.
I don't see why that would matter, though, because that helps us both, I guess. But I guess my style is incomprehensible because I don't even know what I'm doing myself.
You see, if you just gave up when I told you to, I would have had like 98.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as that. I've had 99.7 just like yesterday or Saturday. Look, where is it? But that's just because he resigns quickly. Literally 99, right? Oh, I thought I
I
did.
don't think I've ever gotten 99.
The summer on that
98
Saturday. It
is
must
my
be
best.
before that. Yeah, you can even search by, let's see if we can search by accuracy. Openings, any result, 1, which was not many that day.
Wait, you have
Yeah.
premium on chess.com?
Yeah. Obviously, I play so much and I want to analyze. Yeah, look, 99.7, but it's completely meaningless because he just blunders in the opening. And at least if I got an early mate or something, that would be fine, but there's nothing like super special about it. The accuracy number is meaningless. Yeah, most of the time. But it's at least good to try to average a certain thing. Like if you average 80 to 85 or something, it's not bad. Even at this level.
Wow. It really is there.
It what?
In just a second. I always tell them. Oh, governor. Oh, governor.
British Chess Championship. 2000? What is that? Is that the best Britain has? 23 versus 2062. First of all, that's a super unfair matchup. You can't try to average a certain number. The only way it gets higher is just trying to play better moves. It has nothing to do with the number. Yeah, you're kind of right, but it does sort of show what...
Beautiful when you see 97. That just makes you happy.
It shows you what sort of mindset you're in, too. Like, I'm getting all 60s the other day. Like, that's not normal. Even if I'm winning, I'm still playing like garbage. Yeah, let's see if I can win a game.
Do you want me in the background to just give you moves?
No, don't
Make
do
you
that.
practice for, like,
Or let's do
1300
one more and then. Yeah, but see, that wouldn't be fair. I have to learn whatever it is that you learned about openings and stuff. What's this thing again? Let's do one more.
Okay, okay. How many, however many times you wish to be crushed, I shall crush.
So we start a new record, and I'll try to keep it at 500, but it's going to be hard. He's like up 100 plus games on the other side. At least that's validating. Like, if he's 1,500, I can accept that. So I should be like 14. I shouldn't be 12.
No, I mean, the difference is a lot smaller than you might think.
Yeah, but at this point, it's like all interchangeable.
Now, can you actually? I give you permission to look at the lines and not play bullshit. If I play the thing I played last time, will you play the same? Will you take the pawn once I play on d5? That is actually a big thing. I despise that position.
I don't know. I'll just do whatever my instinct is. I don't even know what I'll do ahead of time.
Really?
I let the game come to me, unlike everybody else.
Go then. Go.
Or like I'll learn one thing and then I'll get so stuck on it that I'll do it no matter what. So even if it's not the right position. That's why I call everything as black the king's Indian. If it involves putting the knight on whatever, the one square above the king, which I don't even know notation, f6, that's king's Indian. Just doing knight f6 at any point is king's Indian. It's not a bad development. Old Sicilian variation. This is actually like
Last time I played this against you, you said I shouldn't win with this bullshit. So I just feel like playing this bullshit against you. But it's not bullshit. It's a genuine opening.
It's theory, right? Like everybody says, that's one of my favorite lines. Like everything is theory.
Oh, I'm getting a call from someone. I'll be back to you.
Okay. They're 2 and 0. I think it'd be very hard to beat him though. Like I can draw him a lot, but let's try to focus, or I have to exploit the whole time aspect of it. A little confusing what to do to the pawns there because... Oh, this might actually make sense though, if you try to do it the other way. This is why you trade the knight early, because it just becomes so annoying. But you wouldn't just go there because I could just take, but it's still an awkward pawn structure. I can seal this off. Everything's good. I get the V shape that I want. That's always something I can take credit for, whether it's good or not. It's probably good sometimes. That nobody ever really told me to do that, or it's not like an established concept. In fact, some people were telling me it's bad because, oh, it's like a backwards pawn and it won't be mobile for later. But I guess when your intention is to play in such a stiff way, such a passive way, it's kind of okay. You have to play like in a way that you enjoy, and nothing is more enjoyable for me than trolling people and pissing them off with a game that is objectively solvable and drawable in every scenario. So go here. I can't really do anything with the knight at all, though, is the problem. So I'll play like one ranked thing, and then whether I win or not, I'll start to actually study some openings today for basically the first time ever. See, there I feel like I have to take because any alternative of letting him take or pushing is going to lead to me either losing a piece or messing up my whole structure anyway. There's nothing about this that's unusual. There's certain moves in the game of chess that like aren't going to make sense to you, like why you do them, but you just have to know fundamentally there's something you're trying to do way later on. But one of the easy ones is like, okay, take an open file with the rook or things like that, but there's still like those middle vague things that don't make sense at first, but I mean, it's weird that he's enjoying doing that so much. He's normally not the type to trade the queen. It is tough. Like, I almost wouldn't even mind the trade at this point. So he's going to be double attacking if he moves the knight, but he doesn't even try to go for it. Double stack on here. Can't do anything with that. Probably foreshadows what he's going to do there. Or I could try to match him with it. There's a very dangerous potential here of being pinned down together in the same diagonal. I could just take it. I don't really care. Now he has a bishop pair versus two knights in a relatively open position. This pawn will still be okay, strength-wise. If I can finally move the knight somewhere, that would be great. I have to not let his bishop get in some sort of scenario like that, which seems very hard for him to do anyway. Maybe here. Even then, I could stop it. Okay, we'll have to just cozy up to this and then give the knight somewhere to go. That can be easily attacked too. Wait, why did I even feel the need to do that? Oh, just because I'm trying to acquiesce to the stupid knight and give it somewhere to move. Always a noose around my neck, a horseshoe around my neck. Like, it's just so annoying. Gonna double stack on there, so I have no choice but to try to push the bishop out or provide some other support. I'm more scared of the light square bishop somehow doing something sneaky here, but it'll at least take a while. So that's good. At least we give some cover, but you can easily push it out with the... Okay. Easily push it out with this, or maybe I could stop him from doing it, but not really. Or not only can this knight not move anywhere, but it can't help to cover either. So all he would have to do is push the stupid pawn, which I guess for now he can't even really do, but... Even if it's double attacked, you're still not going to let the... You're still not going to let the rook trade down for a knight. Almost you want to go here to give room for it, but then his bishop can still keep annoying me. I'm losing. I need to stop talking with ace. I didn't think I needed to focus. Seems like a bad move. You'll just give a check. Maybe once I do that, then I can do it. I have more time than you. That is saying something. Yeah, the greatest enemy in chess is always the player themselves, because they are either like me and lazy or impatient or something. The ultimate paradox, though, of being impatient, but then how can you also like love 30-minute games and classical games so much that you either got to commit hard to it or not? So if you want to play bullet and just dick around, fine. But if you want to play a serious 30+ minute game, I even say that like to mock higher rated players, like, oh, Benjamin Feingold could be showing off, he's so good, but then play a proper game against Magnus and beat him, then oh, you can't. So like, you know, you're Alex Botez and showing off in bullet, like, oh wow, so flashy, so good, but then you can't beat a 2000 FIDE player in a over the board proper classical game. So it's a more raw, proper measurement. There's so many ways to subvert the meritocracy of chess. Like, let's play online and let's use our clicking speed and flag people, like the orange ghost, the ultimate god tier troll, or, you know, all these things that have nothing to actually do with the game of chess. I said that when Hikaru beat when Hikaru beat Magnus and whatever, they did some bullet championship very recently. Like, if you can't beat him, just flag him with your superior clicking skills. Which is unironically probably what it would come down to, too. We could, like, do a pawn raise into push this out guaranteed. And so... But then I would still take... Yeah, I'm not going to do one of those brute force sessions again like last time I did on Saturday. That'll be my last one ever because it's just not. I could have done it in like a different lifetime or like in a different period, but I just can't do it now. I don't know how to explain it either, but I think even what I did, maybe people will look back and still appreciate that. Like, oh, you got to 1700 at classical in the chess, top 6,000 on the site without ever studying. Like, maybe most people can't even do that, but it's nothing. It means nothing to pick on bottom feeders. It's like, I don't get why this site is so weird like that. I guess I just have that expectation from years ago that it's just completely different now. It wouldn't get competitive at the low level because nobody cared, because the people who were playing are not professional players or anything like that. Not that you are at this point anyway, but... so go like this just so you can move that there. You could still attack it. He attacks the knight. If he does the end Pizant, I wouldn't be able to take it. But now you've given up on the thing here. So the best you could do is just... Well... I mean, basically, I'm going to lose a pawn out of this, so it's okay, but... Not only do you lose a pawn, but it's a very awkwardly placed pawn, because now I have, like, a hexagon knight, at least. Not the best spot. That's maybe an arguable point where you don't even want to trade, like... I don't know, you somehow would have a reason to just get away and not try to worry about the pawn. Maybe I should just push this super aggressively. Like, what else is he threatening? You try to attack the knight, like, no matter where this is going, it's completely useless. I wonder what the value of this would really be. Like, it's not even a proper octopus knight, it's just useless. This pawn isn't going to be that good either. Whenever you get these isolated pawns, it is trouble. Isolated pawns, double stacked pawns. What's the other one? A backwards pawn. I swear nobody ever uses that term. Attacking there, it's covered by the knight. You try to set up to take the knight there, I guess. This knight has just been useless like the whole game. Oh, this would actually be an octopus knight, though. You wouldn't really be able to push it out from here. Slow down so I can think. I barely have any more time than him, though. Damn it. It's the fact that... Or no, I don't even have to do anything. I just have to not move the knight. Don't move the knight and you cover this. Or if I do this, then I can't move the knight anyway. I really can't even figure out what to do. The V-pawns were useless this game. Cramped you with no space and no pawn breaks. Yeah, I guess. When you get a knight like this, you're basically just supposed to never move it ever, because it's just useless otherwise. Okay, this is fine, I guess. Or no, it's not fine, because now he'll take that. This knight has been so irritating this whole game. So we'll get an actual proper octopus knight, but then it'll be very easy to take this pawn. He'll be able to give it check and take. You can still give it check and try to force the trade. Okay, dude. Now that's no longer even an octopus knight. Like the knight, you have to trade off one knight. Like I obviously know better than that. You cannot play a game of chess with 2 knights. It's just stupid. God made 2 knights because of the church imagery in chess too. It made 2 knights so one could witness the demise of the other, so it can finally find value in its own existence. Okay, so I don't lose anything from that. Can he do a light square check? He could pin that down. But he could do the same thing I said before, basically, where you could just... Or no, you can't really do that because you'll lose both. Or no, you won't. You could, like, take, then I take, then you take. Look at these trash knights. So now if it was only one bishop, I could play around the color of the square, but this is going to be tricky. He's going to just end up trapping one of them in there. Don't let him give a check and take it in one shot, which he shouldn't really be able to do. It's impossible to secure the pawns. Like, why is this even taking him so long to do? This should be over. Or he didn't really have very much confidence in the queenside pawns. That's at least one thing he doesn't do, which maybe shows he's a good player, is the fact that he won't really queenside castle. It is sort of a gimmick and really just stupid. Then you have to cover like with this, let's say. This you could keep going, but then I could take. Wow, I shouldn't have done it in that order. There was no need whatsoever to do it like that. That's the thing that bothers me about chess the most, but I guess it is 100% my fault, and in fact, goes against my whole prognostication psychologically with the nature of the game, is the fact that you can do, like, you can see everything if you just think about it for a second, but nobody plays like that. I certainly don't play like that anymore. Up to a certain level, it's just all like, are you actually paying attention? Are you actually focused? Are you actually trying? Because any idiot can see any of this. And I'm literally saying it as it's happening, but I'm still doing it because I don't care. That's a bad tendency I picked up from Hikaru, let's say. Just literally doesn't care. Meanwhile, still a 2800 almost player. Or no, he hasn't been 2800 in a while, actually. But what surprised me so much was Nepo's never been 2800. And he's generally considered better. Like, obviously, that was just like a very brief thing, a fluke even. But, yeah, I'm surprised he's never been over 28. You look at it for the majority of the game, everything is fine. So, like, what is it that I do? Usually I try to attack something too aggressively or at all. Even that, like, it doesn't like it, but what does it... Does it go here instead and you're trying to build up maybe that way? Very hard to understand sometimes what the engine's mindset is, like what it's trying to do. None of this is bad. This is still a draw. Very minor advantage. Most of these trades it does like, but this knight is just garbage. Like if the knight was simply traded for a bishop in any capacity here, you'd be winning, or it'd be way more comfortable. This is even still fine, so that was a big... How could that make such a big difference? It's not even a blunder. That's a great move. Okay. I mean, here it's just sort of losing by slow fire, as long as they have some idea what they're doing. Good game. Oh yeah, what was your accuracy in that one? He literally got 94 in the first one, which kind of shocked me. It didn't seem... Yeah, see, even this was his worst game, but... Tough game. Your opponent played well. Yeah, it's even saying, like, dude, it's not your fault. This guy's actually a tryhard who reads books and studies openings, which I am not yet, but I guess I will be soon. That doesn't mean that you can do it overnight. Like, it'll still take forever, but... Okay, see you later. I can't believe how much of a difference it makes, though, even at this low level. A courageous leap. I hate doing puzzles. I won't even do that necessarily, but let me play one. I should have at least drawn him in one of those. 94, 89, 83. So he got worse with every one at least, or I got better. Okay, I'll do just one at a time. This is the only way that I can play it. And I actually lost that first one, which was utterly... I don't know what it is with these people, but I guess the accuracy is so low. Did I play up or down to my competition, I guess, is what that shows. Even if I know his style of play a little bit or whatever, he still knows mine too. Like, everything's good with this, so what do I do that's so bad? Yeah, that's even fine. That's a blunder. So I'm just supposed to take the pawn because why? Why am I supposed to take it? I just looked at it and I already forgot. You can't take with the queen because you do the pin. Okay. And then everything else is still fine. This pawn's a little bit awkward. That's a blunder. Which he could punish by taking the knight, and then I don't even know what he does after. Oh, just the fact that he's attacking the queen. Which, that's interesting. I saw it the one way. Like, I knew he would unleash and be able to do something, but I thought it would be okay. Like, I even said, oh, it's not a big deal. That's a great move. That's also a great move. Okay. Yeah, it's almost like my queen was getting trapped, which... That was an overestimation, too. Like, I shouldn't have tried to go for the... I guess at this point it doesn't matter, but... I shouldn't have tried to go for that. Or no, actually, I should have, apparently. You check. You do that, but now what? What are you supposed to do? Wait, but somehow you're winning because of this. There must be a mate. Just sack the piece, and then what does he do? I'm not even seeing it as I'm doing it. I don't get it. You check. You could certainly take that. It just feels like you're going to get... No, you're not going to get mated here, but you'll get... Wait, but the act of even moving the queen makes it so that... The act of moving the queen makes it so that you would just get mated first of all, so... You could go here, I guess. What? Wait, isn't that literally mate? You can't even take it. Oh no, you can still take that from the beginning, which I still don't understand why. So why is it different to take it there than from here? Like, okay, what if you were to take it? Now, white's winning really badly because you go here, let's say. And then you would have some sort of mating sequence from there. Great move, okay. One of those should have been brilliant, actually. Like, sack the rook, but you don't actually sack it. So then you go there, and then that should be mate. So the point is that... What was the other variation? So you go here, but then what do? You're not supposed to check with the knight, because you could still just take the rook. And at that point, then it doesn't work, I guess. So... What do you do here that prevents you from getting mated in one? Like, look at the nature of this threat. You're pinning down the queen, or whatever. You're attacking a queen, so you have to move the queen away and cover that. but yet you're winning and you're on the aggressive somehow. What would white's move be there? I have no idea. You're supposed to just take the bishop and let the queen die, I guess. Oh, it would be posing the same thing like a mate. Very unusual looking one, I have to admit. Yeah, that was actually amazing. This is what you should have to do to win an 1100 rating. Just sack the rook and then sack the queen and then get a mate. Like, this is actually worthy of a puzzle moment. This is actually a dynamic puzzle that occurs in the middle of a game. Sack the rook. If he takes, it's going to be mate. And then sack the queen. If he takes, it's going to be mate. Those were at least a little bit cool. I mean, so a lot of these games, even when I lose, I have the chance to win. I just don't necessarily look for stuff like that. This is at least a proven psychological thing that I shouldn't play games back to back. Take some sort of break between them. So that'll always give me a good excuse to study. So this is the same King's Indian idea. And so don't lose because you try to play too fast or something. That's an important aspect. There's something here with the center pawns that I just don't do that I probably should do. Like, let's say we go here and then we pin down the knight and just take it. Right, then there's nothing to worry about. Whatever this is seems weird. What is that line? Yeah, I keep thinking about that whenever, like, do you practice like a one-legged step back fadeaway? Do you work on that shot? Do you practice that shot when? Like, Patrick Ewing is like a coach for some NCAA team and he's mocking somebody taking some crazy wild shot. It applies pretty well to chess. Like, anytime they make a move, like, did you study that? Is that theory? So this structure is okay, and you can even connect it like all the way, sort of. So let's concern ourselves with that more so than actual development, which is pretty much done. So shouldn't this be a very safe, comfortable position? Like, you save so much time in the opening too if you know kind of what you're doing. Whereas I constantly get stumped, or I spend too much time at least on them. You go up to here, and then you have your ideal structure, arguably. And so the value of the dark square bishop is uncertain. It just feels like at some point they clear out the stuff that's on this side of the board. So what purpose does it serve in the end? But I never really understood or valued that diagonal. It's maybe okay in the early game, but I don't see how in the long run it's going to be. These pawns are going to get out of his range from there. This rook is just going to move away. There doesn't seem to be anything too crazy with that. Let's go for our worst tendency of all, where we just simply go for a trade that I don't have to go for. But it is sort of development at the same time. If I was to take, he wouldn't have to double stack the pawn. He could just take with the bishop. Now I'm going to be doing what I should have done, I guess, at the beginning, but I'm glad I did it that way still. Both when I was younger and now, and it kind of made me realize why I didn't maybe play it more when I was younger, because this is pinned. So the problem there is just nothing, because I could just move the queen pure. The same tendency. I just said what is wrong and then I still do it because the thing is still covered, but you take there, and that's kind of a dangerous spot too for the pawn, but he strangely does it the other way, where that's going to allow the queen to somehow mate, but who cares? You could try to cover it like with the queen itself. Okay. It's not actually the end of the world, though. You're not gonna like let him go all the way in there. But it is hard to it is still hard to do. Like if you let the queen go there, so I almost want to bring a rook, but it's very hard to do. Bring the thing, come back. As weird as that seems, then the other rook is not covered. But even now, I can still do it. It's just like I'm not really playing like how I was before. I guess it's the 10-minute thing that does it to me. It's not really an excuse. I just have to adjust to it. I have just like this delay, so I have to wait a few seconds. When I think of what I'm going to do, I just have to double check it. East Indian London system. But yeah, you know what? I would maybe do better if I play in this mode. I still like the notation to be there, but you can almost hardly see it sometimes through the colors of the background. I don't like how it doesn't show the time maybe closer to the name, though. I can't really let him get in there. But I guess I wouldn't let him get in there. Like, you put this here, and then even if you give a check, I go back down, and everything should be fine. You cover that, so like this is going to be a very mainstay of a pawn. But I'm setting up a great threat myself. So don't get me wrong. I admire the amount of time people must put in, right, to be as good. Like, imagine how much Magnus has studied in his life. That's even what I was saying. That could be the difference. Every GM studies 5-10 hours a day, all this crazy stuff. But maybe he does, instead of 5, he does 7. Instead of 10, he does 12. Like, he must take it further. That's part of the reason why he's so good. It's not just innate ability, obviously. Sometimes we take it for granted, like, oh, he's just Magnus, so he just does it with no effort. I'm sure he put in insane amounts of work, like everybody does. But I don't really get the appeal of doing it so early. Because then it's like you're covering up your flaws, and you should try to see what you can max out. It's like with any game. I say that with multiplayer games all the time. Like, it takes away so much of the fun. Everybody has the same build. Everybody's doing the same exact thing. But it's like, okay, it just gets boring after a while. Just try something different. Not because it's better, just, you know, theory craft, whatever. So if you take, it doesn't have any impact to me at all. We might just do it, and then I'll just win the game. Appropriate 1100 rated experience. The thing is, the king might even end up like, we'll go all the way there and then double stack. Like, this is what it's going to come down to. Very unusual to allow that to happen. Like, move the king up, then put the rook there, then move the king back. Like, but it works to protect both against this threat and against creating a threat. Like, when I did best in 10-minute games was when I didn't worry about time, and I would get super low, and sometimes I would lose on time, but I would also be in a case where basically I would be in a case where I could do the same thing again, the ultimate. Go behind, then go back again. Such a weird way of doing it, but we're trying to work around that pawn as best I can. He could cover this with the pawn, or he could also cover it with the... Okay. No, it worked so well the last time. It's not like he can really target this rook very well. If we get a double stack there, it could be very good, actually. The pulley system. Old-fashioned king doing things the old way. So stupid. See, would you see such an inventive, cool idea any other way? Take. I guess I have to take, or It's going to be hard for him to target this, I guess. So maybe you can afford to just leave it there. What? Honestly, maybe that's still fine because... Fuck. Well, now I certainly can't do the double stack. If he moves the light her bishop ever, then I'd be able to attack this one on f6. Okay, but it won't cover the ultimate square there, so at least that's something, but in the long run it won't matter because he can just... Wait. Oh no, it does. Let's just remember, if I go below 11, I have to delete my account, so maybe we'll just put an end to it earlier this time. This should be my last third chance, too. Like, I don't get to ever do it again. I'll just stop playing chess if I fail this one. But wasn't even a thought that I would, because it's giving me more time, but then I realized that doesn't matter, because, you know, I barely have time to play half the time. But yeah, this would have been the normal standard 1 month thing where it's like, now he'll give me a draw though somehow. I would have had just this month to get to 13 instead of now I have next month too, but it's only fair. At least if I played every day, I could understand, but... Why is he so worried about the bishop? It was even covered there. He doesn't even care what I'm doing. So somewhere along the line here, you're going to be able to potentially get a stalemate. At least there's a strong possibility. Some people will be so scared of a stalemate that they'll just sack their pieces. Right, so just simplify it. Make sure you only have one thing. Especially if it's something useless like the knight that doesn't even help you in the mate. So I'm still letting the time bother me too much. You don't have to play that fast at the beginning. In fact, you shouldn't even worry about it until the very end, but then I'll kind of just forget about it. Should be almost pretty close to a stalemate. In fact, it probably would have been if that was in like a different... If it wasn't blocking the queen's diagonal. You get the bad karma for over promoting by simply getting a stalemate. Really not that hard to avoid though. Steady effort pays off even if not always. I love that. It's like the SSD problem on console versus PC. If you're playing a console game, 88.8. If you're playing a console game on PC, it'll load so fast that you never get to read what it says on the loading screens. Let's see. His was probably a blunder by trying to offer up that trade, but why? Or no, mine was a blunder to take it. So what do you even have to do here? You could just move the knight, or you could just move the queen, is the point. Right? That would be perfectly safe to do. And then whether you trade or not, it's fine, because you got knight covers knight, you got bishop covers knight. It's kind of a meaningless pin. Not even telling me whether that's good or not. Just to go there instead, which maybe there's no special meaning in it. Like, I'm sure this is a good move. Or wait, it just said you're supposed to go there, and then it said you're supposed to go there. Now I should look at something. Oh yeah, it's updated to stock for 16 now, which I think was out for a while, but they don't get to use it right away for whatever reason. Okay, so what should I look at? I should look at it in a more basic sense instead of just like looking at what I'm doing wrong. Let's look at. It's not even like I have to use a particular site or whatever. I can just do whatever. It doesn't have to be on there. Uh, let's go to some super basic level. This will be kind of too basic though. Setup turns, taking pieces, attack, all other moves, first move, promote, rook, knight. This is like very low resolution pieces too. King, this is the, obviously, okay, special move, castling. Yeah, all these new age mechanics that ruin the game. You weren't allowed to do that in Chaturanga back in the good old days. Minimalism and simplicity. Average 800 rated position. Where you just move nothing else for like the first 10 moves. How would that almost be possible even? Like, you let him push there, but this is an illegal position. You can't even do this. What are you end pesanting? Look at this board. He's moving it up to here. So what did black do that first move? Either he cheated and triple pushed the pawn, or either black just passed their turn. Stalemate. There's certain like cheese openings that are easy to learn or kind of guarantee, success at a low level that you should focus on. But yeah, we should use Chessable, but you're not allowed to show that on stream, I don't think. I was even gonna do like ASMR book reading type of stuff. Yeah, let's look at this pyramid. What does it say? Lecture, reading, audiovisual, demonstration, discussion, practice, doing, teach others. What is that? Teaching someone else is the best way to learn, according to research. But how? Because you're teaching them stuff you already know. How to learn more effectively. This is just saying it in a more general. Oh, I didn't type it in. 7 simple steps. Learn the basic rules. Play against computer, another person to be familiar with the game. Watch tutorials. Read up. Study your mistakes after every match. Yeah, I feel like that doesn't actually help too much though, because they're so specific. It's more like you're learning what not to do than what to do there. But find someone who knows it better than you, which is not very hard to do. That's the easiest step right there. Practice playing online with other players. Yeah, don't do that because you'll get destroyed by 800s on chess.com. How to learn chess as an adult, or how I went from 300 to 15 in 9 months. Yeah, as if that's an impressive thing. Like, wow, only 9 months to go through that? Like, you should never be 300 in the first place. Like I said, you should be 1500 without needing to study anything. I don't know. It just never, there's nothing that really jumps out at me as really an interesting way to do it. Okay, let's try another one. That's going to devolve into the same thing where I always say I'm going to look at stuff and then I just don't. 1165. Let's try to take our time a little bit more at the beginning at least. And if you go here, that can help, I guess. Yeah, we can still do sort of the same King's Indian structure, refuted clearly by players of this caliber even. They're doing a very clear, concise thing that I typically do as white 2. Or no, don't I typically do it the other way though? Yeah, somewhere here, either I want this to go that way or I want to pin something down and just trade, which I guess here probably makes sense. So it's going to end up being the same exact thing. You would think I would know these things a little better just considering that I do the same opening over and over, but like, we'll get a decent structure. The one thing you don't want to allow the same way as the pin, or like maybe I just won't raise that pawn and then I don't know what exact structure I'm going for. I do have pre-moves on, so I have to be careful not to use them. In fact, I normally like to leave them off just in case, because I always kind of fiddle around with stuff, but... There's nothing crazy with that, but see how he's willingly giving up his kingside castle so flippantly. Maybe you even just go like this. Even as weird as it seems, you could like put this there, just so that even if it got double attacked, it would be fine. Take. Any sort of trade opportunity here would be great. I just can't figure it out. If you go there, I could go there. If you go there, I could go there. I still don't have to do anything with it. Well, I would have been able to do that, but once again, the knight somehow just gets in the way. He could take there, then I could take the bishop, then he could take my bishop. So more than likely, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. It's not a very good position either way. So again, the knight on f6 got me in trouble both of these times. Once with the pin on the queen, and once with the okay, so as long as you don't let this open up. Well, I think I maybe almost feels like I'm doing this on purpose. I'm trying to do like different things, which that's the big no-no. Just do whatever you know, by which I mean basically nothing, but it works to a certain extent for me. Just, this is obviously already a busted position. There's something I'm doing that's like not trading a knight. How do I always trade the knights early? I develop on the one side and I trap like one of their bishops, but they're not, I guess they're not really doing that. And I don't know what that is either. It's not that it isn't recoverable, but I'm basically already losing in such a stupid way. Like, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. It's only a -3, not the end of the world. Somehow I thought it would only be like a -2 because I would get the pawn back, but... So he could go here, and he'd be threatening there, or he could go there, and same thing. It's amazing how sneaky the knight can be, because his moves look so predictable, just in the sense of, you know, it's such a close-range piece, but... I don't see what that even does exactly. You're double attacking there. You could be, like, triple attacking, but it still wouldn't matter, or it kind of would. Or we can just keep being annoying and trying to attack the queen. "10-minute is like the most universal. Okay, go for a threefold repetition here then. I don't care. Is like the most universally played, and it's even the standard default format, which I completely disagree with, but you know, you might say, I mean, even this should be fine, despite the fact that I'm down material. If I can just make up even a couple pawns, I don't have to win a piece outright to recover from this. I am basically losing in the openings here, which is pretty rare because it's a combination of two things. One, the time is just a stressing factor. Number two is the fact that basically time is a factor, and partly because of that, people will know a lot more, or no, it's not that they'll know a lot more, it's that they'll try a lot more wild things that they wouldn't do because they know that you might actually fall for it here. This pawn is isolated, so that gives you a certain value to even that. I don't care if he really takes it. You'd be setting up for a double threat on the pawn either way. Yeah, shouldn't this be impossible to save, or he'll go there? He has one square only to go that would save it. He can't double stack yet. He could take this with the knight, but if he took with this, I could double take. So, I'm tunnel visioning too much on these basic ideas. He should set up for the double stack himself now. But he can't do it now. If he takes, I take. He takes, I still take. It's the same scenario. So I should be able to take this. He takes, I take. He takes, I take. If he double stacks, it's kind of too late, though, still. Or, wait. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. We do get a fork out of it, but the king ruins it. Damn. But it's putting the rook in a precarious spot too. Like, you can't really move anywhere. So you can't go back to cover that, and you can't, well, you could still leave that there, oddly enough. Now you should win this no matter what. I don't see any big threat that you're really posing with that, so that's fine. So see, we're only -2 now. We'll slowly chip our way back in. If he trades, it's fine. We just have to control the knight and not let it dominate the other side too much. It's still doable. You just have to not let him get away with anything crazy here. Or you could almost do this, like, if he doesn't have the way to come back and try to save it. I don't know. This is going to be problematic no matter what. Nothing he can take, but it's going to be a slow fire of him just gave up the cover there. He's not threatening anything immediately. Like, his knight is so far away that if you were able to do this, it would be very good. This just isn't going to work, though. At some point, the knight's going to catch up. So basically, you'll have to let him win that, but you can protect all the others on the back of the king. We can slowly just inch our way away from that, I guess. This we could raise. In fact, I really should do that right now. Okay, that's a pretty obvious cover. He's going to end up getting trapped somehow with the knight. You can easily go there. You could take that pawn, but at least I could take one back in return. If you don't, we'd cover there. You're going to give some kind of annoying checks, I'm sure. But this is kind of where it's just not worth it to do this, because now his rook can kind of do whatever it wants, but I'll still do it. So he'll win that no matter what. You just take it with the rook, okay. So he has still 5 minutes left, so there's really nothing I can do. Very strange. Like, I'm losing these just outright in the opening. You could check there. You definitely have to stay on that, but you can always guarantee the attack. Okay. What is he, 1165? I mean, I was just beating these people the other day. Like, you could pretty easily, too. I don't know what the difference is. Double attacking there. I can't protect both. Go here. Hey, Thu, how's it going? Go here. We're not going to get a promotion or anything crazy. Check. Always something stupid that happens in the opening. Go here. Not like time pressure is going to be an issue for him either. Maybe we'll get some kind of crazy threefold repetition possibility. I don't think I've seen that 50 move roll happen in a super long time, where it's just a draw because nothing's been taken for 50 turns. Could just block. Okay, it's a possibility of a stalemate at best. Even here, if you were a GM, you could calculate, like, what's the highest possibility that it'll give me a stalemate, but you'd have to be like under bullet time pressure. It's actually happened more times than you would think. I saw it happen to Hans. I saw it happen to probably Magnus once. Like, even under such extreme time pressure, you would assume that that still wouldn't happen because they're just too good. Okay, 84 to 80. See, at least that's better because if I'm averaging 80s, I'm at least playing at a decent level, but it didn't seem like it. So what in the opening keeps happening? This F6 knight just can't stay there. Something bad always happens with it. Like, what are you really supposed to do here? Just go here. Like, what if they threaten that then, though? Where is the knight going? You go here, I guess, and then there's nothing that can ever push it out, or possibly the light square bishop could take it. If you want, I can give you a pretty decent endgame study. It's mostly a joke, but it's very educational if you don't know how to win those endgames. Sure. I think I'm losing mostly in the openings, though, but... So it's a blunder to take that back. Wait. Or wait, I actually think I had the right idea, though. I could have still just kept going. I guess I didn't think about the check there. Yeah, by now it's already over. Kind of, but then they'll still give you some... They'll give you some chances, always. That's the one thing you can count on low-rated players for, especially me. I'll be up by some big margin, but I'll still get lazy or bored or do something stupid. Oh, the chess too. I haven't been on there in a couple weeks even. Yeah, let's see. This is just king versus pawn. Yeah, I have lost this one, actually. You're supposed to, like, box the king out somehow. Good move. Go here. Then he goes there. Then you don't raise the pawn. Or there is something... No. That seems wrong, though, because maybe it's not exactly the same thing, but... There's some other way that goes wrong somehow. Retry already wrong. Would it really make that big of a difference, though? Like, he wouldn't be able to catch up? Fuck. Like, you want to be on the other side of the board, I guess, from the king? No. Okay, I'm making all the wrong instincts. What the fuck? Wait, why would you ever do that, though? Okay, this one I don't even understand. It just feels like there's so many other ways to go about it, but maybe not. Wait, that one's actually pretty good. I like that. What the fuck? The forced draw if your king is ever behind your pawn. This is a hard study. You should probably... Studying IC, yeah, pretty much for the first time, too. This is a hard study. You probably can't first try everything on. I can't imagine that move where you go in front of your pawn, though. That's just weird. What is this one? I feel like I don't even see people ever do that either. You just go in front of it. You don't need to go in front or it's always a draw. Okay, this seems like you shouldn't even be winning, though. You'll just trade and it'll be a draw no matter what. Or just because you're so close to it. He doesn't have to do that, though. That's the thing. He could just move the king. But I guess you would have caught up to it, is the point. It's so stupid. I would never do that. I don't go... Why would you go in front of it? I don't like that whole mechanic. It's just not instinctive. White foolishly played R4 and expected the king and pawn ending to be drawn. How can you crush their dreams? You could... There's just so many unintuitive things that people take for granted. The subliminal sign, and that's more a direct sign of a solved game, like... or solvable game for now. It took all the way until 2008 to solve checkers. So how long do you think it'll take for chess, which is obviously more complicated, but not that much more, like, given the kind of computers we have. Wait, every move that you're doing is wrong. He has no choice but to take, and then we end up in the same scenario. What would you play in this position? And even this I somehow don't even care about as much because I'm rarely losing in endgames. In fact, now I'm just losing in openings because it's too fast or I'm trying to play too fast. Yeah, I guess that's the thing I never would think of doing, is going in front of it. What the fuck is he doing? I feel like there's definitely more ways to do it than this, but if your opponent plays it exactly right, I guess maybe not. This is super basic too, but I'm surprised how easy clap. There's only one move that draws, all others lose. Guess I'll try to teach you the endgame. I'm sure if I just didn't try to do it so fast, I could do it. There's only one move that draws, all others lose. No time pressure. It would have to be the one that forces his king to go back, I guess, but he could go there. I assume it would be this. What would you play? I would probably keep going up. What would you play? I'd probably go up again. What? But you can't move the pawn, so... What? Those are like the only two legal moves, or you'll keep doing it. But he... Okay. This is at least a unique one where the pawns are split. Wait. But he'd really not even try to do anything with the pawn. That's a very specific one. White is down a pawn since he must have played the game really badly. How can White save himself? Just do the most unintuitive thing and... Okay. I'm gonna be wrong 3 times over like that. Everything you're doing is wrong. Okay, this one makes no sense. White is down a pawn. He must have played really badly. How can he save himself? I've tried like every legal move. Wow, you know what distant opposition is, you nerd. I have no idea what this is. Okay, so black goes here and then you're fucked, aren't you? Or wait. These are actually more advanced than you might think. There's one correct move. Distant opposition. I haven't heard that term before. Problem with endgames is they're so specific. Like, when are you going to see a scenario where this exact thing happens? Like, the ones at the beginning, I understand. Those are, like, very common. But I guess the theme of this is just to stay like that. I like how it shows these arrows, like, oh yeah, haha. Like, what? You're not always in that position, so why is it? It's only sometimes right. Here, you almost just wouldn't use the king at all. There's a rule to all this? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know the rule, though. Okay, that seems like a ridiculous move. You've successfully thrown away a pawn. What? You're trying to... This one I'll gladly defer to. I would gladly lose this game. You're trying to tell me I'm supposed to give up 2 pawns and then act like, oh yeah. What the fuck? Like, it's so... It just goes against... What the fuck? It goes against everything that... How your brain would normally work. Whatever. This one's pretty easy. I'm sure it's not. Let me guess. Give away another pawn. Endgames are like life. Life is pain. Outflanking. So let me guess. You have to sack the pawn. I don't feel like really endgames are as important right now, though. But I should probably know how to do this much ways. What would you play now? And I don't feel like they're making the moves that people would make here. That's the thing. Like, if you assume they're making probably the best move here, then that's fine, but... Like, I guess a part of the concept is you're just trying to stay in line with the king. Like, in the same row or the same file, but that's often not true, too. Opposition is when you body block the king so you are allowed to move. Wait, I love the arrows. Like, oh yeah, of course, you're always gonna be in some. Like, look, isn't this the right move? Because you're in this arrow. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't mean anything. Like, that one made no sense. Oh yeah, you're in like some weird, vague, horizontal diagonal to it that you would always be in no matter where you go. It doesn't seem to really make a whole lot of sense, but it's just not something I would come up with naturally. Like, once you know it, but have diagonal opposition. But like, okay, what would have been wrong with going there, though? What would you play in this position? I don't know. Good job. You successfully converted a distant position into a close opposition. It's still going to be a draw, isn't it? Okay, now you come in closer. Okay. Yeah, at least this part makes a little bit of sense. Or no, now you do win, actually. What would you play in this position? Probably just attack both pawns. Like, just looking at it, why would you do that? Let me move away. I guess you just have to do it from their king's point of view. Since he can't go in to attack my pawns, I guess it doesn't matter. Extraordinary move. What's the big idea? I don't know what the idea is. Good move. What would you play in this position? Outflanking, I guess. What would you play? Go there. I feel like when I get closer to the pawns, it makes more sense, but start the first few studies again. I'll try to explain this to you. I just have to take my time more. I'm just trying to blitz through it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these you don't even see that often. Like, they're very, very specific. But yeah, the first few are probably more logical. Like, this is very basic. So my whole thing is I'm trying to hug one of these two sides, but you have to keep going in front of it or something. Like, let me just think about the Black King's moves, and I'm sure I can figure it out. Do you want the Black King to be unable to... Wait, let's actually read what it says. Slightly inaccurate. White must return to the starting position with King B6. You go here, and he hugs this side, because if he goes there, he's like too far from the pawn, but... What would you play in this position? I even think this is wrong, because sometimes this... I don't know, somehow that ends up in a draw sometimes. Maybe if it's closer to the edge of the board. Here, look at the quiz. Start this again and be more patient. Look at the key squares. What squares your king can be in to win. Okay, so... These lessons are meant to be sarcastic, not insulting. Like, let's try to understand. Why would going here be bad? You would go there. You could raise it. I would go there. I would go there. He would go there. It seems like there's so many ways to do it, but... What would you play in this position? This somehow seems wrong from so much of my experience. It must be like the inverse. If the king is here and the pawn is there, then you don't raise it, or it causes some kind of stalemate or some other problem. Here, you're trying to gain the key squares A7 or C7. He goes there. Now it should be obviously fairly simple. Okay, let's look at it again. Let's actually play it out in some other way. Or yeah, let's do the analysis board version of it. This seems so stunningly obvious, but I guess it's the position isn't what I normally see. It's not exactly the same. Let's look at the variations. You go here. He goes there. I go here. He goes there. I go there. He goes there. I go there. That should still work. Why? I mean, yes, it's winning. It's still winning, you weirdo. Slightly inaccurate view. White must return to the starting position. Also as forking A8. King A8. Do it again. I will simulate Black King moves. But yeah, why this lets you look at the engine, but it doesn't actually tell you, or no, you have to go there. No, you're fine. It's not actually showing you the analysis though. Here, I can just make it in like a... No, like, how do you just make an empty board? I forgot. But yeah, this is why I don't use Lichess even. But I don't know how to do it on here either, actually. Go to tools. And now how do I do the board editor? I haven't used this in a while. I think if you were to just get rid of everything and then... infinite analysis. Continue. Here. Right. Yeah, if I just make the same thing again. Hell, I haven't done stuff like this too much before because I hate doing it, but I guess it's the right time. Okay, so what exact coordinates are we looking at? You're on B5 and B6. And then you're on like B8 with the black king. Now if it shows, or let me guess, now it still won't show me that analysis though. Keep saying analysis board, but then it won't actually do it. Here, Talkers 14, now they're 2 versions behind. So it's, okay, now, all right. But you still win. Or even this, like who cares? Apparently it's saying it's a draw now though. Yeah, this is more so what I would normally do is, okay. Now the analysis, press on analysis now. So he goes there. I go here. So the simple thing is there, he just can't go in. So that makes sense at least. Now you go back and in front of it, which is not what I would do. It just goes straight to black. Wait, it's not even going like it's a draw. Or no, it's just a stalemate, obviously. I feel like I wouldn't do it so fast in the course of a normal game, but... it isn't as obvious as you would think, though. Like, is there a way to do it from the other side, though, period? I think there still is, but... you go back in front, but it kind of comes to the same thing. So you definitely want to go on the left side for whatever reason. You go left, then you go there. So his goal would have been to come in sooner. Like, why can't he just go there? I go here, he goes down. Just trying to push him out of that whole box. Left side has less space for black king. Okay, so we try to do it once without the analysis. Not that it's really that hard. You go here. It's just everything seems so simple when you're looking at it because, oh yeah, of course, that's the right answer. But it doesn't mean that you would always do it in the course of a game. Or yeah, you're going to have the highest probability of stalemate if you let him go in the corner is kind of the point. Yeah, force him to the right. Good move. Go up. All right, so that one's not too bad, I guess. White to move and win. So it seems absurd that, like, okay, let's make this oh, forget it. Like, if you were to go here, it wouldn't change the fact that you can still cover it. But you're supposed to go there. And again, okay, maybe it's the same concept. Like, just go on the left side and then you'll be fine. Oh my god. It's even celebrating like, oh, look how the arrows are so right. So that means you should keep going, right? No, it means the arrows were wrong and you're supposed to do something else. You go left, but then you go in front of it. Opposition, okay. This is the exact opposite of the last one because you're supposed to be, I don't know. Second one's a bit harder. What are the key squares your white king needs to be in to win? I mean, based on the last one, I would want to be on the other side, which is maybe what you'll still end up doing now. Why is this so different from the other one? Basically, when you're in doubt, you just go back and hug up against it. So it ends up that way, but... So assuming you just move the king first. So the first instinct is right to go to the left side. But then what is all this where you go round and around? Diagonal opposition, so... Basically, don't give any checks, don't do anything with the pawn. Or, of course, then go in front of it. Like, what is the act of going in front of it doing that is so valuable all the time? It doesn't force him to go to a particular spot. It just prevents him from going up, I guess. Then you go to the other side and then you come back again. Yeah, this one I wouldn't really even understand. Where's the Viking to give space? Like, I get the concept, but I don't see why it has to be that exact way. You have to have a bias towards doing moves that at least I consider to be unintuitive, like going in front of it, or it just seems so natural, and then you could still keep going, but actually you can't, I guess is the point. To go here. And then again, you would feel the desire to do that, but I guess again, why wouldn't you do it? I guess because he could stay there and then I wouldn't be able to advance. Then you go there. Then that's why you want opposition. And you go here. If you were to go here, it lets him come in closer. So, and it makes sense from a certain point of view, but like now, why do you finally move the pawn when you wouldn't do it before? I guess because he can't block it. If pawn up, it's always a draw. And so now it's the same thing. You move the pawn because the king can't block the pawn. Okay, wait. Wait, now I can't actually rationalize. Why would you not... I go there, he goes there. I go there, it's a stalemate, or it's not even a stalemate. After b6, king b8, it's a draw. I'm there, he's there, I'm there. I go there, he still can escape though. Never mind, I'm wrong, being very confusing, that's fine. Like, I'm not doubting that what it's telling you to do is right. There's just so many other things that I would think to do that seem right. It really seems like this move is fine. You go here, you can either go there or there. So in either scenario, if he goes there, I check and we're in good shape. Or no, we're not. I check and then he goes there and then I go behind. I think it would still work, but it's certainly not the best way to do it. Let's imagine this. If you go pawn up, he goes king a8. So I go up, he goes A8. Then I go up again. Then he goes there. Then I could still go. No. Then I can't. Okay, then I get it. But so I go here. He goes there. I go there. He goes there. I go there, but then it's stalemate. This just seems like a super unintuitive move, but I guess he can't touch the pawn. He can't come closer to it. Then it's the same concept, but it's wrong now. Or, I mean, obviously it's stalemate. Wait. Now you do this bizarre thing where you go all the way back to the other side. So now you can do it. Because you'll have to go to the other side. Let's see. What would you play in this position? The king is super far away, so it wouldn't even seem strange if you were to just pursue it, period. Which is kind of what you end up doing anyway, or no? What? Whatever, you're basically trying to put pressure on the pawn so he has to move it. And then now it shouldn't be hard to just take the pawn. Let me look at it again. Like, why? You do something and then you go back to where you could have already been. Like, why not just do that first then? You go here. Then he moves it. Then you go back. You're going through this too fast. Opposition again. You're forcing the black king to give space. Like, go here. Then he goes. He would still have to do the same thing. Like, his king is irrelevant here. He still has to move the pawn. Then I go here. Then he still has to move the pawn. Then I would just take it, assuming he doesn't bring his king in. This position is totally stupid because you can do so many things. There's no way that this is necessary. Like, his king is way too far. Like, I literally don't see why. Okay, you're here. Draws. How the fuck is it a draw? You come there, I take. If you don't move, I go there. His king isn't relevant to the position. If you move the king, I'm going to take this. Count the spaces, goddammit. He has king d7 and he reaches the pawn. How? At least, I would have to look at it in the analysis, I guess. I go here, he goes there. Then I go there, and then the pawn is dead. 100% guaranteed, unstoppable, over. Do it again. Okay, this is my first move. He goes there. This is my second move. He goes there. This is my third move. If at any point he goes there, I'm taking. It's only applying for the first position. Like, I'm sure this is a better move, but what are you actually supposed to do? You're supposed to go down. Then he feels forced to go up. Then I could just keep going. And then go here. Piece reset. Okay, back to the beginning. You go up, then you go back. Makes more sense when you're doing it in the engine, I guess. Here, king g1, he reaches the pawn. King g1. Hey, Yui, how's it going? Like, I get why it's right, but I don't get why the other things are wrong. That's where I always get. There's too many variation things. He just looks so far away that nothing really seems like a big deal. I got to do the stupid thing here. Okay, what is it at? You're on F1 with the white king. F1. Then you're on G2. King G1 is wrong because his king reaches in time. Or wait, I'm here. And then his king is on C8. C8. Amazing because it's so much raining in Switzerland. You got 3 free days. 3 free days like off work. Okay, that's good. Then you put the black pawn on H5. Black pawn H5. So now let's look at that in the analysis. And this is already outdated analysis because... Okay, so this I don't mind. I don't disagree with that. Now I keep going. So okay, let's see the engine show me. You go here. I take it. You go there. I go there. You go there. I go there. Like, this should be a perfectly winning position still. Doesn't make any sense at all. Gonna be a stalemate or okay. It just doesn't look like it's always a draw. The other king reaches the corner. Exactly. If the pawn is on H or A, day off work. Nice. Okay. This one's very deceptive just because of the space of the king. You're supposed to go back. Like, do you really think that a normal human being looking at that would just go back, though? I don't even see why this looks that different. I guess it's just so important for your king to be on the right side. Go in front of it. He just keeps going back and forth. So let's try to understand. He's going to keep going back and forth no matter what. So the act of doing this does what? It forces him to go away, but it doesn't even. But theoretically, it forces him to go away, so he can't go back to that square. And then they just kind of, the engine just is a poor sport and doesn't even want to be a part of this position. It's to not allow the pawn to be on H or A. Okay, so let me try once more. You go here, you go down. Then he's just forced to do that. But then let's try to understand it. Or no, you're still not even. Oh my god. So you keep going. This king's got laser beam vision to be able to make you discouraged from doing this. So you keep going, okay. Then you're going to be able to take it with the king. Then you'll be on the right side. You can pre-move king g8, king h8. Somewhere along the line here, you go there. Congratulations, you completed the lesson. Oh, why does it even stop that early? Yeah, as if I would understand what to do again at that point. Because you can never make the black king leave if the pawn is on H. Well, I foolishly played rook f4, and that would be probably something I would normally do. Expected the king and pawn to be drawn. How can you crush their dreams? Okay, last one, and then I'll look at some kind of opening. Yeah, I'm surprised how hard that one is, just like even the first one. It's like very exact. I mean, you obviously take, or wait. Or no, you do that and then you take, or they're forced to take. What would you play now? So you go there and then you move it and then you randomly go in front of it. When in doubt, just go in front of the pawn because that's just the most logical thing to do. Sigh. Like obviously I don't know these positions. If the pawn is on H or A, it's definitely draw. Any other column, it's a win. Yeah, whenever you're at the edge of the board, it changes the whole dynamic of it. Literally, when in doubt, go in front of the pawn. Okay, so now, which way are you trying to go? You're trying to go towards where the king... No. Or, oh, okay, that always makes sense. Just like everything seems obvious in hindsight, but it's not really that clear. Okay, this is good. He's forced to take. You take it back. He stays there. So by the same logic that we see there, you should go here. Then you would think that moving the pawn is good, but somehow you go here. You're trying to outflank him. You're more concerned about the king's movement than the pawn. You don't move the pawn just till the very end. Or that. Okay, then you do it. Then you do... Okay. Every time he moves away, you gain space while he loses space. (1-7) down a pawn. There's only one move. Yeah, see, like even the position like this hardly registers because like I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't know if I ever will see this, but those first ones were at least super common. Versus to a position that has already been solved by chess theoreticians, grandmasters, or computers, mainly the computer part. That have established moves that are objectively the best, therefore the position is solved, therefore the game is objectively solvable. Why these positions are made, theory can go quite deep. Concepts of highly theoretical opens can be often lost on new players. Or no way, you're not supposed to look at Chessable. Every first move ranked from worst to best. These are just like articles though. Oh, what? They actually have a tie-in with that? Science-based learning. AIM chess. Personalized studying. What is that? Oh, these are all like third-party services. Learn and explore openings. Oh yeah, I've used this before actually too. Where it just tells you the number of... like whatever, the percentage of moves that people do them or high-level games, which isn't even necessarily true, but... or like it's not necessarily relevant to worry about. E4, D4, other. So like those are the two dominant things. So we're either going E4, but what if I'm black? Popular opening. So like, let's just look at something here. 611,000 games. Now, is that just online games or is that high level games? Percent of games. So they're played up to a pretty high level. Apparently not too much at a... or no, that's a pretty small window too. Why is it deciding randomly just to show me that? 19 to 2000. Brazilian defense is the most popular response to white's E4. Employed by masters and beginners alike, it's a reputable and positionally sound opening. Still, the Sicilian is combative opening that tends to lead to dynamic and sharp positions. Kasparov versus Sergey 2668. Yeah, what a mismatch. 200 rating off. You're trying to force him to trade, bust that. Not saying this is even exactly the engine way it would tell you to do it, but oh, here we go. Kasparov's queenside castling. This is the one that makes it like, oh, 99% of GM games don't involve queenside castling. So this is the one that does involve it. Oh, look at these ugly pawns, though. Probably because he knows he's going to restore it there. But look how open the king is, too. But, I mean, he's committing to a very aggressive game because of queenside castling. So maybe it's okay. Yes, another opening that makes beginners go upside down. That you should try to experiment and like, okay, let me try to play a game where I use it, but it's more dictated by black. Like, I would do this anyway as white. Just go e4 and then bring the knight. That's all I literally ever do in like 99% of my games. Like, let's see what the response is. So if they go c5 and then d6, it's okay to push the pawn there, which I normally never do that. That's one thing I stay away from, is the whole oh shit, look how many games these people have played with it. It's that common. But it won't be the exact same. It's just talking about the very beginning. Just some part of it seems unintuitive once you get to, like, first of all, I wouldn't even take with the knight, but you're not supposed to really use the queen much in the opening a lot anyway. e4, c5. I feel like my instinct is always I like to play as black more than white even, just because it lets me be reactive. And when I'm reactive, I don't have to know what I'm doing. I have to try to figure out what they're doing, which tends to still be a little bit easier for me. Okay, I'll play another, then I'll look at maybe some other openings, I guess. Like, you have to figure out from your games, like, what is it that I'm losing a lot just in the opening, which normally would never ever happen, so I'm very confused. It's not like, oh, this is a rating at which I haven't been before. I've been between this area for a long time, so like, as long as nothing here is devastatingly bad, it does like that. So here, when they start to push the king pawn super aggressively, I get uncomfortable because it seems weird. It's even telling him not to do that, but it's okay for him to do it. So here, what happens? This knight gets in the way. I make the right move, but then I don't have the guts to follow through with it, with the check, which I wasn't really thinking about that, to be fair, but so it's okay to do this. It's okay to do that. And then he's supposed to take back. He's not even supposed to take that. And then it's a little bit winning for white, but it's not like horrible. But I already feel like this position is so busted, but it's arguably worse for him just in terms of the king side. Even if you queenside castle, it's like people just do these very aggressive openings. Let me guess, that's going to be wrong too somehow. You're supposed to let him take it and just, like, it'll be where it's a losing move, but you're already in such a bad spot. Okay, that's fine. So now black could feel relatively safe in this position, I guess, as long as you don't let them open the H file to the rook, let's say. It's just, that's such a busted thing. So, like, what am I supposed to do when they start to push the king pawns? I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to just ignore it. So at what point do you really have to worry about it? He goes there. I have nowhere to go with the... Or no, I can go here. There's just something about these kingside pawn pushes that is very uncomfortable. You go there, then you go there. It's still the same result. You just have to call their bluff and assume they're not going to do it for a certain period of time. So how do I normally trade off the... How do I normally trade off the knight so easily? I guess I can't do it in this position. It's like if they put it on this side, then you can often trap it somehow. I can't even picture it. You're supposed to go like that, then they go back and they have to open the pawn. Okay, let's try another one. I'm getting very close to the danger zone of, well, being too close to 11. I don't know what happened. I had a good streak at the beginning and then... Wait, why is this? Oh, this is obviously from the sequel, but it just sounds the same. It's a relatively comfortable opening. Hence, it's even giving me kind of easier matchups. I don't want to allow him to do that trap in there with it, but that's probably not the right time to do that move. It's just a preferential thing. So everything's good with this. This pawn isn't even being under attack. Is maybe a little bit unusual, so those two moves are maybe weaknesses of mine. Not that you're not even meant to do them, but I do them too soon. If we could try to do that, I could always cover with this. My bigger priority would be to try to get this, but I actually can't even do it now. This will be a bishop pair. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I have to see what is it exactly in these games that I'm doing wrong that I basically wouldn't even do before. I got to use a little bit more time here as we go on now. Now is when pretty much development is done. So you're not supposed to trade here. You're not supposed to put this here, right? Don't do this. Otherwise, he'll take this and open this, for example. So what do I do? You're not supposed to take. It'd be fine if I let him take. I should just let everything be and it's okay. Cover this. Or like, ideally I wouldn't mind moving this because then you're double attacking, so then he kind of feels compelled to take, but not really. Because he could just... He still has enough cover. But it might be bad because he'll double stack. If I move this away and then I do it, then I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So that might make it worth it to do. So instead of covering that with the rook, you maybe should just... See this as a no-brainer because, oh no, you're double stacking his pawns, but maybe it's bad because you're letting him take towards the center. Maybe that'll help him later. You're letting him open the rook to it. But there doesn't seem to be a good alternative to that. So he takes with the pawn, obviously, because he doesn't have a choice. Or no, he could take with the knight. Weird. But now if he comes back, maybe we're ready to threaten his... You should move the king so you can move this pawn later. And maybe that push has been bad. I shouldn't try to do that, but... I don't know, like, what this knight is even trying to do exactly. There's so many natural things that I do that just either aren't right or they're not right in every situation. I try to just do it the same way. You can do a move like this, so he's forced to address it, he's forced to take, but I can't do it still because the king is there. There's nowhere really great for him to go from there. I could either do this or I could almost try to do that. Which maybe seems bad. Even trading off the one bishop seems like a bad idea that early because you... I don't know, like you could have had a better bishop pair, but he's the one who sort of initiated it. There's nowhere to really escape to when you have that. I could take that, but that might be a mistake. He's putting his knights under a lot of pressure here. So he would go to there, but he can't even do it. If I do this, I could walk myself into a big threat because he'll take with the queen, and then if he takes with the queen, then he's setting up to come in with one of these pieces, but he really can't even do it. Let's see what he does. This is kind of an unusual spot for the knight that I normally don't have. So normally you would be able to come there. Now I can almost do like this, but then you'll check, but I still have the cover. Just to, he would take, I would take. If I let him take, it's going to be disjointed with the pawns. If I take, then he'll come down. It maybe doesn't seem like a great move, but... Okay, I don't mind these locked pawn type of structures, though. But now my Dark Square Bishop could be a little bit weaker. But stops his own attack with that. The only question is this square, as far as the king. Because he's going to be able to fork, so I don't really ever have to move this. This almost seems somehow like a good time to get the knight involved. As long as the other knight covers there, I should be in good shape. I could even cover it with the queen. So those two knights maybe aren't as dangerous as they look. These pawns are a little bit overextended for black in a way that you shouldn't allow if you're a good player as white. Look how beautifully connected these pawns are, but it just doesn't always work out. Hard to figure out sometimes how to get that diagonal going too. Like, you could raise this, then he takes, then I keep going, and then you finally have it, or I often do allow that diagonal to get closed off. It just doesn't give me quite enough time, and I have to really play like I just have infinite time and just don't even worry about it. It's easier to get tilted here, I guess, just because you go on one bad game after another on a bad streak. So he comes in there. I'm perfectly fine with that, even if it does seem dangerous maybe for later. It might be worth it to just... You know, I'm going to go in here with the bishop, or even this. And so how is he going to cover it? I don't see how. He'll force the knight out, and then with this... It could be a very bad move as well. So he'll go like that, bully the knight out. I guess I was assuming he would take there, so... The knight's going to have nowhere to go. You're going to have to keep it there. Then I could move the rook, but I can't even... Yeah, that was a stupid move. Oh, wow. Not only do I have nowhere to go, but I can't even do that. But at least I'll get the pawn that I wanted out of it fine. I always make these unnecessary forcing moves every single time. The Dark Star Bishop is pretty good for him. Kind of a weird pawn structure. His pawn structure isn't that good towards the king, but he's only +1 from that. But that bishop's value is pretty good. He's going to set up for the double stack, which will beat me to it. So I'll go there. He'll go there, I'll go there, he'll take, I'll take, he'll take, I'll still take. I feel like maybe trading is okay. This won't even be covered. I have to be careful about the dark squares too. I can't take the open file even if I want to. I mean, this would sort of restore the pawns, but here's where you really don't want to trade the queen at all. Because you have so little on the board, you can kind of equalize it. But then again, like I said, he's only +1, so it's not that bad. He's got the double stack, but I still don't see what's so bad about it. He would come there, I would double take. The king just can't do anything, though, to help. I wouldn't necessarily even want to trade that one, but I don't know what this is even doing. Keep everything off of a dark square. I don't know what he's doing from that square, honestly. He's gonna bring in the dark square bishop somehow, I guess, or that's good. You can take the pawn. That was a good move. Yeah, and all made possible just because of the... Or he's not even going to try to do it. But still, what does that do? At least you save the pawn. If you check, I take. He takes, I take. You're going to try to slip in there somehow. I don't know how you can even do this. You'll go there, then you'll move these somehow. Now he can't move that, otherwise I take the queen. But he could do the same thing, but not really, because I could take. So if he... What the... I'm not really trying with the same effort as before, although I wouldn't even say rapid was my specialty. So the first thing was pretty obvious, and I even said what it was that I was doing wrong. Here, let's just push to our limit and see if I'm going to go below 11. Then I'll just stop playing chess overall, unironically. This will be the last time that I use this site. Fuck. Not this. So this is kind of like the response we were just looking at. I just find this kind of hard to believe. So there, it should be okay to take free development on the knight. It'd be interesting to see where he goes, if not just right back. It's probably the normal response. That would allow me to develop the bishop. Where else could he go to stay attached? I guess nowhere really. But yeah, just AFK out, give me a free win. Like, you got to get some of those, right? Eventually. But that's a bad expectation to have, even at this level. Like, one of these games, they'll just blunder the queen, or the internet will go out, or they'll just DC. But I've been on an incredible streak where I guess I would somehow be losing even those games. It's not even like I resign. Or no, wait, I am disconnected. Wait, that's not fair. Wait, what's going on? Okay, now I'm getting actually trolled by the site. What do you mean? Connection was closed. Wait, but why was this timer even going down like that? Okay, so he moved away to seemingly a suboptimal square. If I go here, everything should be fine because his development is so bad that nothing's really going on. Or that could be a good way to still offer up the trade of the queen. So you could maybe do some kind of brazen thing. Like I'm always expecting it just to be way too easy. He can't pin down. I don't even know what he's doing at all. I'm sure this is in theory, whatever it is. Like there's no theory that says, oh, the queen just sits here on e6 and just overextends itself while you fail to develop your pieces. That was weird. I almost just was gonna DC. We could unleash this bishop pretty well because, like, for example, couldn't I just take that pawn because he has to address the queen threat? It seems kind of ballsy, but I don't see what he can actually do to punish me for it. If you take back, I take the queen. Otherwise, I can pin down the knight. Pin down the knight. I could maybe double attack it. So that's not a very strong unleash, but it's something. And there might be a way out of it, but I really don't see what it is because his pieces are so horribly undeveloped. This guy's not even that low. Like the last guy was under 11. Okay, so just relax. He's one of those type of players like me who will lose in the opening because he has no idea what he's doing. He's just doing random stuff. Why am I disconnecting constantly? What's happening, man? What the fuck? What if I lose my whole permanent challenge because of this? I don't have any other tabs open. Like, it's not on my end. Or it's showing like I'm not even logged in. Yeah, this would be a great way to lose, but I should have enough cushion where I can even deal with that. It's gonna totally cause me to lose like that. Oh my god. What a way to lose that would be, because I'm getting so close to failing anyway. It just can't handle how low my level of play is that it doesn't even want me to witness this. I don't know what this is, man. This one's not my fault. This is actually the site that I'm fucking paying money for. Diamond membership. Give me some special server priority. Like, what is this? This has never happened before. At least I can understand if I'm actually... Like, my internet's bad, but I'm on here still. I don't care. Probably gonna lose anyway, but at least give me the chance. Or that guy was kind of playing pretty badly. Status history response time. Chess.com is down for everyone. It's not just you. So does that mean that that guy will lose too, or somehow it'll hurt only me? It should really refund you that rating, but it might do it at some later time once they have like a month to look over it. That'd be so frustrating, losing rating and challenges to, you know, somebody speed running. Your win got interrupted? Yeah, that is pretty frustrating, but at least that shouldn't hurt against me. That might be like the first game I've ever aborted, but it's not my fault because the site is bugging out. Yeah, that might have been a win too for the first time like this week. Maybe I should just come back later so I don't risk losing to this nonsense on top of everything else. You had Maiden too. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, at least if you're streaming it, that you'd have video proof, so they would totally give you the rating too, right? They would know that you were gonna win. Hikaru is doing some world championship speedrun bullet competition, and this happens to him. I'm gonna start streaming on the chess, he'll say. Or chess 24, or like whatever. There aren't even too many sites around anymore. I don't even think you can. I don't even think you can play on chess 24 anymore. Or he's gonna like leak my IP or something. Jesus Christ. The one day I decide to play this. Okay, let's see if hopefully I'm getting actually sabotaged by the site too. Right when I'm having a game that I might actually win, but it doesn't matter. At least we didn't lose for it. Or yeah, maybe it would have saved me from a devastating loss. Isn't that completely bullshit? Because you're getting like lag switched out of existence. Okay, this should still be fine, but actually it's not fine. So the point with this move is it stops them from... It stops them from at least being able to, you know, push the knight out. So the knight's still in good shape. This is almost like the Smash Brothers theme, but what is this actually for? Or that's just the main theme. Wait, this knight's gotten me in trouble a lot in the same situation, but it almost shouldn't be a problem. You could either just move it, period, or you could do knight covers knight. And now, again, there is no real reason why you can't just move it, because he's not double attacking anything relevant. And it's not even pinned down because I haven't even moved that pawn on the other side. Kind of doing me a favor by doing that. But maybe I just shouldn't even put the knight there at all. No, but you could, because he can't do anything with it. Dude, that's just doing me a favor. There was no reason why you had to trade like that. Let's just make all kind of clown moves that don't actually serve a purpose. Oh god. We can't actually take anything from there, but your game didn't count. That sucks. Who knows? It might happen again in another 5 minutes. I don't know what that was. I'm even... Oh, here we go. I have to move this. For all the crazy challenges streamers and stuff do, you would think they would be a little more accommodating. It should like do a forced rematch or something at least with the same exact position, or I don't know how they would exactly regulate it. But none of this stuff he can take. I don't really want him to take that, but there's no really good to go with it. That he'd be double attacking. Or no, that I should just take. Can't take the rook, so I gave him a free pawn for no reason. I could just take. You'd have like some kind of cool unleash here if you could give a check, but there's nothing that he can really do besides he could trade for the queen, which would be okay. The one pawn really shouldn't make that big of a difference. Yeah, I did a cheeky threat and got punished for it properly. Reti opening. It's amazing how different these two styles are, because I was even playing 30-minute games on here last time, and obviously struggling at 1100 too, but let's see. So you can't do anything with that. These pawns are just kind of split. I don't really want to trade the... I don't really want to trade the knight, though. Like, I could push it... No. He's not really doing anything, so... Yeah, we just had like a million aborted games at once, forced. I assume it happened to like everybody. So that he's protecting pretty well. We could create a double stack and remove that potential threat too. So now even if he was to move the pawn, I could check there. You're kind of in a precarious spot, aren't you? But no, you could still... I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. So what if we do it like this? You can't take, otherwise I will check. So I hope you fall for it, but you can't really be that stupid. This guy's fighting for 11, and I was just at 1236, like, literally like last week, right? Okay, so here at least you can take the pawn. And then I should also be able to take that if I'm not mistaken. Or again, I could do this because... No, but you'll take with the queen first. If you took with the pawn, it would be very good. But now we're also double attacking this. I don't think you really get anything too great out of this, and you still can't castle. Otherwise, I would take the... knight, obviously. I was going to create a double stack, but now I guess I just can't. Can't go up there. We could attack it with the light square bishop there. I don't know whether I should even bother letting him do that or not. Cover's there, but that means I can take this. Comes back again, which means he could potentially take that. It was almost like that was calculated, but it's not, because even if he does it, then I could take the other one, so it's totally worth it. Although, oddly, he can take the pawn here, too. Now, he wouldn't be able to block, though, so he's blundered his whole castle away. You block, I can just double take, check again. It's not a terrible spot for me to be in. I can't check there, unfortunately. His rook is in a weird spot. He could set up to try to double attack this. I should almost try to trade, but... like, either I'm going to be trading or I'm going to be double stacking. Which, arguably, the double stack could be very strong here. You could pin this down to the rook now. Which is a tempting diagonal, but somehow I want the double stack first, and maybe then I'll do it. Or now you're pinning it down to multiple things as well. There's nothing he's really posing a meaningful threat on. The problem with this threat is it doesn't really do anything because you can just ignore it. We'd come there to sort of compel a trade. But now we should be able to double take it still, but I won't be in check or anything. That does nothing, so this should be fairly simple to win. So let's see if that studying of endgames is actually going to help me. But again, this has nothing to do with anything. You could pin this down and double attack it sort of immediately. The important rule to consider is just don't allow yourself to do that, otherwise you get pinned yourself. Let's try to put this somewhere further out that it would be a bit more useful, or I don't know exactly how to approach this still. Right, that's always a danger zone. Never do that, because then he comes there and then I can't move it. Or I guess technically here I could move it, but if he comes there, that could be a big mistake. Okay, so I don't really see what that does. I'm double attacking. You would certainly move it though. But I could still give a check, which doesn't do a whole lot. Unless you go behind it like on G1. Or even the act of doing this should still allow me to take the pawn, but it probably won't. You'll go there and cover... No, you can't. Okay, so that's one pawn. This is still going to take a while to actually do effectively. This might be the one case where it's kind of acceptable to do that, especially because you should be able to take there, but you won't be able to. That's the problem. At least now if you attack the bishop, I can take the pawn instead. Or now I can check and take it. Oh, God. Okay, now we're attacking two of them. If you raise it, I could take, but this is kind of an awkward pawn structure to still be in. It's going to take all the time until we end up promoting this. I don't even feel the need to do it, though. Because either you're going to take or, you know, I'll just be able to take back. It's fine. Okay, that is a very potentially dangerous spot to be in. Oh, please. Even without the thing, you should be in good shape, but somehow this is okay, though, right? But yeah, that was almost a trap where you can't move the rook or you get taken. It's still dangerous, but I just have to move that stupid bishop. But yeah, let's look at this very specific endgame that we're in, where you just have to... I mean, if you're just able to trade stuff off, that would be beautiful, but how hard would it be to actually promote a pawn here? It shouldn't be that hard, but... Don't you like how the white outline around... See, like, the white king has a dark outline, the black king has a white outline, but then it has a black outline outside of the white outline, too. So it's like... It sometimes makes it too conspicuous. Okay, this is going to get a little bit annoying for sure. Just going to keep doing it. If there's somewhere I could put it that it would be safe, that would actually make sense to do. I could put it maybe more in line with the king. Oh my god. Something about this doesn't seem super clear, but why don't we just clear out for this a bit? You just go somewhere that you know is going to be safe, like try to get behind it. It's always better to have the rook behind a pawn that you're trying to promote than in front, because he's going to end up blocking it out, and that could be trouble. So he can't really do anything to pressure me too much, so let's just do exactly what I said. We'll have the king cover, and we'll have that as well. Kind of hard to even decide which one you really want to do, because the king doesn't want to be clumped up on that, but maybe you can't do anything about it. Right, because you'll be checked into a weird spot where you have to block there. This should be a pretty simple sequence of pushes, but maybe it won't be. You'll attack the thing. This will be covered now perpetually by the rook as well. So now I have to move the king. He's going to check. I could block. He could try to double attack this, but anytime he does, I can just raise it. This should be a fairly simple promotion, and I'm pretty damn low on time, too, so... But see, I at least played a little better here because I wasn't thinking about time the whole game. You can give the check. It's okay. So... You can't give another check, and you can't do anything with the king. So now that'll be under double attack. So it's a little bit confusing, actually, how you would deal with this. I don't know. I could maybe give a check to the king itself. You could take, and then you wouldn't be able to take. So that might have been the right way to go about it. And now you even have the cover of the king to stop his king from coming in. But that poses maybe a bit of a minor problem, or maybe not, because his king will still have to keep getting pushed out. Now we can move my king even further up so that the pawn can move too. All right. I mean, you should still... This looks like chess. Even though the site just crashed, I'm glad I'm actually able to play it now. That's the first time I've seen it crash that badly, like, for everybody. So there should be a way to actually do this, but... Like, you should be able to do this even without the bishop. Just don't stalemate, which it shouldn't be. You can go there. Let's see if all that studying endgames will actually help me. You can just kind of move around the bishop back and forth. You certainly have the ability to go there. Like, unironically, you shouldn't even need the bishop here. Oh my god. You don't even need to do anything. You can just... I just have to get the king to cover the back rank, which should be guaranteed now. Jesus Christ. Look how hard it is to actually win one of these games. I want to box the king into the two squares like normal. Oh, God. You hurry up. He's got 3 minutes, I've got 30 seconds, but I can't be too bothered by that because it actually go like this. I never knew how to do this actually when I was younger, or at least I'm sure I had done it, but it wasn't like... There were so many things I didn't know, but I would still be so successful because nobody knew what they were doing either. But I guess once you get to either the modern era or the fact of people studying online, it becomes a whole nother thing. Okay, we play as white. Thanks for the follow. He's doing the Sicilian thing. Oh, he's now, I know kind of what it's called. Although I never really understand the whole meaning of it. It seems like such a weird pawn to move. Let's just go here. Too many songs here with vocals on them. Holy shit. Okay, we can do this. He's not going to pin down the knight with the bishop. I just have to take it very slow. The only downside with that is that I don't have that much time. And so I don't mean slow in the course of the actual games, although that is good. I mean it more so like in the course of, you know, like I can't play back-to-back games, or I have to really take my time and study and this and that. It's just not going to work because I only play like twice a week. So even if I play like 10, 12 hours a day, it's still not going to be enough. If you make room for the Leicester bishop, we bring out the knight. I do like those estimations it gives you, like, oh, this game you played like a 1500 or you played like a 2000. So that kind of shows you how streaky I am. Or we still do let him pin down. It's always doing your opponent the biggest favor when you take this because, or at least for me, because I'm much more nervous about him just leaving a pin there and something could go wrong later. But then again, I am the type to take too just because I'm too lazy to figure it out. He gave me an Octopus Knight, which is a great thing. Because I can just take, or I could even double attack this first of all. But I guess the problem is you could easily cover it back too. You could go there, then I would take, okay. I should almost still just leave it, but maybe not indefinitely. If I could bring the queen there, it would be pretty good, but he can push it out. Or I could just liquidate everything and just trade like a fiend. With 8 minutes left, we got to have some sense of urgency and get to the end game now. Like, nobody would say that that's the right way to play, but the result's probably going to be the same because either it'll be a draw or whatever they're going to mess up, they'll mess up here. Like, why should I leave it to chance? But you could easily castle. That doesn't scare me too much. Start to create a triple stack opportunity. It'll just be that one slip up somewhere along the line here. So you have to train yourself to play fast, but also to like double check what you're doing. He'll just keep harassing that, so it's going to get very annoying. Interesting how he's waiting so long to castle, though. Yeah, we can double stack on there, which isn't even that big of a deal, but I could actually set up to try to triple stack, but he would still have enough room to bring the rook there on a7. This is okay, because I can just cover like that. This would have been like a sneaky threat before he castled, because he would be attacking that and possibly something else at the same time. If I was to take, he would take. It wouldn't be the right order to do it in, really. I have to like bring the... I have to bring the knight into the fray somehow. See, this is a very stale position that'll probably end in a draw anyway if we both play it right. As the same could apply to any game in chess ever. Just try to trade off everything even more. Some people will embrace and allow you to do that style, but it doesn't necessarily help you. Case I take, but it's not really doing anything for me. Now we're triple attacking that, which is beautiful because we're also attacking the queen. But the problem is he can still have adequate cover for it. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would, but you would have to at least incorporate the queen, I guess. So I would take, and there would be no big deal, really. I could just move the horse back out. You have to settle for just winning like a simple pawn. And I went on a really good streak, and then I went on a really, really bad streak, so I don't know what to make of it now. The better way to do it might be like, you know, you would play every day, but like 1 or 2 hours for like 20 years, like if you're a little kid. Instead, it's like, oh, you're starting at the age of 30 and you're playing 2 days a week and you're only playing for a couple hours. or you have to really exert yourself and try to. I mean, you could just do the same thing again, and then either he's gonna take or he'll let me double take, which wouldn't be bad. I don't see where else the knight can go. The knight is often the wild card piece that you have to respect in a certain manner of speaking, even though I really don't. Just like whenever everything else is locked down and can't do anything, it can be finally useful and behind enemy lines. Like whenever the position is solid, the horse can just mess it up. He's either got to do the trade or move the rook away. Maybe I only get into a rhythm after I play for a long period of time, but we saw on Saturday that wasn't really the case because I started off pretty good and then I just fell apart. I just love how 10-minute does that to me. It makes me a complete moron, or it's like I get so impatient because it's just long enough and just short enough to tilt you in both ways. So here, I don't care, I guess. Or we are getting a fork, just period, but not really. It would be a fork if you just had cover for that square, but maybe I shouldn't worry about it. I'm not winning by any meaningful amount either still. That was a little bit surprising. There must be some kind of good threat that would come out of this. If he raises the pawn, I can't really do anything, or I could still on the other side. This almost feels like it should be a guaranteed mate because either way you do it. No, but then what's the follow-up still? How do I mate him still all the way? I can't take there. I can't move the knight anywhere that would be too useful. I almost could just go back, but what does it do? It would be opening up the check. It would save the knight from that, but it would also be opening up the check here. But he could easily just go back. Fuck. Yeah, I can't even figure out how to do it. It's easy to be lazy in spots like that because I don't know, it feels sort of annoying to try to calculate when there's so little to calculate, but that's the whole point, is that you have to have that discipline. So the threat on the knight isn't really a big deal. Nothing I can do here either. You'd give a check there. Doesn't seem like a big deal though. I'm only +1, but messes up my pawns a little bit, so I almost probably had a mate there, but I was just too lazy to look for it, and then we could cover this even with the... Okay, I can't do anything there. We check again from the same spot. He's not winning anything for doing it. It'll come down to such a minute thing, because even the one pawn difference doesn't matter that much. These double stacked pawns could be that difference. In fact, that'll be worth the value of at least one anyway. He takes, I take. Oh my god. For now, he can take there at least. Still got 3 minutes left, so time doesn't even become a factor here at all. This could arguably be a bad spot, but the problem is he still has the option to cover it with a pawn, so you can go like this. So now if he takes, I take with the thing. So what if I do that after? You would take, but I would take. I could even do this. If he takes, then I could double take. If he doesn't take, I could take, but he still could take. There's no reason for me to really even do that. Now you could just move the knight altogether. That is an octopus knight position for this stage in the game. It's pretty valuable, but it's just still not going anywhere. Like, this is such a stale position. You have to have, like, the mental fortitude or discipline in chess to, like, you know, even if you're winning, even if there doesn't seem to be anything there, you just always have to look the same with the same amount of effort, which that aspect has nothing to do with, you know, how good you are or whatever. But he's going to get that actually too. Or I could just pin it down. We're covered in terms of the octopus knight. I just expect everything to be easy. Also because, you know, these players are low rated, but there's some in-between thing that I'm missing. Wait, he's just letting me have it. Maybe there was no way to deal with it. See, I don't even see my own point. Maybe there was no way to save it because the rook can't come to cover it, so you're just screwed, but winning without even realizing it, as usual. And that happened against Asher, where he's like this 8-year-old prodigy, and I trap his bishop, but I don't realize it for 50 moves, so then he just offers it up, and I'm wondering the whole time, like, why is he doing that? But he saw better what I did than what I saw. It's just, it's still gonna take a while. Like, it can just be the most monotonous experience ever. You could cover here, but it's just kind of awkward. He would take, I would take, but then he would take. That's just giving him a great threat. Now it's completely even. I would take, he would take, but somehow, no, I'll end up losing because he'll have like a pass pawn so close and my king will be too far away, so. Yeah, even there, I'm giving it back to him despite winning the piece. And so now it should be a draw for sure, but I could probably flag him, I guess. My pawns are just so disjointed that it's just not going to be good. Gives a check. The king should be able to stand up to this a little bit with the help of the one pawn. This is probably going to be gone. Or he's boxing out the rook very well there. So that pass pawn could be the difference, maybe. I'd be pretty impressed if he can win with this little time left. Yeah, this just shows you all the ups and downs of even a 10-minute game. It's like a whole journey. Whenever I'm up, I just feel like it should be over immediately. And when people resign, they're basically doing me a favor, but not really, because in the long run, you're going to have to learn how to deal with those kind of things. It just doesn't feel like, I don't know. You could come up to cover, or you actually can't. That's going to become a real issue, no question about it. If he's willing to do that trade, I'd be very happy with it because his is much more advanced down the board. 57 seconds left, so now it's a draw 100%. It's just a question of not messing up the king's position, and it's almost like worth it just to keep this to stop the king from coming in. Or like even if he was to trade there, it'd be very hard to stop me from taking these now. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would keep going. And then I would probably just lose, right? He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would go, I would go, he would go. Yeah, I won't be able to even catch up. Or he's already so damn close to it. Can you mate in 30 seconds? Let's find out. Jesus, I'm actually like throwing on purpose today. I just get bored of the position because I'm winning too easily. That's unironically what it is sometimes. Because it's hard not to do that, right? When you're winning, you just get kind of overconfident or whatever. Amazing. Or is he gonna be a stalemate? Bails me out. But that's part of the benefit of time pressure, I guess. That is unbelievable, though. Like, all the ups and downs, alligator tooth. He was actually better accuracy than me. Good game. Like, even this is a miss, which seems weird. You're supposed to put the knight there, I guess. This, oh, you're creating, like, the fried liver threat. This is one of those instances where they won't be able to do anything about it, I guess. I don't mind those things because it's like a missed win scenario where you're just... That's a miss. So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to move that away and just not even worry about it. But so all the way is even, and then I just have a lot of missed opportunities, and then I probably had a mate in here somewhere. Like, this should be a killer move that just wins you the game, but it just doesn't. So now what? That's a great move, and then he moves back. You're supposed to go there and then do what, though? Go there, attack the rook. It's covered by both. I mean, it makes sense. So then what, you're supposed to come in here and do it, but you still can't? Rook d7. What is it? That is the best move. So, like, what is the winning point for white here? You probably come here. No. You're supposed to take that. Okay, check. I'm still not even seeing it. Like... What, you give it check or not like that? I mean, even when you're winning, it's hard to see like why you're winning or how. You could give a check from here. Like, what is the one move? What is it even telling me to do? It's slower just because it's not for 16, I guess, but it's normally pretty slow too. Not telling me what to do. Go here. Okay, but still, I don't see a mate out of this. You do kind of the same idea that I was thinking, but not from the same square. No way, you can't do anything with that. You bring the knight. Then I can't take it. You might just like bring the rook up would be okay. He could unleash this into attack on the queen, but it just doesn't matter. He could try to cover it. Would probably make the most amount of sense. Maybe there's a way to enable like more cores of your computer or whatever, like how we do on 16 faster. It's not like you need the perfect engine moves anyway, so you're supposed to come here to cover it with the queen, and then it's gonna take pretty much a century to actually do, which means you should still be able to take because you'd have to trade down the queen for it. Doesn't really seem like as dire of a position as it's making it out to be. But you don't even have to do that, that's the thing. But it doesn't seem to care. It's still not that easy to figure out. Like, the point is you're winning, but you're not winning in any sort of clear, decisive, mating way. It'll just take like another 50 million moves to actually do. And then, as usual at this level, we sometimes get baited by we get saved by a stalemate at the end. As usual, we get bored of whatever I'm studying, and then it devolves into just playing anyway, so let's just try it. Where is my fork? So he's safe play, King's Indian, everything's good. But if he was to go here now, and then I go there, then he raises it, then I wouldn't have anywhere to go with the knight. So even something as simple as that, I don't really understand. At least now I can go there, which is probably not great, but it's at least reasonably safe. Now I just have to develop a little bit properly. For example, you could go here, because if he goes there, then I could take, because he can't take. If he doesn't, I guess I could just leave it there. You should almost try to bust up this dark square thing, because you're able to have a better diagonal going if you do. The knight on e8 looks very ugly, but in the long run it should be fine. If he was to take, that'd be perfectly fine. It's also helping me try to develop, which I should just do. That b7 bishop position is good, but I just never really use my bishop pairs adequately, so... Well, the point is this should allow you to win here, because you're able to... I would take, he would take, I would take... Or, like, you should win off the back of this. If I take, then I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Or even before any of that action happens, I should just be able to take. Or no, I can't, because... whatever happens here, it should be beneficial, but somehow it won't be. If I could take here, he would take there. Either way, my pawns are going to be really messed up. Which bishop do I think is really going to be better for him here? It's hard to say, even. But even here, he takes with the pawn. He allows me to take there. I'd be more than happy to trade the queen. But yeah, this position is just busted. So sometimes the +1 is deceptive. And the problem here, of course, comes down to the simple fact that you don't have the ability to... you don't have the ability to actually use the knight at all, which normally would be fine by me, but I don't want him to block the back rank the whole game. He could actually raise that pawn too and just leave it there. Then at least the knight could move. Even that seems a little bit awkward, but it's okay. Now we could let this sit here. It'll be covered. It'll be targeting that. But he could just double take. Basically, the whole issue and conundrum of this position is how do I get the knight to go anywhere ever and just not be in the way? I'll even give up that one pawn. Like, there's going to be a lot of issues with this. Just protecting these pawns on the queen side. He chooses not even to do it like that. But he's double attacking it, but I am double covering it, so maybe I'm putting that knight to good use. Sort of. You can't take there. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. That wasn't really a necessary thing to do at all. There's nothing really too seemingly concerning from this. If you take, I take. If you take, take. If you take. Or like, yeah, you could like take. But then I would just take. Okay, so it's certainly the time to trade. From which you'd probably still win something, but give my light square thing a chance to shine. You're double attacking this, but I'm still double covering it, so I don't really understand. Almost a king move might have been better there. I just have to reinforce this, but I can't figure out how to do it. Like, that's not a good spot. It's going to constrain the rook's movement, too. This would have been good. Like, I don't know. We're going to end up basically trapping the rook, but only if he stays in this row. So much effort to cover this stupid pawn, which he could have easily taken the one turn he just had it for free. I was even accepting it. Okay, I've had enough of this rook. Just get out of there. Now there's nowhere you can go to stay on that row, so you just have to give it up. Then we would only need one cover for this. I would love just to be able to take any of these pieces, but I guess I just can't. Now, which one can I afford to move? I should move the bishop just because it's in a weird spot. And so he wouldn't be able to come back down. This also stops the bishop, the knight from coming in there. So if you take, I still could take. Now we have an octopus knight-esque position, which is very good too. We attack the dark square bishop, you can't take anything. You just blocked your own knight's ability to come in on c5. So now the rook can also be free to move. If I can get his knight to move, I can take with my dark square bishop on there. The octopus knight should have tremendous value, even though it's a little bit too close to my side, let's say. So how do I get this to move? Or I don't even have to get it to move. I could just double take it. If he takes, I take. We'll have an immobile octopus knight versus a very active bishop, which means it'll probably be a bad thing. Or he is covering there too. I could actually attack this, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with the position immediately. Probably greedy. And then here we're just giving up the threat anyway. Just waiting for something good to come out of this, but I just don't know what it's going to be. I don't want to give up the octopus knight position for even a second, but he's going to end up putting himself in maybe some trouble. That would certainly let you take there. Why not just do it like this? So now you're kind of forced to trade, but you're still not. Okay, but now you kind of are. Like, please, dude. Finally, just... Or now you've actually allowed it to be trapped or not. Okay, so now these are going to be pretty hard to cover, but I don't see a way that he can attack them super quickly here. So I just want to... Let's say we leave the octopus knight where it is and just try to figure out this other side of the board then. I don't even win anything from that, but that bishop was a little bit dangerous, so... He could just try to trade the knight, but see, at least here we get some benefit from it. the fact that we would get like a double stack. We would get to connect my pawns, basically. So if he would take, I would take, and then I could connect, possibly, or maybe he won't let me. There's no reason for me to take. So you could sort of fork it this way. I don't really need to cover anything else with it, but I am kind of giving up the Octopus Knight position, which is a big mistake, probably. He has to stay on that open file still. Now we'd be forking this way, and it might be difficult for him to cover both. In fact, probably impossible. Take. Where is your fork? It's right here. Ha ha ha. There you go. That's the line we've been waiting for the whole game. So now he's going to somehow... And again, will that even determine the outcome of the game? Probably not. It's just... I almost want to get it back to where it was. Just like here. I can't really figure out even how to do. You'd give a check. I would love to just get it back in a reasonable spot here. I don't really want to let him do anything to the king. He can't really come there. I don't know what I can do. If I don't want to let him check... I mean, I could even settle for this, but it just doesn't adequately cover what I wanted to. That's a very bad spot to leave my thing in. You can play around with the knight a little bit. And that's at least not a bad pawn connection. And so this is also okay, so he would have to figure something else out. Comes to there, he attacks the rook, so he would guarantee the take. Or he's going to somehow mate with this, are you telling me? I see him giving a lot of checks, but I don't see him winning anything necessarily from them. The better move might have been just to attack the other thing. Now at least his rook can't escape from there, assuming that's even a desirable thing. Or at least we could cover this on the back rank as well. Look at some of these positions, though. They start to become a little bit crazy. So here, we either trade or we cover that, and then the rook can move finally. If you take, I take. Okay, that at least clears up some of this. But then again, I'm giving up a little bit to do it, or I still would be able to cover. And I keep cheating. Oh, fuck. I keep escaping death, but at some point it'll catch up to you. We could cover these two in a line. This one's going to be a little bit out of sorts. I mean, I shouldn't even necessarily win this, but who knows? You get like a minor +1 pawn, but that doesn't even determine the outcome of the game per se. The fact that they're split makes them very weak. But this should be a reasonable spot. In fact, I'm almost surprised he let me do that. So now he could bring his king in. I'm sure he's itching to do that. King Indian's defense, normal variation. So of course I couldn't lose that then. But that's my specialty. He comes down, I could just take, or I could just keep going, which, again, imagine how hard it would be to actually promote a pawn here. Basically impossible. That's all you have to do. This is how you win at 11 to 1200 rating, you see. I love his icon, too. 64. I can't believe it's that bad, man. I fell off. What happened? I'm an 80. I average 80 plus every game. Like, even if I lose, that's often what would happen. I'd be in the 70s and 80s. I don't know why I'm playing in the 60s. Like, what is it that I'm doing that's so bad? It feels like I'm just playing safe and even cowardly. None of this is bad. Or I'm just like missing opportunities that would be more winning. But he had a chance to take a pawn, clearly, at some point here. He makes a blunder, and I maybe should have just done that, or that would have already trapped it, right? That's the point. That's what an 80 accuracy player would have done. Because you would have just forced it there, but that wouldn't have been covered still. Or no, it would have been. Or no, it wouldn't have even come to that. You would go there and I would just immediately have taken it. So I didn't really deserve to win that. That still should have been a draw. Now all I have to do is do this for another like 20 hours straight and maybe I'll get some good rhythm and actually something will happen. 49 moves, 83 moves, like a lot of that's endgame padding, of course, but I mean, hey, if it's against a relevant, worthy opponent, then what do you expect, right? It should be a pretty even match. I just don't know how to really approach this, like, from Chess Masters. How to move the pieces, playing the game, opening principles. Yeah, let's see this. I don't want to see a video. Control the center. I lose some of the games because it's my fault. Rest I lose because of misclick. Okay. I lose because misclicking. Find what is wrong with this. Yeah, let's see. Is Mitten still on there? Dogs. But where is... Or was that like a temporary thing? They lost the sponsorship. Yeah, let's beat XQC. Where is he? 1200. You really think this guy is 1200, dude? You really think in any universe, in any fantasy, even I'm not 1200? Like, what the fuck? I think it is about time for that, right? PogChamps 5. Hard to believe it's been that many, actually. You pin that down. He's moving his queen already. Like, all I'm saying is the ratings on here are wildly inaccurate to actual players. Even the site agrees with me, right? It's not just me complaining because, like, oh, you know, you're just salty and you're just bad. A 1200 here, yeah, that seems fitting. You really think a 1200 would do this? Where they would just randomly push the h5 pawn, like... There's no such theoretical line in the existence of humanity that says to do that. That's actually pretty fitting. Okay, accurate XQC bot. I approve. That's exactly what I was just saying. That's the kind of shit he would do. Lose in 6 moves. Except you're not actually getting mated here, but I'm also not as good as probably Charlie, right? Who did that. Although I don't know how good or bad some of these people really are. But like, who knows? We would actually face people like that normally just because we happen to be about the same rating as them if they're playing rated games to practice or whatever. So you pin this down. Like, who would be the best champion ever in that? Probably like Hafu was really good. I mean, by the low standard that that the whole event is based around, but he's also not like a chess player, so yeah, this is the kind of disorganized, stupid way he would play. I feel like he wouldn't have even queenside castled at all. I just love the blunder of the queen. That's actually very accurate and true to form. 10 out of 10. The only problem is you misput the rating. The rating should be about 800 or 900, not 1200, and then it's fine. Like, there's no way, dude. Yeah, I wish I could beat 1200 players this easily. But yet this has their seal of approval. Like, they must get permission. Like, oh, we want to make this bot of you. We can do the rarely seen triple stack, where he's gonna actually do something good. Would he actually see that? He would sometimes see some pretty good tactics randomly. In fact, he's a lot like me in that sense. Like, he's very improvisational. He'll do kind of random stuff, but sometimes it'll work. Like when he beat Negreanu was kind of like that. Negreanu's clearly better, but it doesn't matter because he just sort of did weird stuff. I don't know what I'm even doing here. As usual, messing up positions that are very, very winning. You can do some kind of crazy threat here, but there's nothing in the vicinity that he's like going to win. This I wouldn't be able to do either, anything. Here you can't take because I would just take. Oh shit. Isn't that what he did to like Andrea without even realizing it? So as much shit as I'm talking. As if you would actually do something like that. You would do it probably by accident. Like, oh yeah, I win a pawn. Oh shit, that's not right. He blunders his queen and then wins. Average 1200 rating game. Yeah, of course I'm 2000 though. Can't you tell? So you go here. I'm just not taking the whole experience very seriously. I don't know why. Not like against the bot, but I mean just in general. Or even that's pretty good, just to be able to take there. Not bad. Oh shit, what is going on? You really think you would see a tactic like that? Losing to the fried liver. Yeah, now who's losing in 6 moves? +8. I'm sure I can come back from this. The point is, this is still subpar for what a 1200 would be, but maybe this isn't the best example of it. You could take there. Is he really going to see it? You slowly chip your way back in, but not playing like this. Okay, fine. One more. How do you do this? Don't lose into the opening. Bing, bang, boom. Let's do this. Hikaru taught me that E4 is the best move. This is the French defense, right? Which is also known as the surrender. Haha. Okay, just play it kind of safe. They make him look like super hyper aggressive too. Certainly appreciate the confidence level. We're going for some kind of a fried liver cheeky thing, I guess. Or I shouldn't even bother doing that. Bring out the Dark Square Bishop first of all. Development is really bad. Or like what? He's always going to queenside castle? That seems very unnatural for anybody. Even these low-rated players, even in this 10-minute format. It doesn't really seem like something super common. Developing the knight is a little bit tricky actually here. Go here, attack the queen. A lot of back and forth garbage moves by both of us. Or now he'll end up... Oh, what is this? Does he do that a lot? Because it's happened a few times. Pushing on like the H file. Let's see. Just do this. Take. But he would take... I don't know what I'm even doing. Just trying to trade everything. Okay, he's like the inverse of me. Like an improvisational player who doesn't know what they're doing, but who also chooses to attack instead of defend. Okay, that could be a little bit problematic, but there's really nowhere for it to even go. So if he double stacks the bishop here, that could be a problem. This I would still be able to cover. Take. I love how he just blunders the queen at the very beginning, but that would have been a better story, I guess, if he actually... if I actually won that game, or he does it again. Okay, he's not that bad either, I'm sure, where he'll do it that many times. But that was pretty fitting. Oh, come on. How are you going to do that? So casually. Attack the rook. That's not actually a terrible threat. Attack the knight. Don't really care too much about it. Now he blunders the... That was kind of a clever mate, though, where he gets me with the knight. It's so random. I'll stick up for 1,200 players and say they're at least not that bad. Okay, let me try to do a few more. It has been like all in the 60s as far as accuracy, though, so I'm doing something different, clearly. Maybe I'm trying to play too aggressive or too dangerous. I'm at my best when I just play it very safe, or even cowardly, as people might say. If he chooses not to do that, it means the fried liver threat here doesn't work, because even if you go... maybe I shouldn't worry about that yet, but if he takes, I could still... No, he would have enough cover, so you just let him have it. Let him have it, buy some time. Now this one you could take, but it'll be a problem if you do it now. So it's all according to his plan. He can even pin it down, which I'm sure he will. So I should have maybe not done that. Or now he made kind of a mistake, because if you take, then I should be able to take. And then I don't even have to allow it to get pinned down, because I could just ignore it. I could go like here. This is almost what I want to do, but that's probably still not the best place to put it. It's actually kind of hard to decide, because if he does pin it, then what do I do? Like, now he's going to put the knight there. Then I raise the pawn, then he puts the bishop there. I could just give like some kind of random check first. Or that could be a very bad idea, potentially. You have some kind of weird fried liver threat going on. You have to raise the pawn, but you still have to allow the 6 for 6 then to occur. So if you go like this, I hope he does it, in fact, because leaving the threat as it is could be worse. Or first of all, I could just take the light square bishop, period. But there was too much going on that move where I wouldn't have been able to do it, because the queen is threatening too, so... So he can't move the bishop, but I can't take with the queen. Otherwise, then he will be able to. If I put the rook behind, then I could do it. But then he's going to castle by that point anyway. That at least gets rid of one threat. He was very confident in that happening, too. You're threatening there, so it discourages me from wanting to move the... It discourages me from moving the queen or the rook. There should be a lot of options still that I have, though. We can develop the light square bishop. He can't take here on f7, so that's the only threat we have to concern ourselves with. Let's just move. There's nothing you can threaten me with as far as the dark square bishop. Everything is relatively safe. We just have to chip away. Get these little incremental gains, just double stack their pawns, win a pawn here and there. You don't have to go for some kind of home run crazy play. There's going to be some problem if I put the queen in there. I don't mind even going back. Like, what was the point in even going there? I guess just to get out of the open file. I gotta figure out a purpose from my knight. I gotta develop the light square bishop, which, again, you could go for a free, cheeky, cheap threat like that. That's not gonna really do anything, and that's not even where you want your bishop to be. I could attack the uncovered knight with it. If you raise the pawn to attack the knight, I could attack the queen, and we would get like an octopus knight, but it's not because you're attacking the queen from there. A lot of just this back and forth nonsense right now. This could be a bad chain reaction, but if I go here, you can fork. If I go there, you could unleash. So it's just might be the best bet that I have. Or it might have been better if you could raise the pawn, but I guess I couldn't. You could even check and then you would win the knight, but you wouldn't because I guess the knight would be blocking it, but it would still cause a problem. Like, all I'm trying to do is just like basic development. They won't even let you do that without closing all these kind of crazy shit that you don't need to do. Now, if you move the knight anywhere that you want, you'd be double attacking it. But I could do this, I guess. I swear the piano game is something we see the most, but there are so many different kinds of it. This is fine. Yeah, if you move this, or you have to move it to a place that isn't getting, it would be a take into a fork too. So if I go here, maybe that'd be something. Just, I can't do it as long as the knight is there. The knight's gone. I can't take. That's a good double threat, I guess. So if I was to go here, but now it's a triple threat. If I was to go here, you would take, I would take. That might be the best that I can hope for. The bigger threat was the bishop because then he'll fork them too. You can take, then I'm not worried about the knight. Then I can take the bishop, but then that pawn is pretty weak. It almost makes up for the pawn that I already got. So that's often what happens is I'm actually a lot weaker in the middle game, I feel like, than I was before. That's at least the point. Because now it's like, oh yeah, if you get better at the opening, not that I am at all, but it's like I'm expecting to require that at least. Well, that's just rough. Pretty good move. Wow. Am I just gonna get mated or what's going on, dude? $91, $66, okay. But like somewhere along the line, some of these people will actually have been cheating and I'll get rating back. I haven't seen that happen in a while though, actually. One of the people I played on the older challenge was banned actually, but that doesn't mean he was doing it in my game, or I don't even know if I got anything back for it. That's a blunder. You're supposed to just leave it there because I guess there's no unleash that's too crazy for the time being. Now let's just keep going. If I go below 11, I'll actually just stop playing chess, period. I'm fine with it. Ever. Because yeah, this will be the last fucking account. I'm not going to keep doing this over and over again. It's just kind of weird, man. Yeah, now you'll bully the knight. I mean, tilting me in the opening is very easy to do because it's just, you just want to get it over with and then you can actually do something good, but it is like the ultimate, what is that? Like emoji with the glasses where it's like, oh yeah, haha, I know an opening and you don't, so therefore I win. There you go. That's the game. Now, my development is pretty bad, but try to break open the center a little bit. I put the thing here, it doesn't really do anything for me, though. That's the thing. If I raise this, you could go there, is the problem. So, I don't know. I don't know how to develop the light square bishop. I guess I'll put it in front of the pawn and then just let the knight sit there. He's double stacking that diagonal. It doesn't actually do anything yet at all. I could do it kind of backwards. Now I could do it, and then that is a beginner's threat. So if I was to take it, it would be a mate sort of trap, but it just doesn't matter. That is kind of a weird way to do it, because if you just simply move this, then you're in trouble one way or the other. So you have to, yeah, like even that's fine. I wouldn't necessarily want to play this game with only knights, though, but I can't figure out exactly how to do this. Yeah, like if I don't, he's just going to take it no matter what, so... I just never trust the knight or its ability to, like, do anything properly. It's always just... It's easy to kind of push out, you know? It can't really fight or hold its own ground and stuff. So here I could take, and then he would lose the queen, but he's double covered. Let's just create some kind of weird pawn structure that would be okay to just preserve. Or if it was like a rook there instead of the queen, so maybe I can switch around and actually do that. He's not going to let me. You do an annoying move like this that doesn't actually accomplish a whole lot, which is the majority of moves that I do typically make. So go to here. I don't really see anything crazy that his knights are doing, but that doesn't mean you should judge their capabilities by what I can see. Like even here, I'm gonna potentially lose a knight. Because I'm tunnel visioning on the one threat, and of course I don't like how knights work, or I don't know how they work. Or it's still not necessarily trapped, but it kind of deserved to be. So you would think he would want to trade and end this nightmare a little bit too, but certainly that's worth it. Now you have the ability to slip there, so it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't really be like you're losing anything with respect to the, like you're not going to get mated there. That's being attacked. It's not covered. What a surprise that it can turn into such a liability all the time. We can try to find a way to make it useful, but that could be virtually impossible. Maybe trying to open up this F pawn is always a mistake. I tend to do that later on in the game and just like, oh, I'm going to attack you with my rook, but it never ends up happening, and I'm the one who's on the defensive anyway, so that's one of my few lame brain kind of ways to try to attack. So even now, I still feel tempted to do it. Like if I don't know what happens. So if he raises, I raise. If he raises, I raise. So either way, you should just kind of leave it, and it should be fine. Like at some point when you play this aggressively with the king pawns, you have to address it. You can't just sit there and do nothing. Damn, I really shouldn't have done that on Saturday, though, because that just set me back even more. Not really. Well, even today I've been pretty bad, so I'm just... I'll just have to rely on, like, what everybody else does. Like, you just study and rely on that. You don't have to burn yourself out every game. Because I've shown that I can do it. I can literally beat like 1800s and 2000s, even several times. It's just, it doesn't work to try to keep doing it because you're not going to, it just takes too much energy, let's say. I'm playing like super lazy style, like where I'm just going for everything, expecting it to be easy, going for trades that I don't need to go for. So it sometimes works, but you have to break those habits as you go further because, first of all, good players aren't going to let you do trades like that. And then even if you do them, so what? You're not winning because of it. It's more about discipline and those kind of elements than it is about... But you can't give a check from this, so this could actually be bad for him. Because if he takes the rook, I take the queen, and if not, I'll double take, but also it doesn't matter because you could double stack. Maybe I should just do it. Now we can take the open file. The knight is still safe. Everything is still good. The king being off the back rank is kind of good in a way here. Won't be able to take that. Won by resignation, but why? Oh, because he hung the... I'm almost not even going to see it myself. These are the kind of games you have to farm. So we get one where the guy plays like a god, 90 plus accuracy. Then we get one where they blunder their queen. So it'll keep alternating like that, which sums up this level completely, where it's just so... It's just so streaky and up and down, and people have some fundamentals, but they just don't really think about what they're doing, myself included. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, he's not even playing chess, but they still put him on there. Or maybe he switched. But yeah, see, movie-based games, like what about the Avatar one? They were supposed to make a new Avatar game, right? For the new movie, because the old one was supposedly not that good. Like Frontiers of Pandora, yeah. I think it was Ubisoft who made that too, December 7th. That is kind of a tough genre. Games based on movies, they're typically not that good. Or they try to follow like the plot and the story of the movie too much, where it starts to... I like that he does variety like that, though, branching out. That's what you studied 20 years of your life to become a chess super grandmaster, so you could play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on stream at the peak of your powers. This is what your life was about. Sometimes when you state it so bluntly, this is the privilege that you earned yourself. So that specifically counters this play, and the reason why is because you can't protect it then, but you could like check. I'm already acting like I know what I'm doing here, but I obviously don't. It's just like you can only get so far playing the way that I do. But I didn't think it would be only this far. Just cover this. I can castle pretty much anytime I want. He's not going to pin down because... Get a free attack on the pawn. You could cover... So is this really what you're supposed to do in mainline Sicilian? Because it doesn't seem particularly great. A lot of this is just a lot of trades. But then that would lead to taking this. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And so it would sort of mess up the pawn a little bit on one side here. Should be able to counter that pretty simply. Just overextending like so aggressively, man. So all that for what, though? Let's just castle, relax, everything's good. You could have took there and opened the king, which I could even still do now, as long as I covered this. So I probably should have just done it, actually. And then even once you take, I would be able to cover this still. So if he moves the bishop, I could sort of raise that to try to attack that, or maybe not now. So everything looks good. We can give a nice little check that doesn't actually do a whole lot, but his pawns are messed up at least a little bit, or somehow in some vague notion, that would be like, you know, I can't resist the temptation to trade the queen, though, despite that, because it might seem stupid, but... if he raises, I have to be able to do something. I want to save this raise for, like, a time where you might be able to take that. I don't know what I should even be trying to do right now, but... yeah, I have the the wrong instinct for it. I opened the king successfully, so now the queen should be very good, but I'm too lazy to try to attack, or I just don't feel like it's gonna work. So now this could be a very cute threat because you'd be double attacking on there. Take, take, take. Or I could even double stack, but it won't really do anything. So you'll pay the price for your lack of development on that bishop because it's just. But you really won't, because you still get to just move the rook here. Go rook to b8. Yeah, if the act of doing this would threaten a piece, or even the act of taking it would open up a very good threat there. That's a very brazen rook move, but it doesn't really put me at too much risk, and I didn't really know what I was doing anyway. So I get that minor advantage of opening the king, but at least now his pawns are overextended. But that doesn't matter as much as you might think it does, because everybody plays like a clown and pushes their pawns like this anyway. It's called a pawn storm, not a king pawn storm, where they do this every goddamn time. Either they'll do this where they overextend the pawns like crazy, or they'll queenside castle, one or the other. You can't just sit there and do a normal castle game. Or he DC'd, which it doesn't seem like that bad of a spot, because you could quite frankly just go there and everything's good. I don't see what you lose. But hey, I'll gladly take it. So 1150. Or like 48. It always saves me a lot of time and energy when they do that, but it's often not justified. Like, I wasn't doing anything there that was remotely impressive. It just seemed almost too quiet. $78 versus 73. So now we should just stop, right? We went on a couple good game streak. The point is I'm so far behind. Like, I need to be 13. There's just not enough time in a day to do this. Maybe I'll come back later and do it. Let's do one more just in principle, even though I'm saying like I'm pushing my luck. Let's do one more, and then I'll come back later or I'll come back tomorrow. Need a 1200 here. You got to make incremental gains, right? You can't try to brute force it. You can't try to overdo it. Just you have to pace yourself. That's supposed to be Hikaru. I can't even tell who that is. Okay, so as long as he doesn't pin down the knight, that's been really a weak spot for me. But he could trap the bishop instead. So which one do you value more? It's annoying because I should just learn how to deal with it when they do pin it down. It's not that big of a deal. But whenever it's like some disorganized line like that, you shouldn't worry about it at the low level, right? Like, oh, you just have to do the sequence of 5 moves and it'll be okay. But that whole position is not going to be intuitive for you in the long run. You can go ahead and cover with this. This is going to be there for a while, so it makes you question the whole value of that dark sword diagonal, but I guess it's a two-way street. You should almost do this. And the reason why is because I haven't been using these bishop pairs very well, but I guess I'll still just wait. 'Cause if you miss a chance early, then it could turn into a real nightmare later. Bishop's opening, just that simple, huh? I don't think I've seen that, like, basically the equivalent of the 4 knights game, but just with the bishops, I guess. But I didn't even use the other one. You don't really even have to do that, but I could pin down either knight, but they're so bad that I almost don't even want to. I like how I identify my tendencies every game, like, oh, I shouldn't do that, but then I still do it. It's very annoying. I should just develop this so we're perfectly fine. Now we're in officially the middle game. And so we should be fine. That is my specialty, or at least it should be. It has to be, because that's all I rely on half the time. Picture a player like Richard Rapport with the same spirit, but without the intelligence or the knowledge or the effort or anything, but just the troll tendency is the only thing we share. If he was to raise the D pawn, I could take there, but oh wow, I was actually right about that. Even if he takes, I take, but it would be kind of worth it because it is the only free pawn I'm gonna get. So take, and then I could still cover, and you could take. That's one of those things. It's like, oh, it's just wishful thinking. Like, why would he just do that? But this also opens up the fork threat too. I wouldn't even have to worry about the pawn take. I'm just so inconsistent, man. It's very frustrating. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what it is now. I finally understand. It's like an effort problem. I expect it to be too easy, so that's what the rating has some negative psychological effect on me, is just like, you expect them to be so bad. At least on certain sites, like, okay, they're 2,000 or something, so you expect something else, but I don't really know what I'm doing still, but these knights are in kind of a weird spot. That maybe was an unnecessary overextended move. We could attack the rook. Just don't let him get some easy mate, because I stopped paying attention, even to what little extent I do pay attention at this stage. This is the equivalent of being up a queen, basically, because even if you win a queen, they'll still take the piece that you took the queen with back. So you're never going to be +9, you're going to be +6 because they took the knight or whatever. If I could just trade into something, that'd be beautiful, but as it stands, I should just try to get out of there. I do feel like it was an unnecessarily greedy decision to try to move that bishop there to give the check. There was no need to really do that. So he's let that pawn kind of sit there. Okay. Now I shouldn't go for any kind of crazy tactic. I'm just playing the game, like, just play it normally now. He might go for some wild thing that leads to in fact, that is pretty good. No matter which way you go about it, it could be trouble. He's threatening. Something could very easily go wrong, and I'm okay with maybe losing a piece, but yeah, putting the bishop there was a clown move. Total clown. There was no reason to do that on e6 there. Whenever you're winning, your king transforms from a king to a jester. You could do like this to cover it, and then just let that knight sit there for the rest of its days. I don't see any crazy threat he can pose as a result of doing that, but that light square bishop shouldn't even be there. shouldn't have come down to requiring that cover so badly. Leaves my king a little bit exposed, but it's fine given the position of his darks for bishop. He could take that, and then he could still take the... He could take, then take. He could check from there. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. We should almost just do this, but then again, this won't be covered, but it will be covered. I don't see anything crazy that's going on with that. Take the pawn, I take. If you take the knight, I take. If you take, okay. You could threaten the queen. He could give a check, but I could take. Let's just stay hyper unnecessarily aggressive the whole game. How about that? And if he stays in that stupid diagonal, then I could do the pin that I'm thinking about. But again, way too simple and basic of a threat. We have knight covers knight as well. What we don't have is the proper cover on the pawn because of the simple fact that you could actually take the pawn with the queen, and then I could only take back with the queen, but assuming... Was that just... This is a 1200 rated player, by the way, the coveted holy grail of all chess in existence, apparently. So that fried liver thing kind of was a nice bait and switch moment. You know, I'm finally on a decent streak, but now I won't have the time or energy to keep doing it because I've been on for what? Like 7 hours, 5 hours? This game is so stupid sometimes. Like, whatever. I said I'd get to like 50, but I should get to 12. I don't know. I can't do it like that though. And then I'll come back and then I'll tank three in a row. Like you have to like live and breathe chess, think about it all day, every day. Like that's all. Just read books, just study 10 hours a day. I can't even do that one simple endgame thing without losing my mind. That's just more how I do things. Like, like, it was a little more complicated than I thought it was. We're back to 1150, so I would have to get to 12. You know what, just for the good graces of that, let's do last one. Don't go too fast, just relax. Play around, sure, we can do one after this. Go ahead, do the 4 knights game. I actually don't mind it as much as I dislike the knights just because you want to get them out of the way as quickly as possible. But I've been having trouble trading the knight for stuff. Like nobody's doing this bishop move anymore that allows me to take in here. I used to see that all the time, but oh, here we go with that stupid fork play. That still shouldn't be a big deal at all, but it's just kind of fancy and unnecessary. I could try to double attack that pawn on e5. You got to address the queen. Please just blunder it. 1200 rated player blundering a queen. Imagine that. The last game. Like, it's so... I guess he had probably already given up by that point. But so much of chess is like situational, where it's like, you know, there'll be one thing that you just don't know. That you could troll people like, oh, you studied this one opening like a million years, and so you'll beat a GM using it just because you know that one thing so well. It is possible to theoretically do that. There's no reason why I shouldn't just castle. We could take this. He takes this. I could try to take with a rook, but I haven't developed my Dark Square Bishop adequately. If he comes there, I could just take it. I should try to use this opportunity to come behind here. Sometimes it can be a little trouble that this isn't covered usually right away. He's blocked off the Dark Square diagonal pretty well, so it almost makes it seem like it wouldn't be worth it to do this. You could pin this down, but there's too many other options. This is the kind of game where the V-shaped structure actually makes a certain amount of sense because you're only going to have the Dark Square Bishop going that way anyway. It's a weird kind of mixed feeling that I have. Like, I never thought it would be this difficult at such a low point, but I'm also misrepresenting the way the game works. Like, of course it would be that difficult because people are treating it in a different way than how I play. Like, or you know what you could do is attack this and then... No, but then you'll lose the double threat. I'm treating it basically like a game. They're treating it basically like a career. Even if they never get to that point, they just put in that amount of time and effort, I guess. Or at least they try to cheat it by using borrowed knowledge and stuff. He's double attacking there. That's kind of a cute, clever threat. There should be no problem with doing that. If he raises the pawn, I could take. He could trade queens, but then the act of doing that would allow him to take on c2, so I shouldn't do it. So let's see what I can do with the rooks. I can't really decide. I should just pressure stuff and get it out of there. I don't see what immediate threat that poses. Like, you could still double take, but I would still have adequate cover. The knight has to get out of there and we can complete our V-shaped structure, but the problem is if I do, then he'll immediately be able to come back, like on b4. I'm playing pretty fast, which is not a good thing. You don't have to go this fast. I'd happily trade. I have no reservation about doing it. The biggest thing is, do I want to cover this bishop, or... You would think you wouldn't have to almost. Like, what is going to attack it? But... I'm not seeing what, like, a big threat is going to be here. This opens up an interesting threat where you're pinning down, so he's forced to do the trade, but it's not a big deal. It would have been better if the queen was still there. This is pretty standard stuff. This is how it should be. Let's see. His diagonals are kind of weird with his bishops, and neither of one is really trying to point towards my king. His light square bishop is not in a great spot. His dark square bishop could readjust, I guess, to be decent. He's stopping me from doing that pin idea. I kind of want to move the knight, but something bad's going to happen if I try to. And I don't even know where I want it to go. I almost want it to go back. But he's really putting a lot of pressure on this. I could try to cover there, but whether that's really worth it or not, I can't say. And the one weakness even then is you have to cover this with this. You have to cover this with something else. Like, it's just not self-sufficient there. It's all about the center pawn that he seems to want to push out pretty badly. I would take, he could take, I could take, he could take, I could take. Attacking the knight. Not really sure what I should do with these pawns, if anything. Can't decide what to do with this either. If he was to take, I could double take. I don't know. You could set up for a double stack. There'd be some sort of pin opportunity, but you have to be sure whether you think that's going to actually benefit me. I don't really have the attacking spirit here. Like, I don't really want to do anything. Like, why don't we just try to trade one of these out? If he raises the pawn, I could just take the bishop and just ignore it for now. Why have you got 2604? Do I? I'm not even looking at it. Maybe somebody big hosted me. 2604. It shows like 5 for me. And that would be a new record even from my old channel. Yeah, I could just take that. I would take, he would take. I want to trade the queen too, but you would think he wouldn't just let that dark square bishop sit. The way he said it so specifically made it seem almost believable, though. Okay, take. I would take. He would take. I would take. He. Oh. Wait, but I wouldn't take. I wouldn't take. I would take. You would take. And then it wouldn't matter because I'm not going to take. I swear to God, it shows you have 2604. That is weird. I think I see like 5 or 6. Surely somebody would be saying something besides you if there were, though, I would think. This is going to be under threat. So I should just try to worry about that. Now the pawn color doesn't mean quite as much. He could take there. That is actually kind of a weak point here. I'd be attacking right into that threat, which I shouldn't even do. He could check and guarantee the take. That's almost too easy for him. He can come there, and then all I would have to do is sort of pull the rug out and just go somewhere else. Try to switch the color, actually, just to play around the light square bishop. So the knight here could still be better than light square bishop, but he's not even doing it. Or even the trade I maybe should embrace, but what you could do is you put it here and then you'd be covering. Now you see 5. Interesting. Maybe somebody hosted me by accident briefly. And a Kremling or somebody, but they would have even more than that. That is always something I would try to do on my old channel. I guess I don't have enough of a following now, but like, even if I had 20 viewers, I would host somebody or raid somebody, whatever. It wasn't even called raiding back then. And it would just make their whole day because they normally have like 5 viewers or whatever. It is kind of a wholesome, nice thing. So this will be covered once over, but I don't even need to do it. I can just go here. Or like even when big streamers play a particular game that's like some obscure unknown thing, right? It can have such a huge impact on it for some small developer. This should be technically a draw. This guy's played pretty damn good. I love the effort level of these players. Like, they're so... You're 1100, dude. Like, what are you doing right now? You know, small and I think I've seen him before, but I forget. I don't know what I should do with this. I should just switch the colors, I guess. Or I could go here, even better. But then you would lose the cover and you'd basically be forced to go back. I could just leave this for now, though. To force the bishop out, he can still go back and stay on that diagonal, though. Bishop is being pretty annoying, all things considered. You're double attacking there. I could try to bring the king in like he's doing. This is a very touch and go scenario, though. He could try to raise the pawn. I could try to block it with that. If he pushes, I take is not really ideal, though. He could pin down the knight, or he's just going to try to push it out, period. I don't know. I could go here, and he could push it out as well. But you really can't. It would still compel a trade. And now maybe there's a vague possibility of an Octopus Knight on the other side. Or you know what just opened up. I won't say what just opened up, but you know what just opened up. Surely you wouldn't catch this so quickly, dude. It seems like he has 2604, and some display error showed me that you have those. Interesting. He's not going to let me do anything. But you should almost come to the other side and just not let him get through. So now we have to make sure the rook can't come down to the second row here. You try to trade the rook, and you would think, actually, no, but see, I haven't played around the light square bishop as well as I should have, or at all. Tough to even decide what move to do here. If I did the trade, I'd probably be in pretty bad shape. I can't decide, like, this is such a hard position to figure out. You have to stop him from coming there. It's in my instinct to trade, but that's how you know it's wrong to do, probably. Don't do the trade. Yeah, it's like I've got like my angel and my devil in my head telling me, do the trade, do the trade. Don't do it, don't do it. I can never make up my mind. Can't take there still, but I was kind of trying to do that to cover it. Gonna win with the C2. Or even that was a mistake, kind of. Oh, fuck. That was kind of an unnecessary move. I don't go for one trade, but I go for the other one then instead. At least now the king can kind of hide behind that, though. It might not actually be that bad. I'm like this, so he can't go through. He's a little bit lower on time than me, but let's see what he comes up with. This should just be a draw. This is what I don't like about this format. There's nothing about this that should be like... I don't know. You could try to double attack there on this pawn, but it's very difficult to do that. If you raise the pawn, I could take. At least here I could take. He could take. Oh, that could have been a very bad idea, actually, because now the rook's movement is going to be awfully constrained. My desire to trade is just my biggest weakness. Okay, we have to just reset because I put the rook in too much danger. You can cover these two easily with the king. So it's just a question of what he can get through, and I don't know what that's going to be. Pushes the pawn. It can still take it, so he's going to have to cover it. Not really much I can come up with. We're going to have to just go to flag territory. We could come to there, but then still... he would have to sit somewhere that would double attack it, which I can't figure out how he can do. I should try to come behind and do something super elaborate. Or I could... oh! How do I miss that when it's so much pressure? What's wrong with G4? Or wait, what is he even doing? I mean, you would think this would be... oh, I don't really have a choice, so do I? Maybe I could try to... or no, I do have a choice. go to here, just kind of reorient, just keep going around in circles, and eventually you'll win something. So what does he do? G4. I don't know what what does he do? He could attack here, and then he could set up for a double attack, I guess. Or even just a single attack is pretty good. What else can he do, though? He's just getting way too deep in my territory. He could give a check there. I could give a check, but then he would take. This is looking pretty bad. Maybe I should let him have it and then take on the other side, which seems like a recipe for defeat, even with so little time left. He'll raise the pawn. I could go there. For now, at least he can't give the king a check. Or he could do it with that. He goes there, let's say. My king is almost going to have nowhere to go, to be honest. Mate in one for who? For me or him? $54 seconds. I don't know what on earth I'm trying to do, but I'll look at it after, I guess. This is going to be uncovered, first of all, if he just gives a check. Double threat, that's pretty good, I have to admit. He's going to have a passed pawn. I missed it. He could just, yeah. And with so little time, too. Just study endgames, even though that's a completely different one than what we're used to seeing. Keep spam checking, I guess. Am I still going to somehow get the promotion off? How did he do it? He checks. I mean, we can still get like a 50 move rule if he's going to keep doing like this. Fuck it, dude. Threefold repetition. You really can't figure out how to deal with this situation, dude? What the fuck? So we miss main one and then we at least draw it, so I'm happy with that. 72, 75. So let's see what the main one was. Or like even what G4 was. We're in a good spot the whole way. The trade was probably not the greatest idea, but I always get confused how to move pawns here. But that wasn't terrible, I guess. But letting the king in this deep was a mistake. The rook to the A file. Must be much later when the king does go so deep. Oh yeah, just there, right? Yeah, why did I think he could come there and attack it or something? Yeah, see, I created that without really meaning to. I was just doing it to try to play linebacker with the king and block out there. That's such a weird mate, though, yeah. But yeah, what was G4? It was somewhere like here that he said B4. He would have just end pesanted, and I guess I could have took, so maybe that would have been good. What? Wasn't that his name? This whole site has been bugging out today. I thought that was this thing on here. Okay, last game. I'll play him once, and then I'll take a break, or maybe I'll be done. I don't know. Oh yeah, just you eat chess. Something seems weird about the volume on here. Is it just lower than YouTube? No, I guess not. Maybe this playlist is just quiet. I should really study to see what happens if they try to threaten you here. What happens? Do you just accept that your development is a disaster, or here you want to do something like take, but you can still take. You kind of want to... I don't mind bringing the knight back to e8, all things considered. So I could take, he could take, I could take. Or no, I have it backwards. If I go here, take. Even those I don't mind. I'm starting to like draws more and more. Like, if you're on a good streak, I've won 5 in a row, and then I draw one. It just shows you I'm determined not to lose, at least. That's how you keep yourself from getting tilted. It's when you just completely give up. I never really resign, but I just get that out of there. Who cares? We're very evenly matched, too, but I've got a long way to go before I can do what I'm trying to do on this site. Just to get out of there for now. If he goes back, I could do that. It still wouldn't be trapped. Let's see. What should I do with the knights? What should I do with the pawns? I really don't know what I'm doing with these. Like, look how they're blocking the back rank so strategically. Rook defense, classical variation. Yeah, I love that. What if I did have that 2k there and I didn't even notice and nobody's even saying anything? That would have been hilarious. Nobody has accounts, you see. That can't happen, actually. Like, you see some of these streamers with like 100k viewers, and doesn't mean that everybody... Okay, so I can't take. He would take, I would take. I would take, he would take and check. So I should almost do something that would just... Oh, wow. I should do something that would basically allow me to... If he goes there, I would take, he would check. I don't really get it. If you take, I can easily take. If you raise, I can take. You can take, I can take. There are like 2 layers to players who play even at this level, and like it's 2 halves of the same coin, or 2 sides of the same coin, I mean, where some people will be improvisational and they'll still be pretty good just from whatever instinct and general learning through playing, and then other people will be really good from studying stuff. And so if you combine the 2, you have like a 1,500 to 2,000 player. It's just maybe that refusal to do both. The bishop is in a very good, annoying spot. Takes there when it has absolutely no cover. That's pretty good. But again, these knights are just so constrained that you know something's going to go wrong with it eventually. Or the real threat is what's coming next. But actually, he might not be able to mate, though, still with it. He'll still be able to take that. Good game. This game played in Blade Runner, blah, blah, blah. I've seen that like a million times. 44. Holy shit. The sign, maybe, that it's time to stop. What was his, like 74? That's pretty good. 1250 versus 700. So that's, he played at the proper level. Okay, see you later. Based on this game, I have some training suggestion for you. Stop playing chess because you suck. They should make one that's like that just for comic relief. But that guy's lesson was pretty good on endgames. I had a lot of sarcastic little things in there. Some reason I'm not appearing on here now, but I was before. Okay, so earlier was one of the biggest troll moments ever where I come in, I have time set aside, everything's planned out that I'm going to do it for at least a couple hours, and then I get interrupted like as soon as I start, so I had to end after like 2 minutes. I hate doing that, but this is like the biggest troll ever. Like, oh, I don't have any plans for like a couple hours at least because that's what it takes to do chess. And yeah, I forgot this is going on already. We should make like our bet. Who do we think is going to win? Not that I know any of these players' like abilities. Feels like Fusli takes part in a lot of them. I feel like XQC at least skipped a year. It's always somebody obscure who's not like the biggest creator, at least, right? Like Sardosh won. Hafu is obviously awesome. I love her from Hearthstone. I don't know who Voy Boy is, Fundy, but yeah, like who's taking part in this one? Like XQC isn't good enough to win. I don't know what Tyler's experience is. I was just making fun of Tyler the other day because I didn't know he took part in actual league esports. Cutie Cinderella I don't think is that good. Ludwig was supposedly pretty good, but he never won one. Yeah, it'll be somebody you don't expect. Daily Dose of Internet. It's always cool to see somebody who took part in 2 or 3 of them, they'll finally win, but it doesn't seem to really happen. It'll be like Sapnap or, I don't know. It definitely won't be XQC though, I can guarantee that. 100,000 prize fund, they'll make more than that just during the stream of them playing. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this is my first time, I think at least, having drops enabled. Not that I meant to do it, but it just automatically happened, like summer of chess or whatever. So I guess, I don't know how they entirely work, but normally it's the sort of thing I would turn off, but I guess I'll just leave it. Just like if people watch for a certain amount of time, they get like some kind of reward, which for something like chess, it must just be like a month of premium. What else could they give you? They're gonna give you a skin or something? I never really understood how that works, and I tend to hate stuff like that. So I was actually playing off stream because I was so annoyed by not being able to play earlier, so that I rarely do that. But I guess in other formats I don't care. So I was just trying to get my blitz and my bullet up to like 1,000 or something so it looks presentable. Somebody's saying like, oh, no wonder you're 600. Like I might be bad, but I'm not that bad. So let's do proper 10-minute, try to get to 13 or even 12 for now. I have to give them maximum effort, and I was planning to study in between each of these. Whenever I try to brute force it or play too many in a row, this is objectively the wrong way to go about it, though. Not just, oh, because I'm starting at such a late age, but just because of the simple fact that you're kind of, you should do it like every day, even if you do it for shorter periods of time. It's kind of hard when like you're stuck in one. If you bring the queen, it's actually not that bad. King's Pawn opening, King's Knight, Bush, Gas, Gambit. Quite a mouthful, which people know surely by heart. What you got to realize about the early game is that the knight is an extreme weak link in the game of chess, period. Like this you could even do here. It doesn't seem like a great move, but you would still be able to take there. What could I do that would save everything? It doesn't seem like you could do much. Or like even this doesn't seem bad, but normally moving the queen early is pretty bad. At least what I can say is I'm better than most of the people. Not that that's saying anything. Most of the people in the event, usually. But I wouldn't say I would just win it if I hypothetically took part, because some of them are pretty good. Like Sardosh was good, and... Okay, so he'll take there, so I can go here. Who was the other guy I'm thinking of? I guess he didn't show up on there, but he must have been pretty good. If you do this, he shouldn't be able to take anything. Playing like way overly aggressive. So he gambited a pawn, but he didn't get it back. Normally you can get it back if you just go here. Okay, so now part of what he's doing is wrong is because of the simple fact that you're allowing a position where you're letting me develop by doing the same pieces over and over and attacking in the same way. Like, it's not going to work, whatever you're doing, so what's the point? Now we can kind of shut down that threat. Go ahead and attack the queen. Yeah, playing like this against me, especially when I'm so defensive-minded, is very, very, very bad idea. That's maybe the best thing that you can understand as a bad player is you have to kind of know your limits, right? You know you're not good, so don't pretend like you're good and just play like very cowardly and very standoffish. Because you're not going to know how to mate these people. You'll get a good position and then you'll squander it anyway. Although sometimes I get a little bit too concerned by these aesthetic pawn structures and miss stuff that is better. Like, for example, this will be the anchor pawn, which some people call backwards pawns, but as if they're a bad thing. But like, that looks so beautiful, and you would only need to cover this one. So I'm playing a little bit too fast. In fact, all that bullet and blitz might have set a bad standard for me. I'm surprised I'm actually that low in blitz. I was actually doing better in bullet. Go here, and you're doing that classic threat where the queen has to go back. But in this case, the queen can't really go back too well. Or you can't even do it because the knight is still there. That's kind of a bad spot. If you can double attack the knight, it would be a problem, but it's not because I can just move it now. If you trade, I don't mind that. I'll at least have one bishop. The one problem with this development, as you can clearly see, is the light square bishop is very, very bad. And that's why I often trade one of them off early, because even as good as bishops are and much better than knights, it's sometimes hard to use them, or at least I struggle to use them to their full potential. You can go here, thereby attacking there, but then he'll just go back. What you have to do is like try to come up with like what they would do, and if you can't come up with a good answer to what they would do, then just force them to try to come up with it. But that's just the problem. I'll always come up with the perfect answer anyway, so I kind of want to move the queen. All these threats are just like not necessary or doing anything. I can move the knight anytime I want. This will be a middle, horizontally stacked, middle of the board situation in which... Oh my god. I mean, I can just keep going back and forth if that'll make him happy, really, but... He's not really putting pressure on anything else. I don't get what the point of this is. Going to like b5 would be sort of a good dynamic threat because he's not going to take it. But it doesn't really do anything. See, whenever the knight attacks this piece, the normal instinct is the queen just goes back, right? So like you don't get forked or something, but... I mean, this I like this because you're going to be able to take the... You're going to possibly be able to take the bishop. Other than that, I don't see what's going on with the position. You have to be a little bit careful about this pawn because obviously that'll be pinned down. So I'm trying to just get the light square bishop out, but he's not letting me. If I can remove this double threat, then I might be able to do it. I remember I was listening to this song to celebrate my Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode clear, or like in between it, and then I would play chess, like when I was taking breaks. That's such a classic example of what chess is good for, to take breaks from other things that are even more tilting than chess, but it sort of turned all of the way around. Maybe my expectation was too high, or the game has just changed, possibly for the better. So this is still covered. I think he's being very annoying. That's actually a very good move. So if I go here, what's going to happen is you could take the rook, but then I would take the queen. You address the queen threat first, but you probably want to stay still in the same line here. So as good of an anchor pawn situation as this is, it doesn't matter though, because you still can't take. Are we going to have some vague chance of like trapping the queen? You can't take. It almost seemed like we were both assuming he would be able to take. Oh god. Like, look at how annoying this guy is. And I was so annoyed by it that I should have just taken. Just keep doing the same threats over and over. Average 1100 offensive player. This is about the same as what I would do, but at least I know better than to try to attack. Just like that principle applies to chess as a whole. Like, I knew better than to try to play it, but that was just because I had such respect for the game. So whenever people called it like an elitist, closed structure game, I kind of liked that and celebrated about the game, because if you're going to do it, then you better be good. Otherwise, don't bother. I made a big mistake there by not taking it, though. There's this one piece that I would love to develop, but it's actually impossible to do at this game. You cannot do it. And the reason why is because he's going to keep doing that same threat a million times. So we're actually going to get threefold repetition. And this isn't going to be able to go anywhere either. Oh, man. Like, watch. He'll go there again, go there again. Like, it's not a good threat. It's just an annoying one that you have to address. Yeah, I always see that. Like, oh, drops enabled. Why the hell does that apply to chess of all things? But I guess, I guess it makes some sense. Like, they're giving, what sort of microtransactions could you possibly give for a game like that? To go here. All these newfangled gimmicks that people keep coming up with. So I'm a little better on time. I'm more than happy to take that. See, that's just one of those, I'm fed up. I just want to take it done. It doesn't matter if it's a good move or not. I just want to do it. Now, this could be bad because it's going to open the file for him. So I don't see why it's beneficial for me to do it. But at least now we're in a reasonable structure and just go like this. Finally, after like a million turns, you get to castle. How was he able to castle so comfortably if he's attacking so much? I guess it wasn't such a bad attack, because the worst kind of attacks are the ones that hurt your own development or hurt your own position, but he's pretty secure. Now there's no threat with this file. There is a reasonable threat with this, just the fact that he's able to just the fact that he's able to have the open file with no effort. And even if I was to take, he would take back. Like, there's no way to really guarantee it, is mine. You could go here, you could go there. Everything is just so tight and claustrophobic, which happens with me often because I just play that style, which I wouldn't even say is an objectively bad thing, but it sometimes requires a more nuanced understanding of the position than obviously what I have. My solution is just trade everything all the time, which sometimes works, but this doesn't solve the problem ultimately, because he can trade and then he can take back the open file immediately because the queen can't sit there. Right, so you're in a position where take, okay. There's like really there's no good reason to do that. Then again, even if he was to come down, or that's a really weird move too. You could take there, that would give me the open file, and then I could keep it. That's a very surprising move, and I can guarantee it's not correct. You could just take the open file with the rook on a8, but instead he takes back with the bishop. I only get 7. This is what's so tilting about it, is if you go on a good streak or a bad streak, it still just takes forever to do anything. He's threatening there. Good opportunity, I guess, to bring out the rook, because nothing else is really happening. I was going to do that cheeky attack on the queen, but remember, all the cheeky attacks, whenever I say that, it must mean it's a bad thing. I almost need an email for that with the amount that I say it, just like, it's a threat that you know isn't good, that doesn't serve a purpose, that they're obviously not going to fall for, but you still do it anyway because you just want to pester their queen or do something annoying. I'll do it anyway, and I actually could take, though. Take. This is an interesting double diagonal, but it doesn't actually do anything. So take, but you still take. I have to find a purpose for this light square bishop, and I can't really figure out what it's going to be. Or, like, this is already even bad. right? Like, it's just... I wouldn't necessarily want to take because you're already double taking. You could almost take with the knight and then maybe set up some kind of threat there, but you could pin the knight down to it. Pin the knight to the queen, even though you're double attacking, doesn't matter. You're attacking that, but it's covered. You're attacking that and it's not covered. But... Or no, it is covered. This is interesting because you could potentially lose the bishop, only because if you move this away, you would basically... I would take, he would take, I would take, and also back rank. Or I guess depending if he keeps the queen in that file, though. Doesn't this just seem like I'm better than these people? But I guess I can't say that anymore. I'm not better because you are what you repeatedly do, right? Who said that? Like Plato or Aristotle or somebody? I'm not able to replicate anything. So I'll beat literally a 2,000 player, then I'll lose to like an 800. Like I can't do anything. I have to exert myself so much. Did that really take a whole half hour? Or no, it's impossible. It must have just started somewhere in the middle of it. But I could double take this, which could itself have some pretty good value. But it almost seems like he loses the bishop. Or even if he doesn't, he's going to lose on time. So always use that as a crutch. This guy had the most wild offensive style ever, but he developed pretty well. So you can't really fault him for it. It was actually not a bad game. King's pawn opening. So you come here, but there's no value in doing that because there's no threat. There's absolutely zero threat. Could be famous last words, but there's no... I don't see anything. Like, you go there, I take, you go there. You would check fork, but I could still take. All you have to do is make sure you don't give up. In fact, you don't even have to do anything, but I don't like leaving it like this either. Yeah, I want something decisive just to make sure he gets out of there. In fact, you shouldn't do that because then he'll do that. So the bishop is fine. So he's going to try to like bring the... He's going to try to like bring the rook in to do something. That is a very devastating thing. So you could make a brazen move like this. Because if I take, then you get a royal fork, crazy, everything. Triple fork. That's understandable that I would... I almost get panicked myself when they're low on time. I don't know. It's some sort of subliminal associative tilt. Or time pressure. I have 4 minutes, so I can take as long as I want. Or I'm almost like too nice. I don't want them to, you know, I don't want to bully them too bad, but you go back there, it still doesn't do anything. You could easily just threaten to take, and you should be able to do it. As long as that bishop is there, you're pretty much safe from everything. So it's mostly the rook. If he brings the rook in some kind of clever way, maybe he could do something. I don't like leaving this sort of potential mate in one just sitting there, but it's one of those things like either you make the right move or you don't. And okay, so he moves that away. So now there's basically zero threat. And we could just leave the bishop there, so it would be fine too. So basically we're taking the one relevant open file unless he wants to go to the A file. Now, I mean, even trading the queens with 29 seconds left, that shouldn't be a factor in your move making, but it would really simplify whatever threat he could do here. Even if he was to do something, as long as it's not mate, like, oh, if he wins a queen, right, he's not going to be able to convert it in this short a time. Oh my god. I don't see what that's doing either. He's just doing a bunch of random stuff. Or he might end up going there, but what's the worst case? I'm still fine. Jack, take. He'll take that, but then it defeats sort of the whole purpose. Or takes with the queen, I could double take. He won't do it. Try to trade this, but sometimes I try to trade too much. You could check from there. You could check from there. It wouldn't be a mate. How fitting that he would do that. It's not enough for him to lose on time. He'd rather make a quick last move. With his last breath, he blunders his queen too. The quickest checkmate possible is only 2 moves. Yeah, but it requires your opponent to do something very clownish. Right, like, or even like how I got mated by the knight the one time, and only the knight. There's nothing else developed at all. You just somehow like raise the pawns in such a way that it's kind of like that, right? You raise this, the knight goes there, and then you just lose. Or no, I don't even know how you do it. You raise this, the knight goes, no. It would have to be in such a way, because I don't think either of us really had developed. But anyway, that was a long time ago, and it's the sort of thing, like, you can see a lot of stuff if you look for it, but somehow I just don't. So yeah, that was okay. Let's try to get to 12 at the very least. I don't really have time to push beyond that, but I have to still pace myself. That's one of the best tricks I've actually learned, is like, oh, just take a break between games, because it's so incredibly stupid and tilting, even though it maybe doesn't make sense, because, you know, it's only a 10-minute game, so like you'll take a longer break than the actual experience. I don't know. Oh, that's weird. I wonder. I'm back on the directory now. It keeps bugging out, probably because there's so much traffic and chaos because of the PogChamp thing. Completely not meritocracy based, even though that's what chess is about. It just was one of the funniest things ever to witness, like how, I don't know how to explain it, like 2800 GMs like Hikaru and stuff watching and intently commentating on XQC making blunders and all this kind of stuff. Like, it just showed you, like, if that's what it takes for chess to be, you know, to take off in this modern era, then so be it. But it's interesting. That's the exact sort of thing that chess historically rejected, at the very least. Wade defense, which who is saying that? Oh, Kevin Garnett was criticizing Dwayne Wade as a defender. He named like 50 million people who were better than him. Like a double take, this is a classic mistake that people often make, or at the very least we do the trade. But don't expect anything to be easy, because these people are serious. This guy I almost feel like I've played before, because it doesn't tell you like their lifetime scores on here, does it, against you? So I can do the classic double take, objectively winning the game already. Either he has to not take, or he has to let me double take. I love that. That actually works a decent amount of the time. And all I did was I buckled my horse back. So this was always the most unintuitive move that I never used to make, but you're supposed to do it. Just put the knight on the edge of the board away from everything and just let it sit there for half the game until you're finally ready to attack. It just seems very stupid. So already within 15 seconds, doesn't it just seem like I'm a super GM compared to these people? I'm totally just smurfing, I'm trolling, except I'm not. I'm just the most wildly inconsistent player you've ever seen in your life. Which I'm sure a lot of people have that same story, but I guess it's just born of an unwillingness to study for so long. But now I'm actually willing to, so I really have no excuses now. Yeah, my immediate reaction is, let's just try to trade and just... Oh, yeah, let's make that knight move. This is the Pegasus Knight, Capablanca version. Let's just go here, I guess. He's not really doing anything yet, but this threat on c2 is pretty annoying, and that is my anchor pawn. Anchor pawn to some, backwards pawn to others, but either way, I like it. If he keeps going, it's annoying. I should almost raise it bit by bit. We could do this and then do that after, and then he takes, and then I take, and then he takes, and then I take. That's one of the hardest things, unironically, to learn, though, is the whole pawn dynamics of pawns. You go from at the very low level to like, oh, just trade every pawn every chance you get for no reason, just because you don't know what you're doing, and that's just what you assume is right, to now you want to try to do certain aesthetic pawn structures and have like certain shapes and things that make sense. And then beyond that, you start to do these wild things, like you have a triple stacked pawn, but it's actually good because you're going to promote one, or just something crazy starts to happen. You can go here, and then go here, and then, or I could just take. He could take, I could take. Yet he has to remember though that he can't initiate the take. Otherwise, yeah, if you initiate, no, you can do it. Never mind. He's already down, so it's just a case where now we'd be double attacking these two. You have to address that. It almost seemed like he didn't know that was happening, but he thankfully had the cover. That is a classic trap, though. If they take, you just take for free on the rook. He covers that, but he doesn't cover this. You come there, I can take. I have a bad habit of making moves before I actually think about them, which might sound hilarious, but you're just so confident, or you're like, I'm trying to go too fast. I'm under time pressure. I feel like I'm not very confident actually most of the time, but somehow. Now this is kind of cool because if you move the knight, I get a royal fork, but I think it's very unlikely that that will happen. All the fans of these streamers will be playing now, so I can feast on them. That certainly doesn't count as far as, you know, against me, because I don't know what was going on the other day. 90.6 in an actual high quality long game, or not really that long, or high quality, but still. Frank is here versus Jarvis. It is still kind of a fun thing. It's almost the sort of thing I would do, like how I like just host this random tournament with viewers or just random people, like how I did with Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day. Although some of those people were actually pretty good Yu-Gi-Oh players, unlike anybody here in chess. I have to get to like 2,000 at least, so all my fake elitism becomes at least real elitism, but I still respect the game from that lens is the point. Right? Like, you don't have to be a great player to respect what being a great player would be about, by which I mean it's not about a lot of the things that we're seeing in this modern era of how it's presented, but I guess that's okay. But like, people take everything as like one extreme or the other. Like, if you criticize some aspect of it, that means you must be totally against it, or like, I don't know. You can still enjoy the fun and the memes of it, but that doesn't mean that it's entirely a good thing, or it's perfect, or it's beyond recourse. So this is bad. Nowhere for the knight to go, so this development is already busted. 20 seconds in. Losing in the opening, the most fun thing of all. I just have to study openings. It's fucking... I don't even mind doing it now, but just because I say it like it's a cheat code, like, oh my goodness, you studied, that doesn't mean that, you know, you won't automatically be able to win or something because of that. You'll just... Okay, I'll gladly just take. You might take with the rook, set up for sort of an early preemptive double stack, maybe. You wouldn't really unleash into anything too good. Isn't this what actually plays when you're doing Van Gogh? Wait, this is just free development opportunity, although this sets up for kind of a bad thing, because what happens is off. I should have just come back. Biggest enemy is yourself, because you just don't use your brain. That's how this game works. You'll see what's wrong. You'll see it a few seconds late, so you realize it's nothing to do with, at this level at least, base ability or innate ability or whatever. It's like, are you actually just even thinking? Are you actually even trying? I feel like 99% of the time I'm not, or maybe other people aren't either, so let's all use the same excuse. So here you wouldn't even be able to double take, so the best proof of that too is like, I'll make a mistake and then I'll say immediately what the mistake was. Like, oh, I'm gonna lose this piece now. Like, not like after they do it, just as soon as my turn is over, then I actually think about it. So I have to pretend like my move is over, but not actually do it like that. That's actually a horrible idea, because you don't want to reduce the material this much. Well, now let's prove how worthless the horse can be, but it's really not all that bad here. You have to create some kind of buffer zone where the rook just can't come in on the open files, which this one's only semi-open. That's a check. Trying to think where he's going to possibly go with that. You don't want to trade the rooks at any cost. That's covered. He's going to try to sneak around the other side. He's double attacking there. I don't want to give him this opening, but I guess it's fine for now. Just don't give him anything easy. We should almost just make sure these cover each other in some kind of way. So if the king's going to be here, then you maybe just want to hug one of these. See, the fewest anchor pawns possible. Who cares if it's a backwards pawn they can't move? It's still going to be good because I'm not trying to move it. Now that could be a big mistake because you're kind of overextending yourself too much. So I have to stay there. This might be my move for the next 5-10 moves. Let's see what he comes up with. I would take. He would take. I just don't like the idea of letting him take because it splits the pawn, so we just have to wait. And I can't really do anything at all. You have to stay attached to both of those. I could always push the knight out first, but then I don't know exactly where it's going to go. Now, some sort of check could occur here, or you don't really have to make it occur. You could just leave it. There are no passed pawns. He's got to really make some magic happen with the knight, which now at least the king is free to move. It could be scary if he somehow comes in here, though, so I have to watch that. It could almost be very good if I just pin down the knight, but it doesn't work because you look how desperate he is to make something happen just because the knight really isn't that useful. Or I'm going to like circle all the way around and take there. And I just have to not let him slip through one of those two, which arguably is happening right now. Or even now I don't have a choice, so I've already kind of threw it. There's nowhere forward that he can go, so you just have to wait. And then while that's pinned down, I can try to take this, but I won't actually be able to take it. Now that's interesting because if he moves it, I can take the thing. As long as he doesn't check. Seems like a dangerous proposition for sure. I might be able to win this, and then I'll have a pass pawn, and he still won't. Look how much effort I put, but once I've already bossed the game, if you were to move that, then I could like double attack this, but it's still not going to happen. I obviously can't afford to do that. That was just a straight up blunder on the pawn. Now, you could pin this down again. Where is he going to go with the rook and where he could possibly take something? The problem is, even with this pin idea, I'm not going to be able... We could, like, suicide both kings, and that should be a draw. This should be a new mechanic. I kill it, he kills it, and then you kill his king. So at least he goes down with you, but that's just not how it works, because that would be too easy to do sometimes. Can't do anything there. You won't still be able to take it. Kind of overextended my king maybe too much. So there'll be one pass pawn potential here on the queen side for him later. For now, I don't even know what side is what anymore. This is the same thing. But if he unleashes... You get unleashed, but as long as it's not an unleashed check, I should be fine. Then I would take the rook, he would take, and then I would just lose. What did I even blunder my piece to? You shouldn't really worry about this during the course of the game. You should just wait for analysis because it'll cost me very precious time. But the whole opening was sort of botched. But more than that, what did I do? I put the bishop there. And then it's not like, oh, he forced me into that. I could have wait. Like, he might still win, right? But I can't argue with that if he's going to give up both pieces. I really can't argue with that. This should be a draw. I mean, I have to take it. So can I just box the one pawn out and it should be fine, right? If I get there in time. We just studied these endgame type of things, but it's gonna be too late. Fuck. He studied them too, apparently. Not that it takes a genius to do it, but it's gonna be the difference of one pawn. Or like it'll be double stacked, so it might not actually fuck. If it was double stacked, at least you could have a certain amount of value just from that alone. He might give you a stalemate, which it's already pretty close to being. Or if you made me with just the 2 pawns and the king, that's actually more impressive. Yeah, I just give a piece early, and this is what it comes down to, but he just sacked a piece. If it was 1 pawn, I could maybe stop it. But like he has to play it exactly the right way, as people were showing me yesterday, which this is not exactly the same situation. Even there, it was like split or all kinds of other stuff. He's maybe laying off with the king too much, but if he doesn't, then it's mate any stalemate. Now, if you bring this down, I take, and then even if you were to promote, I still take. He comes there though. Yeah, let's watch this very skilled player botch a mate now and give me a stalemate. Or he didn't even do it the way I thought he would. That's more like how you do it with a rook. Chess is a matter of delicate judgment, knowing how and when to just trade all your pieces recklessly, like us lower-rated players always do. It's just so uninstructive sometimes with respect to, like, what did I do? I just unnecessarily, like, trading is always fine. All you'd have to do is come back and then you're not losing, or to whatever extent you're losing here, it's just at a more advanced level that he's not really going to see, so it's okay. Okay, so the goal is to get to 12, and I probably won't do it this week, and it's just really weird because I was already like 1240 just the other day, but I'm not concentrating at all. Okay, let me just play the opening a little bit. Let me just play the opening a little bit slower. Like, why do people play like this? Even if it's not good, you're not going to know how to deal with this. You go like this, he takes there. You go back, he could do something else. Not going to check though, really. Oh my god. What we could do is we could check and just trade, so that whatever clown behavior he wants to put on here today will be put to rest, because I've had enough of him already. So just leave it for now. We can go. There's nowhere really good to go with it, is the problem. Now, both of our kings are kind of messed up. In fact, his almost seems worse somehow. We could set up for some sort of pin idea there, too. Yeah, I'm not even trying to do anything. Like, I'm just literally sitting there. It's almost like a show-off mentality. Oh, haha, look at this offensive gambit I learned, this guy is saying. Because I'm not even doing anything. Like, it's just the first couple moves, and he's already stacking stuff. Like, they really think there's some kind of prodigy or whatever doing some kind of crazy multi-move sack, but usually the ones at the beginning are not very good like that. And that was a very bad move, too. I could pin this down, double attacking it, but I won't be able to really benefit from it still. I mean, I'll still do the trade, but now this pawn is going to be really an odd one out. So if I could trade it as soon as possible, that'd be very good. You go here. He would either take or he would... Okay, that would be bad. Good excuse to develop here, but you can't because of this. I mean, that's a weakling pawn that I already knew was going to be like that, so... Of course, this was exactly the way he intended this game to go, just in case you were wondering. So if he goes here, I can take with the knight. I would almost just want to move this to cover that, so you're kind of dealing with both threats, and then you could take here, but he can move the knight here now because it's not pinned, but then I'll have some sort of unleash idea too, which doesn't seem like they'll be a very good one though anyway. I could take the pawn there. If he raises the pawn, I could like triple attack this. I can't go back, so I pretty much have no choice but to do that. But he will be able to take that as revenge, but that's kind of worth it because that pawn was kind of weak anyway. So we're double attack. Okay, I just can't even focus today either, man. Take there. Like, you can still chip your way back in, but this time format really ruins it. Which seems weird because it doesn't have to be this fast, but whenever I play my best, I'm very low on time, or I'm not really thinking about that. You push it out, he'd still be able to take. You give a check using that, which wouldn't actually do anything. Takes there, so he's only +4. It's not the end of the world. If he gives me like a proper fork, that would be very good. He'd go there, set up for some kind of back rank, vague possibility. Gotta give me something easy and he won't do it. Or like both these last games, I blundered a piece in a way that was easily detectable and I'm just not looking. It's possible for him to blunder back like that, but... And quite frankly, you shouldn't even be trying to trade anything now. You take here, give a check. He won't let me do it. Or he will let me do it. Can we turn this into some kind of crazy sequence if he just puts the... He'll give a check, he'll take there. It's going to be bad no matter what. But there's no way for the knight to actually give check. Or you won't actually be able to do that at all. So I'm double attacking. I'm attacking, so you'll take, but then I'll take and check. So that would be kind of still worth it. Even though I'm probably going to get mated. What? Well, I didn't mean it like that. I'm probably going to get mated. That's weird. That normally doesn't happen when they're in that position. Or even when I'm in that position. How come normally they have to keep taking horizontally? Huh. I guess maybe they're not as spread out usually. Okay, so let's try to push for nice little jack-o'-lantern thing. Let's try to push for the 1200 still, but it doesn't seem like I'm going to get it. Or I always go on a good streak at the beginning where I won like a couple in a row, but then I can't maintain it. Wait, I didn't really make my prediction though. Who do I think? It'll be somebody like very obscure, right? Who's not the top streamer. There won't be one of the big names they mentioned at the top here. XQC's failed multiple times. I don't think any of them. So it'll be like just somebody underrated, like yeah, Sapnap or something. Somebody who probably plays chess in their own time, just unironically. Jalen Brown, is he gonna blunder as much as he turned the ball over in game 7 because he choked? I really like him as a player too, but they should have let him go because they don't really want him there. There was so much friction the last couple of years that they should have just let him go. Fuck. This guy's not worth his contract. Yeah, my prediction would be like the next 5 years they'll just hang on to Tatum and Brown and won't actually win anything. It's just like a raw talent assemblage. So, and sometimes they fluff these players up. Like, he's really 1275. I can guarantee you he's not 1275. How do I know? Because he spent a lot of his life playing basketball, and he wouldn't have had enough time to even become 1275 because it takes apparently forever. Like, just look at me. Best amateur chess players. Like, who's that guy? Luke McShane. Yeah, I even call that. I love this story. Luke McShane and Richard Rapport are my two favorite players in the modern era because they just seem like total trolls. That's his troll face. Like, just look at the expression he's giving to his opponent there. Like, do you know who I am, dude? I literally do this as a hobby. I'm moonlighting as a chess grandmaster, but I have some stockbroker activities to do, right? What is he? He's like he's worked in London's financial sector and previously been described as the strongest amateur player. Like, he's not an amateur, obviously, but he beat Aronian. Like, these are the kind of people who validate the whole innate argument, but still. Under 10 championship, age of 8. Shortly afterwards, he found a sponsor in the former computer company and played Gary Kasparov. 16, he became the youngest. Well, they didn't tell you the result of that, so he must have lost, but like, it's not a big deal if you beat him when he's doing a simul, obviously. But I love that. He's more known for what he's done in the financial sector than for chess, because that'll at least make him money, unlike having a chess career. Okay, let's try to pull it together just to get to 12. I have to do it an incremental basis, but at least if I had more time, I could do it, you know, every day like this. But I started out pretty good, and then I get either impatient or something just goes wrong, or you know what really happens is I get tilted by how they play in the opening. They start doing all this weird stuff, and it's one of those things, like, either you know the answer or you don't. Rock, paper, scissors, the game is often how chess openings work. Right? Even you can study one opening your whole life, but then it's like, oh, they do something else. So now that no longer works. So you just have to improvise. I would rather he takes, but he won't take. So I can always come back here. There is no, like, seal off position. Am I going to get the double take this time? I don't like how that keeps happening. Like, the game will come down to whether I make a mistake and then they win, or otherwise they make a mistake and I win, but nobody's really earning it. See, like, there's the double take again, or it's not the double take, but it's still a trade, so it's good, but it didn't have to be a trade. Okay, at least we don't blunder a piece this time so easily. You could come like this, which could be a little bit problematic, actually. He won't just do the trade, though. He seems to have some discipline, but then I didn't really account for the queen's presence there. Austria, let's go here. I could unleash this into he would take. It's not really going to do anything, but he's obviously obligated to take. Otherwise, I would take here. Or no, I guess he could have still let me take. I can still give a check here, but then you can't escape, so I don't see what the point is. We could unleash the knight into attacking this. Pushing the king side pretty aggressively, which is probably what you should do when you queenside castle. But I wouldn't know, even though I always used to do that. Whoops. Hey Yui, how's it going? Okay, let's get our nice little patented pawn structure. Should be fine. Or what I really have to do here is I have to push the pawns way more aggressively, because he would go there, I would take. It's not the end of the world, but the H file can be scary. Maybe not the best idea. Damn it. Now, if he double stacks on there, I am in a little bit of trouble. He might just keep going. Oh, God. Now he's obligated to keep going. Otherwise, I could double take, but I can't. Well, what's the worst case? Even if he checks from there, but the problem is I just can't go anywhere now. This music comes up when somebody calls you, does it really? Yeah, this is like the whatever, whenever EGAT calls you in Luigi's Mansion. I still gotta play Luigi's Mansion 2, as much as I like the first game. I'm even surprised they made a part 2, and they even made a part 3. Man, why is this happening every game? They just keep doing something weird. You can check on the back rank, which doesn't matter. You can check there. I would just take. Okay, that's fine. He's only +4, which is still a lot. He could check. He can't take. You arranged it. Nice. Or yeah, the theme for when you pick up a key is like my follower theme too. So whenever somebody follows, it plays the whatever, the key acquisition thing. You go here. I would take. This game was actually a tech demo. It wasn't even meant to be a full-fledged game, but then they're just like, screw it, let's just release it anyway. And it sort of had a cult following to it. But you can kind of tell because it is like a little bit short and just... Okay, so we can push this out and then we should be able to double take. But then can I really fight off the horse? I'm playing this like it's Blitz. You played all Luigi's Mansion games to 100%. Nice. So we check there. It's not actually giving me like super good feedback on the checks. Like, I almost can't even tell I'm in one. Okay, what can the knight do now besides just stay there? Oh, God. Don't let him give a crazy check. I'll try to push the knight out, but pretty hard to do. But he still wouldn't be able to take, or I still wouldn't be able... Wait. I literally have that as a quota. Like, I can play 2 or 3 good games, and I'm rolling these people over, and then I'm just done. But I never resign, so sometimes you do squeeze out a draw here, but it can take forever. Okay. 1149. What was the streak that I was on? I felt like I won 3 or 4. 80, 91. At least that makes it seem decent. If it's 80 plus, I'm happy with it. Even though people say it doesn't matter or whatever, it's at least relative. Like, no reason why I should be getting 60s and stuff. Wait, how could I have done this many? Wait, what? Oh no, that was before I started streaming. That was just Blitz and other garbage. So I won 2 and I lost 3, so not very good. Let's just go back and brute force some more because I don't really have time to study today anyway. Okay, let's just take my time at the opening. That's my biggest weakness. LA is in America. It's like 8 o'clock, which isn't too late, but I always like to start early in stream, but then like today I just didn't have time, so. Or I actually just heard this one tonight. I love the puns that these boos had, like a million of them. So here, he'll still be able to get out of there, so I don't have to do anything. I can't do anything with the light square bishop besides maybe put it here, so that's okay. Aside from just learning openings, you have to kind of know, like, based on the way they're playing and the structure that you have, like, what your priorities should be. Like, okay, so this bishop could be really strong here, but then I don't know how to bust open the pawns, or basically I don't know anything at all, which is sort of deliberate, but at this point it's kind of been long enough. So you can go here for sure, because if he takes, it's kind of too repetitive because you're not meant to hear it for a long period of time, just because a lot of these actually aren't even that good. This one's good. Observatory themes are always good, like Majora's Mask is a classic. So take. Yeah, I would actually advise people not to trade, but it's hard not to play like that. This is like a general standard. It gets me in so much trouble. Only trade if you're going to win something or you really know what you're doing, which you obviously aren't going to know anyway. Like even here, I'm trying to force a trade. Something could go wrong with this very badly. If he was to pin it down, then I'm kind of screwed there. I love that psychological analysis. Like Bobby Fischer was so paranoid. He even accused the Russians of cheating like where they would draw each other just to save energy for him, which was accepted as true later on. And so they changed the whole format of how the tournaments worked and stuff. But basically, you know, maybe that's part of why he was so good at chess, because he was so paranoid. So he's always overthinking his opponent's moves and what strategies they might have. So being paranoid is necessary and good in chess. Going here might have actually been a little bit annoying. This is when Luigi blows up the goddamn moon from the mansion, which I don't know what that has to do with anything, but if I was to take, he would take, and then I'd be kind of stuck in there. I'd like to go here, but actually this probably makes more sense for the time being. This is kind of what plays in like the garden and stuff, doesn't it? Maybe not exactly. I mean, the whole game has basically like one theme that they keep reusing for everything. East Indian London system. But yeah, like I saw how India was upset over Oppenheimer, which I haven't even seen, but they're upset by how Nolan uses the Bhagavad Gita in like some intimate scene. But like, come on. It's just, I don't know, like I used to review movies actually, and that was one thing I guess I would say, like, I would never be offended by anything in a movie or a work of art or a book or something. It's more just like, I would say it's good or bad in terms of quality. So if you want to say, okay, it's not a good movie, or, you know, it's not effective, that's one thing. But why would you be bothered by it? Like, it's a movie about somebody who's bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yeah, but it works. So you just mentioned theme. Yeah, it is very good. You know, the whole story is about nuclear bombs and all this kind of horrible things that happen. So nothing in the movie is going to change what happened or how bad it was or anything like that. And so, you know, if you can get something good out of it, fine. If not, fine. But it's not going to change anything. But he would take. But people always focus on the wrong things. Like, yeah, we're upset over that. How he uses the Hindu scripture. So you go here, it doesn't do anything. That is hilarious, yeah. The worst thing about Oppenheimer isn't the fact that 2 nuclear bombs were dropped and killed countless people and did all this damage. That wasn't the bad part. It's just the fact that he liked scripture a little bit too much, or used it in intimate scenarios, which I don't know how accurate that even is, but yeah, just replace it with the Kama Sutra and everybody would be happy. Go here. If he takes, I take. There's no big threat. I love these games where I'm up on time, but the problem is partly that's why I play so bad, because I worry too much about being up on time. Like every 2 minutes is worth like 1 point at least. So I'm already like up a pawn just because he's gonna mess up somewhere along the line. Go here. Either he takes or I try to take. He could just move it. So a lot of these fruitless moves. This is like a hexagon knight instead of an octopus knight. It's still pretty good, and it might be the best I can get. Okay, now I can't even do it. If I do that, he could keep going, and then he's setting up for pass pawn potential. I'm not really too sure what I should be doing here. This is just like too claustrophobic. I'm obsessed with the idea of moving the knight here somewhere, but if he keeps going, I could take, he could take, I could take, he could take, I could still take. Have you heard about this new NPC to TikTok trend? No, I don't think I have. I saw like Pokemon have a title in her stream, like non-NPC stream or something. I didn't know what it meant really. Like where you try to come up with an original idea, which TikTok has never done, and not just be an NPC. But that would never happen. That defeats the whole purpose of the platform. Let's see. You go here, unless you were double stacked, it's not going to do anything. Or this is kind of a good spot to put it, but it's not because of the simple fact that he would take, I would take. Like, these pawns are scaring me a little bit, but there still is no passed pawn. I don't like whatever this background noise is in the song, but the song itself is good. I guess it's supposed to be like a shooting star or something. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used TikTok. I'm sure I've seen stuff that's been on TikTok, like in some sort of compilation. You personally don't watch TikTok? Yeah, I don't think I've ever really watched it, or if I have, it's in some other form. Like, I wouldn't know it's a TikTok, but it's part of some compilation or whatever. Or it's basically like what Vine used to be. I don't know what happened to Vine. I like that Kyrie Irving one where he's just like, man, I'm dead, and then he's by the candles. That's pretty good. It's impossible to do anything with this bishop there, but it's also not doing much for him. So I just have to prevent him from getting a passed pawn anywhere along the line here. Illegal Chinese spyware program, as some people call it. I can't do anything with any of this. I could like back off and try to come here. It seems maybe risky and unnecessary. Some states were actually banning it and all kinds of stuff. Well, and the public reaction to that is, oh yeah, it's such a terrible thing, it should be banned. Not because of, you know, potential security issues and whether they're actually spying on people using it, but no, people just don't like it because it's, you know, they think it's a dumb app. It's always easy to target something when people already don't like it. You can pin that down. That what a colossal mistake, but it seems to have maybe some purpose to it. He's still at 4 minutes, but I can't say that that wouldn't affect me time-wise, and it doesn't mean that I win either because it'll take forever. In fact, this is a very weird spot to be in. Like, it doesn't matter because it's never gonna amount to anything, but there is no threat that you can really do with that either. You could try to double attack this, but here's where I'll get too aggressive or overextend myself. You'd keep pushing it, but then I could take and get a passed pawn, but it wouldn't be a passed pawn. Or I'll do like some sort of social experiment. Like, I'll have, if I was like Mr. Beast, I would do like, one person wins if two people play a chess game, but they don't know what the stakes are for the other one. So one of them gets $1 million and the other one only gets like $10. And I'll see if that really reflects in their play. And it'll be two people who have never played chess before in their life, right? Who both don't know what they're doing. So we'll see how innate it is and how much that'll actually affect their level of play. I kind of don't want to even go there, but that's a good idea. Because, like, how much does the motivation actually play a part? So if he takes, I could take, but this is a very dangerous overextension of the pawn that I don't need to do. I could go here and just kind of sit there for now, which doesn't actually do anything. Don't blunder anything, and even if I did, like, it's fine. This is the problem, right? Like, I can be winning any game like this, but it doesn't do anything because I'm not going to convert the position. Like, it's just going to be like this forever. So I don't have the guts to go for it. He would take, I would take. Like, it seems cute, but I would maybe feel more comfortable if the king wasn't in the crossfire of it first. So now I feel safe. He would take, I could still take, but I'm not going to take. He would take, I would take for free. If not, I could take, but I can't take. Not gonna just let me take the bishop. But this is still an ugly spot to be in. Like, what if I just kept going, but I can't? But like, what if I put the queen under pressure like this then? He could pin it down, but he can't really get there. If he keeps going, it's actually okay. He goes there, I take, he takes. Okay, that's fine. So it turns it into a basic threat on the queen, which I could maybe convert into a better one. Go here, get the triple stack. It is so amusing to watch low-rated players attack because nobody knows what they're doing at all. And that really does include myself very prominently. But at least I embrace that idea. Like, I'm not trying to most of the time. He has 2 minutes left. He's -2, so there's no reason why I should lose. These games feel a lot longer than they are sometimes. But at least this was decent quality, I guess. But as long as I'm just not blundering a piece for no reason in a way that I can obviously see. There'll be that one game out of 50 where somebody does something like, wow, that was really impressive and they deserve to win, and I don't mind. But then most of the games I lose are not like that. That's the thing. It really will just be I'm not paying attention and I just overextend myself or try to go for something very lazy. Not even that big of a deal. Just move away somewhere. His trade is definitely to my benefit. He can raise that and then attack my bishop. You could try to threaten there. He can come there. I could just take. Not going to get a pass pawn out of these, surely. He could raise it still. I can't take. Check. Can't go there, so he has to go there. So I should be able to check, but I still won't be able to take it. Or you could do something weird, like if he takes, then I take. Oh, but that's just unnecessarily risky. Let's not do it. It's going to be the same thing over and over where he gets to, keep attacking it. Goes there. Okay. I mean, I knew that was coming from like a year ago. Now he's going to win because of the passed pawn, but I kind of highly doubt it. I didn't really have to do that, actually. You should have just let him have it and then take there. 34 seconds left. Yeah, now these should be relatively weak, but this is kind of a priority. Go here, double attack. There's no way you can save it. What? 23 seconds, so we don't even have to go through the rigorous nature of trying to promote and mate him in the endgame. Take this. The most fun part, we at least miss out on one of them. Openings and endgames, because they're too easy to study, really, is the point. And by easy, I just mean, obviously, time-consuming, and everybody does it, so it makes it feel too sort of preconceived. Now I'll say, oh no, I only lost on time because at least he did take his time, unlike most people. Some of these I don't really like, actually. At least for like repeated listening. This is pretty good. This is like when that pianist plays it for you and she asks you like, guess what song this is. I have to not go on these really bad streaks. Like, even if I just stop playing, that's still better. It just wastes so much time. Like, it'll take me literally multiple weeks to just get back to where I was, like, a week ago. This is kind of a lazy threat, and for which I could get punished pretty bad, but I don't. Zelda Techno Volume 1 is really cool. I don't know if I've heard that. Let's see. Yeah, what was that one that I liked? River of Time. There was some kind of remix for it. Was it that? Yeah, it must be that.
It's time to stop staring at the
This is an okay position, but I already blundered a pawn because is it really a blunder if you see it immediately and you know what you're doing? And the answer is absolutely yes, but that's probably the most common blunder anyway. 10 years ago. I don't think I've actually heard this before either. So I could just take, he could just take, I could just take. I almost don't want to take though. So if he takes, I take. It preserves the structure pretty well. But in a way, I don't really like this structure because I kind of want somewhere for the Darksphere Bishop to go. They go here, here. Not really a very good structure though. Or I don't know what's happening. If I go here, we can just kind of clear out the side, but I don't really have to do it. Yeah, my Darksphere Bishop is going to be kind of useless. I go here, I would just take. Doesn't even pass pawn out of it at all. Take, but then take. Even if it's a trade, it's fine. I can't do that at all. I wouldn't mind even doing the trade. Like if it works, it works. Just you're not giving anything up at least, but I am multiple times over. It is just a lazy gambit. Try to not calculate anything and just go for trades every single move. And something good might happen. But the problem with this is you could pin it down to the queen. So there's no reason for me to have done that unless he doesn't see it, which obviously he's not that bad. Or it's almost like I want to feel them out at the beginning to test how bad do they seem like. Are they going to fall for something and give me an easy win? And then you realize they're not. So, but then sometimes I'm too far behind to come back. We can just back that off. If he raises, I can take. He could cover. I could take. This isn't really doing anything. It's a very unusual. Okay. Yeah, because he's a mighty 1200 player. Like, way clearly, I'm not good enough to beat these people, even though I literally just did countless times. Where I was beating like 13s and 14s at the beginning, but I don't know to what extent they were provisional or how it determines that. I don't see how they could guarantee that. Like, oh, you have a new account, so it'll make you play against people who also have new accounts. That's not really how it works. They'll give you more or less gains or losses from when you do win or, like, you know, when you do play. But it's only -3. He might blunder something. He'll take there. Every time I'm just going for a cheeky threat that isn't useful or a simple trade. So take. I mean, piece-wise, it's at least even, so you could still make something happen. Or like maybe the bishop is somehow bad in this position. Paper Mario, yeah, that one's winning by quite a bit anyway, so I think that will be it. Once I stop dragging out and milking my PvZ series, I could still be a little bit. That was actually my second one that I did when I came back to this channel. Was I did Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode, then I did Paper Mario. So we could try to go there, but actually he's triple attacking it, so I don't even know what to do. Bishop can't do anything. Can't do that. Or no, he's not triple attacking it, but he will be if I move this, so. Find myself in these unwinnable situations. He would take, I would take, he would take. He could have done that last turn too, like. There's no downside to it. I still can't really do anything with that. This is just going to be there forever. You could take, which is still kind of bad for me. Yeah, what was that one? Where it's like the orchestral Phoenix, right? Orchestra. This has some really good ones in there. They'll probably play this in concert too. I can't remember which one actually it is. As if I don't listen to enough Phoenix Wright as it is. So this is unfortunately not going to be very useful. I could check there. I don't know what he's really going to be doing here. I'll only lose 6, so I'm still 1150. I always like to do these on stream, but I guess the best I can do is I can try to study stuff off stream and then come in and show off. Like, oh, look how innately good I am, even though I spent 20 hours reading a book or something. I can just pretend and be like everybody else. And I actually trap the knight. Imagine that. Or I can go here and it's kind of like a fake octopus knight. I could do like a check here, but he can still obviously cover it. I don't see how that would really benefit me. Unless you got it in line with the rook somehow to take. It's going to be very hard to protect that. So I could take, he could take. I could go here, so then I could double take. So he has to do something else at least. You know what that would have been? You know what that would have been is a fork, but he's not going to let me do it. You could check, I could still take. In fact, I should be guaranteed to take this no matter what. And if he trades down, it might not be so bad because he's so far away from everything else. Or yeah, you might get the free, even though I don't fully know how it works. Just from watching, you'll get like some kind of free drop on the... I don't know what it is, like Summer of Chess. Oh, shit, but I'm giving him a pass pawn here. I think it's like 1 month of premium or something. I don't think I've ever had one of those before. I don't really play any games that would have any sort of need for it. Oh, God. Got to be some really smart, strategic way to play with this. Go here. If he goes there, I'm trying to see like where I'd be able to take a pawn. Or he's going to give up a fork at some point. At least we're making this difficult for him. That should be a check and take if I could magically go there. None of these are good. He'll come to there. The king really has to be more involved, though. He'd be able to stop it from promoting altogether, but... I'm kind of just letting him have that, too. He checks, I could block. He checks, I could take. He could check there. I could still go there. I could still sack the knight for it, which is okay. Still has 5 minutes left, though, so the whole time idea here doesn't matter. Because he wouldn't be ashamed to resign now? He might still mess up. Which he almost did just seem to almost give me a fork, but I think he knows what he's doing. Could be a real possibility of a stalemate. The only reason why they'll do it is if they try to do it too fast. It's not like they really are that bad that they wouldn't see it. Like, that's way worse than just blundering a piece, even a queen, is to get a stalemate when you're winning, but I've even seen GMs do it. Apparently, it's possible. It's obviously in some hyperbolic time pressure situation, but as if you need to qualify it like that. Like, I would hope they're not doing it just in a normal game. Yeah, this kind of shows you how I could just go on doing this forever because it just never goes anywhere.
This is Dave.
80.4 is actually not too bad still. This is so dumb. Let's take it super patiently. No, this is how it should be. Like 1200 rated chess is serious business. Said nobody ever, except for a clown like me, I guess. But it unironically is still like, oh, top 12 percentile on the whole site, just because there's millions of people fighting bottom feeders, with all due respect. Oh, here we go, dude. I knew that he was gonna do that, but I still let him do it. Now, there's nothing else in the vicinity, so you should almost just get out of there, but I don't see what you could do. You'd have to bring in a knight, but I could still just take it. $11.29, $11.50. Like, you have to understand the lifelong journeys that these people have to get to 1100. Like, this is not a... You'd be better off like making a new account and then trying to you start at 17. So how long would it take you to get back down to 11? That's what's so deceptive about this site, which is arguably true of other ones too, but somehow. So he'll go there and then set up for just the mate. So I think I just lose already. It's just that easy. Like, or maybe not, because I could just go back to where I already was. It's just so hard to push this queen out of there. Okay, now I can no longer do that, but... Man, if you're gonna play like this, I can't do it. Now you'll be able to go there, and then if I go there, you can take it. I just shouldn't have moved that at all. Fine, it's only -6. I've overcome far worse than that. Or 7. Oh, that was short. Okay, last one. If I lose another one, I'll just stop, and then we get to play next week. So basically, I've already failed my challenge, so what's the point in being here? Makes no sense, man. Why does it feel like it scales up to me? Like, whenever I'm 100, like, I'll set a goal. Okay, I want to get to 15. Then I'll get to 14 and get hard stuck. I'll get from like 1,000 to 14. So it's not like, oh, I'm stuck somewhere along the line. It's like right just before it, which obviously means it's like a psychological thing, maybe that you're psyching yourself out or whatever, but it's like very exact. Okay, that's fine for now. It's always right on the nose, like last time. Oh, I have to get to 1200. Now, I just picked that as an arbitrary rating. There was no rhyme or reason to it. Like, let's just get to 1200. And I got to like 1150 and then failed. So now it's like, oh, I'll get to like 1250 and fail. Like, why is it that specific? Especially at the low level, the ratings are so arbitrary that... Oh, that's the wrong way to do it, even. Right here, you would want him to take so you can undouble stuff. Let's just do this. I do have to overcome my whole trading tendency, though. You can play one because you're really tired. It's 237 short. We can. Okay, so he blocks off the light square diagonal. Go here. Again, I'm doing the same trading tendency. So both of my bishops are blocked off, but at least one of them I did myself. So this is going to be really awkward. This is going to be the same thing over and over. That's one of my favorite just repetitive songs for the sake of repetitivity is like the Reminiscence of the Studio from Phoenix Wright. This is where the boo calls you a dunce and trolls you. This is a bad pawn positioning too. You can't do that. I don't know what I'm doing now. Don't let up any material. The pawn structure looks horrendous. I mean, I'd gladly trade any of this stuff off or just do anything with it, but... Oh. I always play like a few time formats up, so I'm giving everybody always time odds. That's part of my challenge. I have to play rapid like it's bullet. I have to play, rapid like it's blitz, blitz like it's bullet, bullet like it's hyper bullet, classical like it's rapid. That is something a lot of people seem to do. They just play way too fast. Blitz was actually pretty hard though. I was trying a couple games of that off stream earlier. Anything that's based around time becomes a lot more difficult for me. He could take, I could take, he could still take. That might still be worth it. Only +4. He could still blunder something, I guess. So this could be good actually, because he can't take, otherwise I back rank mate. And if he doesn't take, I could double take, but actually, yeah, because he can't cover with that. So that could have been a colossal mistake, maybe. You can't really give a good check either. So if you move the bishop, I win. If you don't move the bishop, even doing it this way is questionable, because now he'll be able to like double pin or something. Or the point is, I don't want him to even take the rook, but he probably will, and he'll probably still win even after that. He's +2. I just have to be very careful to protect these, which is going to be basically impossible still. Or you should have gone for that one probably instead. Should have still been drawable maybe at that point. Or it probably should still be. Yeah, fork, but it won't even be a fork. Okay, fine. Now he'll have a pass pawn over here. Or we'll just try to stop him from going any further. Okay. That's pretty good. I have to take this one, and then I just have to balance it. So let's see if he knows how to deal with this exact situation. Which, what am I really trying to do? I'm trying to stop him from getting the king too close. Going in front of it could be good, although it's kind of peculiar that they... Like, you're trying to stop him from moving up there, so... But you really can't, so... He might just be playing it the objectively right way, and then I can't do anything about it. You want to stop him from going there, but I can't do it. He must have took that guy's endgame strategy thing. At least that's why I give myself 2 months this time instead of 1 month, because it's really unfair when I just don't have time. If I do this for like 12 hours, I could probably do it, but that takes me like 2 weeks to do because people just don't have infinite amounts of time. I guess people who play chess have no respect for that idea. Although I hate using that as an excuse. It's just like you should really start playing earlier. Like you could play 2 hours for 20 years instead of you know, try to start so late and then catch up with the person who's done that. Let's try to practice and learn from this one a little bit because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing the stuff that like I've seen and dealt with millions of times. I'm just getting so impatient that I don't expect. Yeah, here comes the fourth thing, which always triggers me. It's not a big deal. It's still even material. It's not even a bad position. It's just kind of a fancy, unnecessary thing to do. 4-9's game, Italian variation. You go here, but you can pin it down, which I already don't like. Yeah, that's always doing me a favor, bailing me out. If people know my weaknesses, they'll never do that. Because I'll just leave it there and I won't want to push the pawn like that. This could be all part of his master plan, but who knows? Comes there, he's threatening this, which I can't really cover. Can't give a check either. I would end up being able to give a check, so let's do it like... No, but he'll give a fork. He couldn't just blunder a pawn. It's all part of the plan. Let's just do something unexpected, which he could still take with the queen itself. Don't you love that? Like, it's not like I don't see what they can do. I just don't care. I guess that's my weakness. I'm like Hikaru. I literally don't care. But the problem is at least he's good on top of that. So at one point he cared. You're threatening this, but you can't take it. Threatening the knight. That's one of my favorite Hikaru in passing things that I said that somebody, my friend, put in a comment. They got like 12K or something likes on some random video. No one cared who I was until I put on the webcam by Hikaru. Or he always calls him Naka, N-A-K-A, just like a short form. So you know it's not like a real quote, but just he's sort of trolling. So basically, it's like the Bane quote, where he's like, no one cared who I was until I put on the mask. That's pretty good. You could come here, and then you'd be threatening that. Surely he wouldn't expect such a thing because it's such a random position anyway, but if he blocks with the thing, it's not a big deal. Or it could be kind of a big deal, honestly. I'm trying to do too many, like, just weird things. I think he'll be able to check and take. Like I even see it, but I would take, he would go there, he would just take. That's what I get for trying to attack. The one time I do something offensive minded. He does it now, but then you would think that this is actually very good then, because if he does take, then I still take. That might have been a mistake, but it's probably still not. Even that is all part of his plan too, I bet. Can't take, can't take. You could bring the double stack. I could give it check. Doesn't really do anything, or he's giving me odds because I'm playing so bad, but he really doesn't have to. We are the same rating. But see, so one person will be like 1200, but they're legitimately 1200. So like one game they'll play at an 1100 level, and then they'll play at a 13 the next game. Me, it's like I'll play at 1800 one game, and then I'll play at 600 one game. Like it's a total clown show fiesta. In some ways, that's kind of cool to have that sort of variation, but it's not sustainable. It takes too much effort. All these kind of cheeky traps. Like, you really think he's gonna fall for something like that? Sometimes they will just do it quickly without thinking, but you gotta bait them in the whole game to think, wow, this guy's a total clown. He's going to blunder everything. So then one of those blunders will turn into your benefit, though. Or one of those supposed blunders, like the classic game where Bobby Fischer sacks his pawn 15 times. Or Hikaru sacks his queen 7-8 times. It's not really that big of a deal. Like, I'm not getting anything out of doing it. He keeps going, I could finally take. But then I can't really... I'd have to take with the queen. Then if he takes, then I take back with the bishop. Otherwise, he would just take the rook. That was kind of a tricky situation, too. And it would get pinned down, even if that wasn't a consideration. It would get pinned down to the simple fact that you go here, and then I can't take. Otherwise, you take. And then if he takes, so I wouldn't have been able to provide additional cover. He can still get out of there. He doesn't have to even trade. He could take and check. I would take. Doesn't really do anything. Hard to believe they've done 5 PogChamps. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. But when was the first one? Like 2018? And it felt like almost they skipped a year, but maybe not. So that was even before COVID or anything like that happened. So it's not like chess was completely, you know, going in this online scene because of that. But that obviously accelerated it. And it would even what the fuck? It would even justify, wait, but that doesn't even do what I guess either of us thought it would do. I even thought I had lost it. It wasn't because of COVID. It was just the simple fact that, or no, I mean, it made even better players like Hikaru and stuff really feel like it was worth it to go into the online scene. I think it was around that time. Of course, Alex Botez was, oh my god, was there already. Like, what was the order? It was me first, because I stream chess just on and off. Me and Northern Lion and just people who would just do it, you know, randomly and ironically or whatever. And then it would be the simple fact of, you know, then Alex started doing it, Anna Cramley did it at some point, then a lot of other people, Levy. I feel like Levy was definitely a little bit later than it would seem given his impact, but just letting him take all the pawns in the world. Always dangerous to like put this above. Even if it was a rook, sometimes you just get pinned down and you can't do anything about it. Letting me take. He can take back, so now I have 3 connected pass pawns on the other side. Very uninstructive game because I'm playing like garbage again, but He covers. Oh, shit. Good game. Must be 60 something. Giveaway, it looks like the game really. When was it? So that should be more like a back and forth game where we both kind of messed up a lot. Or wait, was that a brilliant move? Brilliant, but why? Oh, because I even saw it right after that. Brilliant piece sack. That's all it is. You just have to sacrifice a piece, but sometimes it's not like a direct sacrifice. It'll be like an implied, like I'm letting this piece hang, but then you don't actually take it. Or like, I don't know. It feels like it is too much based around that. It doesn't always have to be a sacrifice. That's good. It's not going to be the King's Indian anymore, which is, of course, my specialty, but I kind of just call everything like that for black that involves putting the knight to f6 or whatever. Okay, let's do this. There is some sort of sequence like where you trade, but it works better for white anyway. But even as white, I still don't do it. Maybe you shouldn't take there because these games always go so bad, but... He takes, I take, he takes, and then I'm kind of in a weird spot with trying to develop. You could go here, actually. That's a good excuse to develop. Not because I really want to protect that pawn, although I might end up doing it. But... this is the biggest problematic piece to develop. I almost should have just gone, okay. Like, whatever that is, you deserve to lose because of it, because you don't really know what you're doing, dude. I can just guarantee you don't know what you're doing. You don't even have an immediate threat. I guess I just gave it to you there, though. Or now you will be able to take that. You can do some kind of check with that. Like, I just... really, I don't know what all this stuff is, but... maybe there was some way to avoid it in the sense of... not letting him actually win something back, but maybe not. They have to do something unexpected they wouldn't be used to you doing in that situation, like just don't take when they expect you to take. But even that feels kind of weird because then you kind of just are letting them get something for free, but it's not like I really know how these things work. Although considering how much people do them at this level, you would think I should know. Feels like the background music plays a lot more than just during this first encounter. So you would be able to take there, but you wouldn't take with the... you wouldn't take with the... what? We're pretty close. I'll actually be done playing chess. If I go below 11, I'm actually done forever. Like, that's it. This isn't how you do it, man. I just can't understand it. Go ahead, just sack some crazy thing and just win the game. I don't care. Study opening gambits. Just study the game. Are you fucking stupid? I should study this one. Like, what is it that you're supposed to do here? Let him take the thing, but he won't check, so he shouldn't be able to take. You take, and then you just relax. Just come back. Or... if you check, I could block. I could just move, like, it should be safe, so we're still +1, so it's okay. But even that's kind of worth it for him because my castle is ruined. Yeah, I think if I lose before the altar of time. It's unironically impossible to do it when you're playing, like, what, 6 hours a week? Like, that's not enough, which seems absurd to say that, but that's nothing. I mean, people do that in their sleep. Or, like, they just do it while growing up, like, it's no big deal for them. Okay. Could go here, but then he also wouldn't be able to take, or first of all, I would be able to take. I mean, for now, I could just leave the rook there, even though I don't like to do it. So if I just raise to g6, then I can move the king up, and then I can slide the rook out. He takes, I take. He takes, I still take. Hollywood, USA. He learned how to play chess on the set of The Queen's Gambit or something like that. How about? I like how TV shows took over. You know, there's so many things that would have been movies. Like, what was that was supposed to be a movie and then it turned out to be The Last of Us. The Last of Us was supposed to be a movie, but then they made it a TV show just because either it's easier, it's cheaper, or somehow it's just more the thing of the day that has become so common. I should probably have used all this opportunity to bring out the rook. Now all I have to do is raise the king and then I'll be in good shape. He's overextended his queen way too much. Now it's almost like we just normally castled, so it's not a big deal at all. The way people play is just vastly different here, and I get too bothered by it. Like, it's okay. It's just one of those things you have to know how to deal with it, or you just can't do anything. Is that the guy I just played before this? Yeah, I can't do simuls. I'm not even good enough to play one game at a time, so hang on. But yeah, they'll try to farm me, but I don't do rated stuff. Or I don't even mind in other modes actually doing rated. But yeah, here it would feel kind of inauthentic, or that's the only way I would succeed because I would be farming somebody. That is part of the reason why I failed the first time, though. I was getting farmed by like Gerardo and all these viewers who are obviously better than me, which doesn't take much to be better than me. Take, 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 take. Be pretty hard to really do. Oh, okay. That's what I'm doing. Sort of not only the lazy gambit, but just like you're not allowed to actually look at the board. I'm playing blindfold, so you can't really blame me for this. Once I actually start looking at the pieces, then I'll be unbeatable. I'm just doing it on purpose, obviously. Now here I'm not sure what I should value because if he goes there, it's bad. If he takes, it's bad. Like, it's bad no matter what, so. Yeah, never play chess under time pressure, whether it be playing the faster formats or just whether not having like 24 hours a day to just commit to it. Those are the two requirements for it. All these people who think they're so good that have the luxury of doing that, which to be fair, as a kid, most people do have that luxury, thankfully, but it's just, they usually don't commit to like just one thing that they do all the time. It would get boring. That's what I'm more impressed by from young GMs and stuff, like, oh, 7 years old and he's already 1700 on his way to being a title player. It's the discipline to stick with it for that long. and just do like one thing over and over and over, whatever that might be. Like, you're telling me that kids would have no problem. Kids hate studying for homework in school and this and that, but they'd love to study for chess. Like, why? Why would that be a thing that is so much better? Because it's a game and it's fun, but it just seems like you scored a drop. Claim now. Oh, it even says that on my own account. That's weird. You can do a self drop. This is pinned down. We could double attack. If you go here, I could still take. You could take this, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's still an even match, despite my clown behavior. I need a piece set that's just like all circus performers. Or like circus animals for the... Yeah, that was one of my favorite chess titles, actually, for a stream. It was like... No, this isn't a circus. Just ignore the elephants, the... Or wait, what is it? Because I was playing Chaturanga at the time too. No, this isn't a circus. Just ignore the horses, the elephants, and the clown behavior. So this I can't even do. I could do this, I guess. He could target the rook, and then I just have to move it. We could just go like there. Even if I was to do that, it wouldn't do anything. I guess I could go here to try to protect it. It seems very easy for me to stagnate at any rating. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. I could be 1500 right now and I would just stay there, but I wouldn't ever progress. The bad habit of playing up or down to your competition, like just, I can't be consistent. Damn, it was pretty even for a while, but when they play this offensive clown style, I end up obviously it kind of mess up my position, but then again, they're the ones who are queenside castling. It's pretty close. We could just end this chess chapter right now. I should probably just try to push it to see whether that's going to happen or not. If I lose like 3 more games, I'm actually done, because then I'll delete it for what this would be the 3rd time. I'm kind of surprised. I don't care. Take the pawn. Give me like a draw or something. Bail me out. Like these people are sometimes inclined to do. But they're not even getting that low on the clock either. So what I'm losing to are like opening traps and offensive gambits and weird stuff that I just don't know how to deal with. And it doesn't matter how brilliant you are. Like either you know it or you don't. Like they're sacking a piece. So it's like, oh, if you take it, you lose. And if you don't, then you'll still lose unless you know exactly how to deal with the position. So I don't see how you can just... And they wouldn't be doing it unless they knew exactly what they were doing too. Then I'll have more room. Yeah, let's manifest. What are we going to be doing next? Then I'll have room for multiplayer, the permadeath format that I was supposed to do in the slot of PvZ, but I just made that last too long. Or I could reduce it to 1 day instead and then give myself 6 months for 100 rating challenge. This is just shocking to me. Could be a stalemate possibility. We have very little left, but why he's hesitating to take the rook is beyond me. Playing for these long stretches is something I just never learned my lesson, I guess, from. You shouldn't do it. It's not going to help your play. You're just going to get worse. You can go like that. But no, go the exact other square. Just to troll me, I guess. Back there, that should be made as well. He is kind of just trolling now, I think. Like, they still try to win, but they do it in a more extended way just because they want to show off something, I guess. You can never tell, though, because, like, oh, now he'll decide to take. Like, what about now makes it worth it? Just the fact that you now have a chance to stalemate, so it's more honorable to have to do it this way. How do you mate with a knight and a queen? Oh, just leave the queen on the edge of the board and just mate with the king and the queen. Best advice ever from actual GMs. Even they realize, or especially they realize how garbage the knight is. Yeah, let's play some other weird format. Yeah, 1,000 in bullet, which you would think that should be like 500 off what I am in the other formats, but there doesn't even seem to be a thing that shows up for classical on here, because 30 minutes is part of rapid too. Pretty close to the end. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like it's maybe not the right kind of pressure. I'm a permadeath player, so my life has to be online for me to play well, but I feel like I feel too safe when you have this much cushion of rating, so you have to let it get to the very end. Now I'll start to play perfect. Or like some of these you should win just by default, but it's just not happening. I find ways to lose. Winning positions so many times. I have to stop going for so many trades and so many threats that aren't really good threats. That's kind of good, I guess, or he's not double attacking it. He could pin it down. He's not doing it. His queen's position is a little bit awkward. You normally don't see this, but I can't really punish it anyway. All right. Now that's at least not that hard to understand, that if you were to take, then he would go there and then there might not be anything I can do about it. So that's fine. At the very least, I don't have to worry about the pawn take. I could just try to double take like I always do. To go here, and then he's kind of forced to take. If not, I could double, triple take. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. All right. Well, now at least I don't feel as worried because you don't have a case where the H file is open. That can be very deadly, though. You should never let them open the H file. But I normally say that as black. You shouldn't let white open it. But how do they have this transposition where, like, I'm white, but you have the guts to go for such an offensive gambit against me? Like, even though you know, okay, in retrospect, he could take, I could take, he could still take. You know, I'm obviously not the attacking type of player, but how do they know that so quickly? Imagine if I played aggressively as what they're doing, then what would happen? Like, it'd be just crazy. It's like two aggro decks facing each other where they end up playing more on the board than they normally would just because they have to survive each other. Now, he could just fall asleep and try to keep pushing or doing whatever. But see, at least now, whatever he did isn't consequential because it's just... It's just a case where Oh god, maybe you get away with doing this too. Because then if I just don't get it, man. And how do they know what they're doing in these scenarios? I just don't. You take it with the queen itself. You just take the knight with the queen, and then I would take back. Which would be okay, because I would only be down by but so much. It doesn't seem like there's really a good way for you to get in there, but somehow you will. Such disgusting opening gambit nonsense. This just allows you to go with the other pawn, so I don't see what's so special about that. That won't even open the H file at all. If you take with the queen, I'm happy. See, if at any point you try to trade, you'll be in good shape because of the simple fact that... Oh, no. If at any point you could have traded, you would have been able to... I'm going to go till I at least win some, because this is it. I'm actually done. I had one game in the past where I had 99.2 accuracy and ELO, a recommendation of 2800. Really? Nice. It could just be partly that your opponent played really bad, but that is insane. But yeah, I don't know what the ELO thing it said for mine was. I had like a 99.7, but I don't know if that's like actually... where would it show up? I don't know what it would say for the... ELO thing. I don't think I looked at it. Or why can't I just see everything? Because it's my own account. I can't remember when that was. Start date, end date. Whatever, but it should have been... Yeah, like even 90.6. What would it say for that? Like it should be 1750. Is not bad. And yeah, see, like even that I won't take credit for it because that guy made a mistake. But yeah, if you're 2800, that's insane. Or people will actually think you're cheating then just because you're too good. Okay, let's win a couple, which I know I'm capable of doing, but now we're playing with real pressure. So here I try to, let's say, develop something going this way. I still won't blame my V-shaped pawn structure necessarily, but it is a little bit surprising. Your enemy resigned on... Yeah, see, that's kind of what ruins it too. It's not even that you couldn't have maybe maintained it, but it's hard to measure when they do that. Thanks for the follow, Gummy. Why doesn't my notification play? I think it's bugged out. Huh. This is fine. I could go here. If you take, I take. So many things have been bugging out today. Or was that yesterday where the whole site went down too? I think that was yesterday. Like, you can't take here. He has the cover. I could try to go here, and then if he takes, then I can't take with anything. He would take, I would take, and then I could maybe try to double take here. Very dangerous territory. I don't know why I'm even doing this. I should obviously just stop after a certain amount of time. So I go here. Now think about his options. He would take, I could easily take back, and then we're setting up for a double take, sure. So there's nothing wrong with doing that. You won't end position, you'll just let it be. So this pawn structure isn't bad, but it leads to some questions about what the light square bishop is actually going to do. What was that random sound in the middle of the song? Okay, just bring this out. Or even this is good because you're attacking with both knights. Okay, that's a good trade as far as I'm concerned. This is all right. Yeah, the light square bishop should have probably been traded off sooner. I could even try to still do that. It might be worth it. It always just feels weird keeping this highly defensive bishop only, but that's actually good because it just lets me undouble for free. So he's doing me a favor. I'm not up anything. Even if we get a draw, we still get a +1. That's even better. I would rather trade for that. That knight's been sitting there as a nice cover for a long time. Okay, so now I can try to do something. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. No passed pawns. Everything's good. He's attacking the rook. I could try to double stack on here, but that seems kind of lazy. This is my one anchor pawn. This isn't too bad of a structure, at least. Sometimes it is acceptable to have the extra pawn there. This isn't going to do anything seemingly ever, but the only thing I can think of is a double stack. I don't see why that would be consequential because I can still take back. Take. Take. I mean, it seems like a weird decision, and I can't even move that away, so there's no threat seemingly posed by that. Now he's letting me do this, but surely it's not a mistake. He'll have a real good purpose for it. He goes there. He goes there. I don't know. He takes. I take. That's a bad pawn structure. My desire to trade never does me in, clearly. Yeah, this is pretty solid up until there. This is what self-sabotage looks like. Like, I'm literally just trolling and doing it just to end this fake chapter of me actually taking chess seriously, which it clearly wasn't me taking it seriously at all. That's okay, I guess. He's gonna check and fork. I have to cover that. I don't know what he's doing on the other side. Could take the... No, but he won't do that. Okay, it almost seems like he's throwing on purpose, but who cares? Because, yeah, it's like, if he was, that would only equalize with the fact that I've thrown on purpose, like, all day today. So I need, like, 50 more of those to make it fair. So let's just relax. We don't have to overextend anything. If he pushes, I take. And then we can have that ready as cover, but I almost wanted to come there, but it doesn't matter. I don't know. Everything should be fine. He blunders the rook, but then he blunders the knight too unnecessarily. So now I'm very happy with the trade. Like, this should be a win no matter what, but who knows what I'm doing. Or I get too overzealous when I'm up that I try to do too much. Like, we have the double stack. He's not doing anything. This is how a normal game should go, but I can't seem to do this. I will get 9 from this, apparently. Why so much? I guess just because my ratings become so low that only like 1200s were giving me that before. Guy almost made it too easy, though. It's not a good representation of actually how good some of these people are. Now, you don't even have to do anything at all because this will promote if you just stay in this line. You don't even have to do anything. Rather than cover it, you just cover, you block the king's access even to that file. Okay, maybe I should just go until I lose one now, even though that's meaningless because that was like the only one I won in a while. What is this? Some of these I don't even remember. They're so brief. Or is this him whistling different versions of songs? This one will probably be annoying. So let's play very disciplined, very slow. Don't try to trade too much, although it's important to nonetheless. I should really do the pin idea. Even as much as it might not be a good idea because it's the only way to... It's the only way to really make this work. Although my development to castle is pretty bad so far. Now I'm going to fixate too much on that idea. But see, he's kind of doing me a favor by not pushing it out yet. So I have time to get a little more comfortable. That's even better because you take with this, which is probably what he wants to do because he wants to turn it into some sort of clown offensive gambit. So it's all part of his plan. So like a castle, I could move the thing very easily. You have to be careful in positions that you're not familiar with. Like, oh, you know, you're used to doing this one move that you've done a million times, but then you can't do it there because, you know, they did something weird and unexpected. Move the queen. Should probably raise this at some point. I should have actually done that. Would have been the better move. I can still do it. That's not bad. Simple trades early, but that is actually the telltale sign of a good player at a low rating. If you have the discipline and the poise not to trade stuff ever, or unless at least you're winning something for it. Okay, this you have to watch out. But I was sort of trying to set up for the double diagonal to try to take there. So this is actually okay. As scary as that might look. You could try to sort of bully these. I don't really know what the structure is doing, though. How long may it be on? I don't know. Probably a little bit longer. Maybe like an hour. You should have seen that streak when I first came back to the site. I was so determined. I won like 12 in a row or whatever. And then like my only other game was a draw to get from like 11 to 12. And then I just completely... It's got to be just like 100% psychological. Like I just get too overconfident. That's all it is. And then I start doing like lazy stuff. Okay, so he's not going to let me do that very simple. Yeah, see, even that's a lazy idea. Gotta watch whatever kind of fork he's gonna do, but there really isn't one. His own pawn is my best ally here because he's never gonna let him get inside or do anything. My pawns are completely busted. Why do I keep playing these weird structures? Somehow if like he took, then I would have been able to take the knight. You can thread the simple pawn. It's very hard to come up with threats or attacking sequences and patterns. It's always much easier to basically try to figure out what your opponent's trying to do. Not that I'm an expert at that either, but it's easier to withstand their half-baked attack than to try to come up with your own half-baked attack. So here, the knight doesn't look that scary. Now he's just taking it too far. He just took it one step too far. Like, I understand the clown gambits are on fleek today, but now you're just pushing it. You come there, you come there, you come there. Like, I don't know. You'd give a check, that would just set me up to get attacked, though, very easily. It's this square that we have to worry about. If he takes, I take here. At least this would be an appropriate one to try to push for. Sometimes I think of the craziest ideas which in my head totally work out, but for me realizing I just made a huge mistake. Yeah, like I only look at it one way. Like, oh, if he does this, it works perfectly, but then he just does something totally different. Let's do this. I don't even know. You could try to keep pushing and even push for a promotion, but you would have to have... That's almost what a GM would do here. It's just... You have to have the guts to go for it. But he didn't want to do the trade. Now there's just a lot of moving back and forth randomly. Trying to almost take the... Oh, God. Take the pawn there. That's the thing about calculation, is the effort that goes into it. Like, you have to actually do it every turn, which it doesn't matter how long it takes even. Like, some people might be slower, faster, but a lot of the time, I find, like, low-rated players just don't even do it. Like, did I really look at what was happening there? I look at, like, one thing, and I'm satisfied with my move, so I just move on. Go here, I could take... Or I can't take... Kind of dangerous to even put the queen in that vicinity, though. Whatever this is, he would push it. I could just let it sit there for now. He would push there. I could keep desperately fiending for a trade, which never goes wrong for me. If he takes, I take. Then you have like these three towards the center. But is he posing a new threat by doing that? And it doesn't seem like he is. All he wants to do is get in there. This is perfectly where the suicide chest mechanic would be great. You can spend your whole turn just to destroy one of your own pieces. So in this case, his own pawn is causing him so much trouble, so it would be such a game-changing aspect. You could go here and try to do something with like the dark square bishop. You raise this pawn, which doesn't scare me too much. It's not consequential, so even if I take, then I take the queen. Even if he moves, then I can still at least take. If I was to take, he would take, I would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. You would basically need another cover here, or you can actually just check here. Take and check. So in his panic for that moment, he gives up the cover. And then would this open up something better is the question. You could check and force the trade, which maybe isn't the right decision, but I'm just so hungry for it. I have to do it. Even when you win, it's like, you know, you're kind of just getting away with doing stupid stuff, but it's still not teaching me anything. Imagine Norton comes up. I always turn it off, but then it still just keeps doing it. You turn it off just so we can tell you. Did you know it's turned off? You can't turn off the ability of it to do that. We're 29. See, when we lose, we're in the 80s. When we win, we're in the 60s. So that means that I'm preying on really bad players. And I'm losing to, I guess, just really good ones, or I'm putting up a better fight when the situation demands it. French defense, knight variation. He takes there. And then I almost feel compelled to put the bishop here because I don't feel like it'll be useful any other way. So this is almost like the reverse King's Indian. That's okay. So then I'll play defensively with that. But that means that I have to pin down the other knight and take it. Otherwise, it's just a bust of a position, which means you could afford to play on the dark squares. Wait. How would you be doing this? Oh, you want to do it. That's how you can define your anchor pawn. It should be the one that's already on the file. So like either this, which doesn't make sense unless you want to go there. But I would rather go here, 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 here. Which I'm not saying that's even that good, but this is unfortunate because you would have to block here, which I don't even mind. Like, you'll ruin the castle, but that's a small price to pay compared to most of the stuff I've dealt with today. Now, if I just bring the thing behind, bring the rook behind, and then slip through, right? That works for a de facto castle moment. Unleash check with the king, the most deadly of all. There was actually some hilarious moment where I did that with like a rook or something, and I would like attack the rook with the king and somehow win it by doing that. So here you want to trade off the bishop, but I can't figure out how to do it, so maybe I won't. Or if he does that, that in itself is pretty dangerous, but I could at least check. So let's get back in the 30s. Dev doesn't miss, or Dave doesn't miss. That's how it's said in like an Indian context. DEV is said like Dev, not Dev, Dave. Go here, I would take, you could still take. I could take there, you're not ready to castle yet. Unfortunately, none of this is really very fruitful for me anyway. You go like this, but then he goes like this. And then I don't have adequate cover, so you at least have to develop this all the way. Or you know what? I was trying to trade it anyway. So here, you're basically just trying to... you're trying to not really double attack that, which wouldn't even be enough. Let's just see what he does about this. If he attacks it, I could just... That's almost doing me a favor, making this bishop a little better. Let's do our sneaky little unleash thing. Which doesn't actually do anything now, but... The principle behind it isn't that what the rook is doing is dangerous. It's what the king is doing that could be potentially dangerous. So you go like this. It's very annoying. You could go nowhere. That's actually useful with the knight, which is not a big surprise, I guess. You try to go there, but then I don't know where my structure is going. So you want to go there, and then I just want to put the knight somewhere that's going to be safe, but... You would think, oh, there's some good double attack precedent going over here, but it just doesn't ever work, stuff like that. It's too simple. Take, 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 take. The trades have gone reasonably to my favor so far, or just like any trade goes to my favor because I want to reduce the amount of material there. So you go there, but you could, but then you can push it out. If you go here, I already know what he's going to do is that he's going to guarantee the trade in such a way that... But again, let's go for even another trade. So he can't do anything yet, and then I would just take this. And it blocks that annoying pawn on d5 from pushing the knight out. This is where the knight is such a liability. It's not covered. It doesn't have anywhere to go that doesn't get in the way of other pieces. Block the rook, block the two rooks from connecting, and it can't cover the piece either. So it's completely just horrible. So now he is going to win a pawn probably, though. That's the unfortunate thing, or maybe not. I can cover it with this because the knight is completely useless. If he had took with the rook, he might have had a better chance to do that, actually. Now I can maybe try to push his knight out, but he can push mine out first. And again, it's only going to serve to get in the way, which is all it's ever good for. Or if you were double stacked here, I don't know. This is actually an octopus knight, but then he can immediately trade for it. So the one time it would be theoretically good, he kind of has to do it too. Otherwise, okay. Can't take with the rook. Otherwise, he takes on c2. Obvious, easy calculation. That is my weakness. If you play like some crazy offensive gambit, even if you don't know what you're doing and even if it's not good, it'll just irritate me at the beginning. Like, just play a normal game. It's not like this is bullet. If it's bullet or blitz or something, I can understand. But even there, they play it so imprecisely. It's not like the rating difference is that high. Like, those are still 1,000 rated players and stuff. Now we have to push this guy out because he's getting annoying, and then don't let him back in. And nothing else is going to be able to target it besides the rook, so it could take a while. So it doesn't matter if the structure is not perfect. You go there. I could take, but I don't want to take. He could go there, which is... I mean, again, I'm just too lazy to do it, I guess. I don't have to worry about anything. Just you trade, and it should be pretty simple. Just don't let his rook get some sneaky take. His pawns are a little bit more disorganized than mine, but they're not terrible, so... The king has to play linebacker and prevent the rook from coming into the open file, which he can do from, like, let's say here. You wanted to cover that too, potentially. And I can try to eat up these pawns, so you should win for that reason alone, but I'm not really even winning. And I have the open file already, so... Whenever these are like back-to-back, you know, horizontally stacked, you typically win one if they're not covered. He goes there. He's already covering. I hate the voices in some of these songs. Like even Dawn. The Dawn theme is one of my favorite songs ever, but it has the stupid voice in there of him just saying Dawn over and over. Now, would I even want to trade for the... Okay. Like, even if I was to take and check, I could trade for the rook, but would I want to? And I guess not, because I wouldn't be too confident in winning this position. But you can't bring the rook to the open file. Which of these takes would benefit me? I would take, he would take, I would still take. But then they're going to be disorganized for the rest of time. I would get to double take. But again, you have to question whether you're going to be able to protect that or not, which you obviously won't be able to. So at least whichever you take with, now it's on a different thing, but he could have took even with the king. Now he's going to come to there, and he's going to easily be able to take as well. It's a little bit unfortunate. I kind of threw there a little bit. And what should just be a draw because I try to overdo it. Pretty simple for him. Or I could try to keep moving with it, but as long as he stays attached to both, it's very difficult to do anything. Because then my rook won't even be able to reach it. So I don't know why this move is so hard for him. You're going to lose to some sort of nuanced pawn structure of just having split pawns and stuff. Doubled pawns, split pawns. This is what 1100 rated games should come down to in a 10-minute format. And now that at least gives me the ability to try to do this. He would go there, and then he would have the ability to... he would probably have the ability to win here, but... Yeah, let's study this exact endgame with this exact structure of pawns. I assume he's winning because these two are a little bit strong. You're not going to be able to do much on the other side. But you should still pose a threat on the other side that you are going to try to promote, because can't come through there, though. All I have to do is cover this side. But then he can go there still. It's hard to know how much you want to commit. Like, you don't really want to do that either. But he can't do either one. So if he comes there, I would take, he would take. I have to take. He still can't come inside. Is it really this simple that you can just promote? And the answer is probably yes. Or you can try to sit on this, and at least now you have pawns to be able to push. So if you do it this way, then whether he end pizants or not, this one's just off to the races. Or wait. Oh. Why did I think... I thought I would somehow be covered there. There was a good period where I was taking a lot of draws and playing more like that. Like I would either win or draw, so I get impatient and try to play something for the win at some point. You should play for the draw and then expect that they'll make a big mistake or give you something later. Which, yeah, see, you still get one, but that is kind of a lifesaver, so I'll still count that as we can keep going. 87 versus 90, GM level game. You can't really say that's a bad game still, even though it basically was. Too many of these are so similar. Or yeah, I should look at those more. 15 versus 17. So again, this is a 1200 game. So what does this represent? Like, why are we playing at 15 and 700 ratings then? That's not fair. What was that? It was showing like I was sending myself a challenge. So take. Again, the only thing I can think of with that is either you seal off here, which means you're going to pin down the knight here and take. And if that doesn't happen, I'm screwed, but he does let me do it. And then you basically want to put the... Fuck. You basically want to put the thing over here, but I guess I can't now. Vice Bishop could maybe pin down the other way, but let's just castle, get it over with. Nothing he can do with really anything. Try to go here after the fact. He could pin it down still, which is kind of surprising. This is an unconventional opening. I normally don't push to the center that much. See, people would play, especially better players, would play so much emphasis on, oh, well, the pawns or this or that. But the reason why people are winning is not really because of stuff like that. Even though that's true, like the pawns are bad and there's all kind of things that are wrong with this position. Like, how can you understand something if your opponent doesn't understand it either? Then you should just be on a totally different level altogether. So that was a very lucky break of a draw. Just has to move that away. I hate the spot for the knight, but I just can't do anything about it. And it's not like he's going to take and do anything crazy. So stop the pin from happening. I don't know why he feels the need to do that there, though, as much. It's not that good. I could check in there, and then he moves away, and then I just have to get out of there. If he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. I could give a little check here, but it doesn't seem to do a whole lot for me. You could easily take, it's not a big deal. You could pin it down, but it doesn't do anything. But now it's worse that not only can he not move it, but it's not even covered, so you'll get checked right away. Now, if you move the knight, I could just take the bishop. And if you do take, then I can also put even more pressure. So I would take, he would take, I would still, or no, I can't take. You have 2 in a row. Horizontally stacked, or I mean vertically stacked bishops. I would love to still continue trading, but I can't figure out exactly how to do it. He would take, then I would take with the pawn, but that's a very bad pawn structure. This would be just attacking the queen, which is not great, but maybe it's good. He could take there, but he just won't do it. Yeah. Double stack. He takes, I take. He takes, I still take. And if he takes there, I just have to deal with it. You'll take there. But then I'll take there, but then you'll take there. So I would take, you would take. Or no, I'm covering with that too, so I forgot. I'd like to be able to take here. He can just leave the diagonal. He could trade for the other one, would probably be better. If you're going to let me take with the knight, you may as well just take on a3 and let me double stack the pawn. Doesn't it feel like they're almost listening to me sometimes? Not that you should need to, but and not that I would even mind, because whatever I'm saying, you should be able to see anyway. Okay, he could do some kind of a unleash with it. So it is a little bit dangerous, in fact. You could fork it this way, and that would allow me to, if he moves it, I can take there, first of all. Take with that, I'll take with that, everything's good. And you can check on the back rank, you win a pawn. Like, basically, this side of pawns I should just accept is completely busted because it's not going to go anywhere. Take there, I don't even care. Even if I have one of these, which I have 2, both connected, both covered now, we're in great shape because you should be able to do this unless his king gets in on the action. This should actually be good. It's kind of hard to bring the kings in when the queens are this active, but sometimes it's okay. You should just be able to do this. It's hard to imagine why you wouldn't be able to. But he'll create some kind of mating option here. Both of these are covered, so no check that he gives should have any impact at all. But this one's kind of weak because his king could still come in there and do something. Even this is a little bit hard to do unless you're giving a check or doing something. Or like I should raise it and then I should go there. Then you'll still be covering both all the way. Yeah, exchange variation. Why don't I always get that? Because, or that was like an oxymoronic one that I saw earlier. Like, oh, it's the, what do you call it? Normal variation. Like, what does that mean? Normal oh, shit. That was a mistake. How is something a normal variation? Either it's normal or it's a variation. Okay, I can still do this. Like, I can still do it. You take there, it's okay. And then even if you trade, I'm going to be too far close to promoting, so it's okay. And if not, then I'll just go and do it. Or actually, I can't because you'll still... Well, you can't really stay there. You should be able to almost just pre-move that because nothing you do should be able to stop it. You'll take there, but you can't. And even here, if you try to check, I would still just take. Didn't really feel like the pawn should have led to it being this decisive, but I think he messed up a little bit towards the end. There should be literally nothing you can do to stop this. This is actually easier than I thought, to just promote a passed pawn. I shouldn't, all he's trying to do is give a... Like, if I give a check, it should be a free promote no matter what, because nothing he's going to do is going to cover that square, right? He would have to cover, or he would just move, and then I would just do it. Raise, I take. I don't really see a way you can give a good check either. So the number one thing you want to try to do is trade off as quickly as possible, one of them. Or I mean, even weirdly, if you could make another one if you really want later, but I tend to never do that. Like, oh, you're doing it just for BM, unless it somehow saves time. It'll be quicker to create two rather than have to think about it, how to mate with one if you're like super low on time. Yeah, I'll just make 30 other moves to push pawns and then eventually get an easier mate. You go here. Keep giving non-stop checks. Don't give him any chances to do anything. Which I can't really even do. There'd be no checks that he can even give at all. Or that, but now he's forced to take. Won't be stalemate. Or no, it will be, won't it? Or no, because he can take back. He can still take back. Damn, otherwise it would have been. Okay, now we just clean up the pawns or something. Box out the king like we learned how to do yesterday. Apparently it was definitely a little more complicated than I thought. I'm just mainly trying to clean up the pawns so they don't get in the way. Look how they drag it out too, even though you know you're gonna win, but just like how I always do. Like, I know I'm gonna get a stalemate to bail me out. Oh god. Don't give him a stalemate. I don't even really need to worry about that, but... Interesting to always see how much they can really take before they give up. Like, you know you're gonna lose, but... You probably knew that from the beginning, the moment you queued up against me. Okay, so maybe I can do a few more, I guess. Then I won't play till next week, but at least I kind of recovered from what was a near-death situation. Now I have to... Like, let's get to 50, but I wanted to get to 12, but that's going to be too much. If we win maybe 2 more, we can be fine. I love that when you win in games, the guy will immediately challenge you again to try to get revenge. Like, that just happens a lot. Okay, so here you could go there, but let's just do the knight first. Depending how they do it, if they do like that, then you're not really able to do it. If you go here, I could take, you could take, I could still take. Now you're setting up for that, but at least we would be able to go there, pin down, and then I'm fine with it. See, that's why it's actually important to do this trade. Trade the bishop down for the knight, just because it's not going to be really useful later. I'm not going to know how to use it, so I can accept that. But he lets me do it without even putting pressure on the pawn. They could force me to do it. It might be better just to do that first so you don't have to mess up the pawns, but you let me do it. But either he's doing some crazy advanced opening or he just doesn't know what he's doing in the opening, which I can... Doesn't it make it seem like I know what I'm doing when these pawns look so beautiful? But even this seems weird, but when you have the king's cover on the pawns, it doesn't really have the same meaning. Like, you can always take the king for granted a bit. So here I would be trying to go like that. His pawns are already a little bit off, but it's not a big deal. South Korea, go like this. You go here, you go there, I guess. As long as he can't push it out immediately with the pawns. That's one of my pet peeves about the knights. Like, you bring it out, and then it immediately is getting harassed, like in a lot of openings, when they push the center hard. You could take there, but it's not worth it yet. I don't know when it would become worth it, though. It's very easy to do that. I almost don't care about castling, but that could be a big mistake. I just never understand how these center pawn structures work. I guess because I've never looked at anything that would, you know, constitute studying it. I don't know. But see, if you let him take, that's automatically bad. That's already bad. Here, at least you'd be able to take this. And so that kind of makes it worth it. This is where you like to castle because that could have become a problem otherwise. Okay, that's not a big deal, or it might become a big deal because he'll do that and punish me for not castling. I guess this should be fine, but double stacked knights, there's nothing better than that. But yeah, you can make a meme of that, like double stacking is a good thing. And then you'll show two amateur players like double stacking the pawns, double stacking the rooks, double stacking the pawns, double stacking the knights, double stacking the bishops, like, or even the king and the queen. Like, yay, that's a double stack. It must be good then. But okay, that's unfortunate, but it's a small price to pay for an okay position. Or he doesn't even do it. This is a really weird position, but I'm okay with it. You watch you playing chess for 2 hours, what happens? Yeah, from the drop thing, I think you get like a free... I'm not actually sure how it works because I haven't done it myself before, but I think you get like a free month of premium or something on chess.com is what it's supposed to be, right? Like the summer, some kind of summer thing promotion for chess.com. I could go here, but I can't. I don't know actually how to cover this. Oh god. I guess I could do knight covers knight, but man, this castle is just doomed to fail the whole time. I didn't even choose to put that on, but it was just on by default, the drops. I guess I've just never played a game where it has drops before. Or this might honestly be an okay time to queenside castle somehow. Look how the knights just ruin everything. Yeah, let me actually look at that. Twitch drops summer chess.com. Twitch summer of chess. Earn 14 days free of premium by watching chess streams on Twitch. And just any chess stream. It doesn't have to be a GM title player, it could just be me. Many top streamers are participating and many not top streamers too, like me. You see who they are? Yeah, I didn't even know I was participating, but I don't mind it, I guess. Including information. It didn't work somehow? It even gave it to me, apparently. Even though I'm logged in, it's saying, oh, yay, you got... For watching my own chat, I get to... Because I just keep it open for that. Apparently, it gives it to me. Yeah, I don't know how to do it, though. I'll have to test it, actually. So take... I could take back. You know what? As much as I don't like the idea of it, I don't see the harm. I bet he never would have expected me to do that. This is almost gearing up to be like an octopus knight square, but it's really not. I go here, I attack the knight, but I can't. And you're not going to be able to attack that either. I can take the open file. I don't see what the knight is really going to do, but it could have a good outpost square to sit on for a while. Yeah, those knights just ruined the kingside castle completely, so I just gave up on it. It was going to cause a problem no matter what. So those kind of equalize each other. Nothing's really happening, though. Look at how much of an absolute nuisance they are. Now, even then, it'll still mess up the pawns. I'd rather do this one first, then we can do this, then I can finally free up the rook. Oh, I see what he's doing. Wait, just move the king. It'll be safe. This will create a check opportunity, but I can always take with the bishop. Damn, I almost missed that too. You double stack, but it doesn't really do anything. You take there, like... There's no good anything to do with these. You could raise here, but then, again, the knights are going to become even more useless than they already are. Okay, good night. I guess I went longer than I even thought I was going to. I was almost pushing myself, like, okay, if I'm going to lose the challenge, I'll just lose it right now. By which I mean, if I just go below 1100, that would technically be it. Okay, I can't go there. I can't go there either. Very annoying. There's just no point going anywhere else. Let's just go here for now. Good way to take the open file. So I would give anything just to be able to trade a knight now. But he's not going to let me, is he? If he brings the rook to the open file, then I can't bring my knight there. This just to understand, like, I'm losing to my own knights. I'm not losing to him. It's my fault for not properly taming them, I guess you could say, and using them so suboptimally. But like, why is this so insane? Anywhere I put them, they're gonna keep getting harassed too. I don't know where to even put them. Okay, at least the rooks connect now. You could give a check, but I could still take. What a nightmare of a game. Axe the queen. Okay. I could go there. He's not really doing anything either, though. Like, he's very indecisive with his threats. Okay. I will gladly take that. This knight has nowhere to go, but it's okay. I take the open file. Even if he takes, I still have the cover of the queen on this bishop. Take. Okay. I became so desperate for trades that ends up becoming an issue. Like, just... See, that's not even really a miscalculation thing. It's just more like... You're so overzealous to try to do something that you're not even taking a second to look. It's still only a -2. But down from a +1. Yeah, I might need to just do something with this because this bishop is being very annoying. Okay, everything's fine. Even if you trade this, you have only the extra light square bishop, which is not a huge deal. You could come there. I would just be able to take. You try to take one of these pawns. Very unusual queenside castle that I didn't use in an aggressive way at all. We get our nice little V-shaped structure nonetheless. Can't really check or do anything like that. Let's just play the super defensive, annoying kind of style that I sometimes do. Or like, really, what are you going to do with the bishop then? I won't trade that, obviously. I can't. But what is one measly, lonely bishop going to do? Unfortunately, my pawns are all on light square, so it makes them maybe more of an easy target, but just has to get behind them somehow. Or it's almost like you'd have to be super active with the king and let that activity measure up to what the bishop is gonna do. Okay. All right. That should be the last one right there. Give me a stalemate, they'll bail me out. Or actually, if you give me a stalemate, I'll still keep going. He's made the right decision, actually, by constantly trying to go for the trade. Yeah, I don't think I really have the effort level to do it. I don't know. It's too taxing this way. You either just have to study for a long period of time to make up for it, be like everybody else who doesn't do it justice to the game. Could still be a stalemate, but I have too many active pawns. What was the first mistake that I made? It was because I was so eager for a trade that I just did it. Ends with a good 69. I'll try to study actually off stream maybe a little bit, because this is what you should have to do to play chess at a 1200 level. It's just perfectly normal and understandable. Just very nice. So I almost have half a mind to just do it like ladder off stream, because I would be able to do it then, because I would find a time for a game here and there. But when I only do it like this, it's very difficult. But I said I'd never use that as an excuse. It's just I wish I had a little bit more time. And then when I tried to do it all at once, like on last Saturday, I tried to do that, like where I did it all day. It didn't help, because you just kind of got burnt out. Even now, I still want to do more, because I won't have a chance now until next week. So why not just do it? Aborted. Wait, where would it show if like you're still currently in a game? Black 1, that's the same one. Yeah, how do you even do it though? After connecting accounts, you'll be able to... Oh, you have to like connect your Twitch account to your thing. Yeah, so does that mean I get an extra month of diamond for my own channel? That's weird that it gives it to you as well. 1107. Hover back. Like, what goes wrong with these positions so badly? I guess really nothing went wrong there. It was just my overly great desire to trade, but I guess not, because it's just a case where it didn't really have to be like that. Take. He might actually do that. Or he's just playing way too much with the pawns. Those are the two things you shouldn't do. Don't play too much with the same pieces in the opening. Don't play too much with the same... With the queen in the opening. Don't play too much with the pawns in the opening. Just try to actually properly develop. If he goes there, I can go there, and then it's still okay. This just becomes like a stick to cover the pawns the whole time. If you go here, it gives him kind of too much freedom. I'm trying to go basically like this, or I can just put it there. Go here, everything should be secure. Whichever one he pushes, I can just push the opposite. I think that's the way you're supposed to do it. Guess what piece would mess that whole thing up, though, is actually the knight. You go there, I go there, or I could double take. But it wouldn't be worth the double take because... You know, that just messed up your king pawn. So this is beautiful because you dealt with the very aggressive kingside push, and you still have a pretty good structure that he can't really upset too much. Even if he was to take there, I could still take. It almost makes me still want to do this, but I won't. You go here, I could easily take. I could like triple take even. Why even bother doing that? Now, it could be difficult to even cover this. In fact, basically impossible, right? I think you'll lose a pawn no matter what. Take, check. If he takes, I take. Gives up the castle. Okay, I better not get overconfident. Now I'm getting a freebie. You give and you take back. The ebb and flow of this low-rated chess. Blunder your queen and they'll blunder it right back the next game or something. It's some sort of... karmic justice. We could try to trade that too. Why not? It's just so tempting to do, but that is the great discipline you have to have. Certainly as you get better, you're never going to be playing like that. You have to play with a sense of purpose the whole way. Because whatever suboptimal trade you think you're going for is not going to match what strategy they have in mind. Unless you can say it's part of your strategy, but it's just not good enough. I'll take this one instead. So if he takes, I can take. If he takes, I can take. That was very unexpected and kind of a mistake by me. Goes there, but I could take. He goes there, but I could take, and it would still be okay. Just have to make sure this one gets covered by something. He hasn't developed really at all. So yeah, all we have to do is make sure you cover there. This is okay. This becomes a good open file for me. He can't really use it yet. This is the most clown development I've ever seen, really. Like, what is this? Even as bad as I am, I know better than to play like that. Or the reason why it might look like that for me is just because they're attacking me so aggressively, I don't have time to really develop, but he attacks there, which I don't really see the full value of, but it could just be that he would take, I would take, he would take, and he would have some sort of maybe mating sequence in mind. It's kind of hard to do anything about it because you don't really have. He would take, I can't even go there. It's like, how big of a threat is that really? Because he's just going to sack it and probably win the game because of it. So like, he'll take, I'll take, he'll take, I'll move. He'll go, and then he'll take. Here we go. It should still be okay, but I just don't know. I'm not really too enthusiastic to look at these kind of scenarios. This one isn't even covered now. We should be able to do this because he moved away the queen. And so now if you take, I take. I'd love to give a check, but somehow I can't, even despite how open his king is. But maybe he thought I'd move my king down and then he'd have some kind of unleash with the knight. So he could take and I wouldn't be able to take. But now he could take and I could still take. Kind of maybe unnecessarily dangerous and just a bad trade in general. Yeah, I was wondering when he might decide to take that. So this would be like an octopus-esque knight. Let's just bring a rook to the open file and maybe it'll be handy later. I want to do this, and then I want to... Look how passive I am. Even when I had a pretty good advantage, I still gave him some attacking opportunities that if he was pretty good, he might have taken advantage of. Okay, I'm more than happy to do that. He could do that, and that would be fine, and he would check there, and I could still block. So it's fine. It might have been more dangerous with the bishop in mind, but... Okay, let's just make something happen. Give a check. We have a dark square sort of pin down opportunity, but it doesn't actually happen. What is he going to do? He'll give a check with, let's say, the diagonal here, but he can't really even do that. His development is just so bad that it's not going to go anywhere. If he develops this, I could just take. I go here. I go there. Check fork. Arrow's about as accurate as my chess play. And this is the expression that nobody has while playing chess. Except ironically laughing at your own mistakes that you don't need to be making. Check. But yeah, nobody actually... There was some rule like that people said, oh, you have to announce when there's a check. It's like in good taste. But how can you do that if chess is such a quiet, silent game anyway? Goes there. I can't take it. You fork between the two. Okay, he's just getting salty, I guess, tilted. It always scares me though, like they do actually have a plan somehow. Yeah, 72 isn't so bad. Some of these are just too repetitive. They're not bad, but the blue loss is split that everybody gets so mad about. So many of them are humming. Oh, this is a beautiful one. This is one of the best. It's kind of similar to the one that I heard before. What was it, like the observatory? Okay, go ahead. Block this off. Okay, just do basic opening stuff. Just don't sack something crazy. That's usually a move I don't like because it seems to hinder the knight's development, but this is very strange because I almost don't even want to take, or if you take here, it ends kind of badly. This allows him to take into the center too strongly. So if he brings the thing up, then I can go here and then castle. Oh, you have to take special care. Like if I was to have taken that, it just wouldn't work because he would pin it down and then it ends badly, I think, no matter what. Greco attack. You might not have a choice but to do that. But it's still going to mess me up because, like, what if he goes there then? I don't know. Or yeah, even that. There is a right move to do here, but I just don't know what it is. Wow. I guess that's fine. In fact, that's really good because I did that just to stop the pin. So ordinarily, you might not be able to do that and it would hurt your development even further. So you have to understand that the knight needs like a special just barn, or what do you call it? Like a whatever. It needs a special place just to be put away because it's always such a nuisance. You can push the pawn. I would take. Even here, follow the principle of take towards the center, even as weird of a placement as that seems. So I want to push the... I want to basically... well, you should be able to guarantee the trade here, first of all. Guarantee that you take the bishop. And then just try to develop my light square bishop probably on b2 or b7, I mean. Here you can still just go there. Delay the inevitable. There's nothing you can do. Or you could... Oh, man. I spoke too soon. So if you end Pizant take, I could still take back. But he's double attacking there. Very impressive way to do the Uno reverse card scenario. Alright, alright. Squeezing the water from the stone, which would be very well said in Go, because that's what they're actually called. Your pieces are called stones, which is very it just doesn't sound very interesting or compelling as a game, but the fact that all the pieces are exactly the same, like in checkers or whatever, where, you know, that's one of the good selling points of chess, just that there's so much piece variety, even as annoying as some of the pieces might be, or a particular one anyway. I could try to trade with that, but it's not gonna even happen. You could do the double diagonal with the Dorks for bishop. Like, how do these positions end up like this? I don't understand. It's more than just making mistakes. It's like, look how utterly claustrophobic this is. He'll take, I'll take, and then I'll just deal with that. Or I'll turn it into an attack. How about that? We'll play... No, I can't. So he's double attacking there, but it doesn't matter necessarily. Okay, I'll just try to get the rooks to connect. It would be good for him to even double take because he would be +2 and then he trades the queens. You know, he's got to be sweating. I'm turning it into my own offensive gambit. Just give up everything and just open the G file to the king, which maybe makes sense if you're going to castle queenside, but never lost a game of checkers. Everybody makes fun of checkers too, but it's not what people think it is either. Chess is not the elegant, you know, example of genius that people think it is. And chess is not the... Wait. But if you do that... No, because he could take with that. I would have took, and then if he takes, then I take. And then you still get mated anyway, but... Yeah, chess is not the direct measure of intelligence that people think, because it takes still years to study, and it's such an insular game, objectively solvable, studyable, stuff like that. And then, it's like with anything. You don't know... It can be both, right? To see how far you go with it, of course. It's just, it doesn't mean what people think it does. And then checkers is way more complicated than people think, too. To play it at the highest level, like, if you just were to play the best checkers players in the world, then you're making fun of it. But... you know, you wouldn't be able to beat them, and it would take you years to get as good as they are. So why, you know what I mean? Like, they're making fun of it maybe at the high level. Like, oh yeah, it only takes 5 years to become the best checkers player, one of them, whereas it could take 20 years to become the best chess player. But neither one you've done, so why not do the whole ad hominem defense that people do, like with chess? If you say anything about a chess player, well, are you as good as they are? Like, yeah, maybe you are, but so what? You don't get the credit and attention that they do because... yeah, that I saw a mile away, but I can't do anything about it still. So basically, you're gonna... or wait, no, it still doesn't matter because... oh, but you might just be trapped too. That part, maybe I didn't see. You could take, and then if he takes... I'm very confused. He can't do the double take on the knight because he blocked with his own knight the thing. He blocked the double attack, the double diagonal. Now the double diagonal resumes and he's attacking there, but it's covered by the knight, which can't be pushed out even though it looks like a position where it normally could be. You could just still do this and it doesn't matter because everything is still covered, but I don't want to leave this position like this forever. So just do it again and again in threefold repetition. If you want to take the bishop, it's fine. That was very unexpected. He could take, I could take. It's not going to lead to anything too good there, though. I mean, I'm just letting these positions get to such a point so quickly, so impressively by them, that it just becomes so ugly and ridiculous. You have some kind of vague back rank possibility, I guess. You know what chess maybe is a good example of? People will take anything and turn it into something else if they really want to. So, like, it might be just such a flawed game that, like, in order to attack, you have to do these very complicated sequences and all these kind of things. That's just going to be made, basically. Like, you have to move stuff back and forth 50 times and do all these kind of things. But people just accept it as... like, oh, that's the way it was meant to be. Maybe the game wasn't meant to be played so many years later and in such great detail. Like, if you want to take any game and dissect it to such a fine science, you can. It's just... and you might find, like, wow, PUBG is way more complicated and nuanced than you think, or League of Legends is way more complicated and nuanced than you think, but it depends how much effort people put into it. Like Tetris. Tetris is incredibly complex and crazy. Okay, let's try to stay in here still. Or we gotta keep playing the same people over and over and farm them. Like, that's already a bad move, sign of a bad player. Just don't let him pin it down, otherwise it'll be a danger. We can castle. He's already brought out the thing, the knight, or I mean the queen. If we do this, it could be a very effective move, although it's usually just the same thing, or he won't let me do it. Let the bishop escape. He would take, I would take, he would still take. You maybe do it like that. He would take, I would take, he would take. Now he'd still be able to escape all the way. So I don't know what all the structure is about. I don't know what we're doing with this development. He'll go there, and I'd still be able to take it. I want to do something about that, but it's actually mathematically impossible. And the reason why is because I go there, he would take, I would take. He would still take, and then I can't even move that, or it would have gotten taken, but okay, I'm fine with actually that. We have this little sneaky threat that if he's not able to see a long diagonal like a 1200 player shouldn't be able to do anyway. Or yeah, like a 1200 totally could do that, but not an 1167. There's a huge difference. I don't want to do that if it means the pawns get messed up. I don't know what this is. Like, how do I guess I could move this to the other side and then try to do it. It's not like I really have to even do it. The rooks cover each other, so there's no big threat that way. He could almost just go... No, not yet. McConnell defense. The McConnell defense on Twitch is just don't stream ever because you're too sensitive, or delete your own VODs. McConnell Red, I'm talking about. One of my favorite streamers, but to say that, he would actually have to have streamed, which he never did. Or yeah, like when the few times he would delete his own VODs because he acts all like tough and whatever, but then he's actually just super sensitive. Take. Like, I'm obsessed with this move. But that probably means it's not good, like all the other moves I obsess over. There's going to be some weakness of this. And that is quite clearly what it is, but not really. I don't see really where I still want this to go. I mean, this you could easily just move, and the worst case is he's going to trade into it. In fact, if he's not paying attention, I would have just took it for free. I could take here, and then he has a passed pawn there, which seems utterly ridiculous to allow that so willingly, but let's see what he comes up with here. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this diagonal at this point. You should almost be leveraging it to try to take there, but it's not that simple. He would take, I would take... I'm sure I can deal with the passed pawn. It's just not ideal. Isn't it weird how willingly I seem to give stuff like that up? I would take, he would take. I could go, and then if he lets me take... I don't really see what he can still do, or he would have took there, but he still can't take there. we can do like a weird play. Like if he moves the bishop, then I take the rook, but it's not a very good take on the rook because you still trade it. First of all, not only can you take that, but you can also just take there, can't you? It's not even a legitimate take. It only works if there is no cover for it besides the pawn. Couldn't you know that, being the 1200 legendary caliber player you clearly are? You check there, but would there be some kind of mating sequence from it? I could give a darks for a check, but I can't. Could be dangerous if I don't. I don't see the point. I don't think I'm going to do anything with it. I don't see what the knight's going to do that's so scary either. G3 I take. I mean F4 I can't. I could take even. So let that sit there. He can't raise that. Gonna come down to some kind of pawn promotion, which you would think I would have the advantage in, but he actually has the passed pawn and I don't, which is weird. How does this even make sense? No, it's not because of pawns. I'm obviously plus a piece. That knight doesn't scare me at all. They can't really do super sneaky threats, as much as I still struggle to see them, because it's always going to be, go there I could take, you go there I could take. There is nothing really that crazy here. Could be a big mistake. I don't know what these knight threats are supposed to be, man. Can't take there. You'll give a check with it, and then I take the queen. But you can't even give a check with it. That's the thing. Am I missing something? Or he would just check there, period. But you would think I should be in a reasonable spot, even if he does that. But presumably he wanted the trade, which is why he went through all that trouble. The two bishops can easily outfight a knight, but maybe I'm not the best. As much as I like bishops, I'm not saying I'm the best with using them sometimes. Oh my god. Checks, but I take. He goes there, but I take. I should almost go here, and since he can't give a check, I could almost force the trade. But I'm going to be maybe lazy and do this, and it could backfire big time. Oh! That's not like, oh, bad calculation. That's no calculation. You're not thinking, you're just doing it. And I even just identified that darks for a bishop problem, right where I said like, oh wow, we got through the whole thing. I even just said like, you can't do that because the darks for a bishop has to cover there. I love how that's the suggestion. Danganronpa. I don't always play Danganronpa. When I do, the one single case worth of play equals like 4 of my top clips ever. Or at least like 2 of my top clips. And then 2 are still pretty good. Basically all clips that I put for it did pretty well, except for 1. Which was maybe because it was like at a different time. Even a game that I'm winning in such a strong way, I get lazy. I get very lazy. But that's what I should do. I can't always take people's requests, but I should add them. Hello, I'm 11. Add me as a friend to play. I speak E, which I assume is English. Estonian. Yeah, I can't really multitask. I'm having enough trouble as it is. Yeah, those were the days. I used to play way better than this and have fun and not really know what I'm doing still and play multiple games and not even worry about it. But not even saying I played at that high of a level, but this is weird. I would at least play like more to my potential on a consistent basis. And I hear he's not even pinned down, so I love these super repetitive songs. It's just like one note, but I guess you're not meant to hear them. What the fuck? You're not meant to hear them for like a super long period of time. Whatever he takes with, I'm fine with it. I should be double attacking this, so I should actually be able to take it, no? You could take it, double stack the pawn. I could take the one pawn here. But I would have been able to take it, but then he'd be attacking into the rook. He takes, I could take. Already a bad spot for the for the knight because it's going to double stack the pawn. No reason to take there. I'm kind of annoyed by this bishop, but he takes, it's okay. Can't move the bishop or the knight, otherwise the pawn gets taken. I go here, you take, I take. There, at least create a double stack, then I could do it. Then if he takes, then I just take. That's not fair. It's a duo, tag team. There's a couple playing together, potentially. It's just a picture, but... yeah, double stack the thing. You should probably have raised that already. But or rather just tunnel vision on my idea, which isn't even much of an idea because you could just ignore it and not do anything. You could do like a bait play, like surely he wouldn't just take that, but then he'll just take that instead. Even when you're not trying to do anything with the knight, it becomes a liability. But he could first of all raise the pawn himself. Then I'd still be able to take the bishop after the aftermath because he would be like sort of pinned to it. This almost doesn't matter for that purpose because if you take, then I could just take. If you take, I can easily take. It's not a big deal. You should take from the F file, though, because you don't want to open the H file to anything. That is very scary. You would take, I would take. Or I shouldn't take with the knight because it'll turn into a liability somehow. That is uncomfortable. Trading queens would be very much up my alley here. You would take, but I could just take. You should take, but then I can take. Attacking there, so now I could attack this, but your real agenda is to go there, isn't it? You can't move that, but you can cover it with the pawn still, so it's going to be difficult no matter what. You'd rather do it this way, so you'll take there, but then I'll just still take the queen, no? Or you would go there, and then I might not have a way to stop it. No, I can still just stay in the diagonal. Even if you take, I can still take. Even if you take, I can still take. You take, I still take. Go there, I could take, but then it would lead to a mate, so, but you're not gonna stay there. We're in a pretty secure position, so let's blunder it away because we want to just trade like a fiend. That's the only path he has to really get to the mating position. I'd be willing to even do this, and we're even threatening there. So if you take, I take. Nothing you can do seemingly beyond that. If you don't take, then I guess I could just take the pawn for free. Or I could take the rook. In fact, you really do have to take, because how do you protect both? Yeah, now this becomes far less impactful, although it would still be a back rank mating general possibility. He's threatening that one, which really can't be covered. Or maybe it still can be, but then... if you check, I take. If you take, I take. Putting my fate in the hands of the knight. That could never go wrong. We have a legitimate back rank possibility incoming. We could still do the same thing again, but then we're going to have a threefold repetition happening. Okay, let him have that pawn, because I've had pretty much enough of him already. And then... go ahead, take it. I wouldn't have been able to take the h6 anyway if I tried to attack it. So let's just let him have that. We'll go ahead try to take some over here. There is no back rank possibility now even, so it's fine. You try to do it like that, which would be a little bit annoying. Maybe I am underestimating still the value of it. Well, I can still target it, so you have to stay connected to it. I should just go here even. Okay, just do that. Then you're never going to be able to do anything with it. Either you let me take or you just cover it, or I could have just even took there. I'll just leave that there forever. So now I'll try to pick off your stuff with the knight. Or you could try to double attack. That would be even better. Just get rid of what could be the only threat in the whole game. And at some point, you're going to have to let me take something, surely. Go here, take. Let the two pass pawns just take care of it on this side. If you raise it, I take. If you don't raise it, I take. If you cover it, I can't take. Yeah, that's fine with me. You can take back with the rook, but you probably wouldn't want to. Still gonna take like an hour to actually do this, but you have another pass pawn possibility here. You take and check, so I'm not gonna have any easy capabilities with respect to promoting, because the C pawn is like the last chance to do that. These two are going to be really hard to do. You should be able to do it like this, but I won't even be able to go there. So that's what's lovely about it. Or you know what? Even that's worth it, because just waste my time, dude. Just do it. It's still doable, but it's irritating. You have to just find a way to maybe promote this, win the 2 pawns. I mean, this is the right way to play. You understand how chess works. It's just a futile game that doesn't have any meaning to it because everything is just so objectively solvable. It's just a matter of time, whether it be time in terms of studying or whether it be time in terms of the time you take on your moves. One of the two explains everything. The old lockbox pickpocket, whatever, the master thief who can sit there for like 10 hours and pick any combination because they try every combination that exists. So surely there should be some capability here. I am going to get an inadvertent threefold repetition here just because I get impatient. All you have to do is stay connected with those two. There's going to be some point where I can do something, though, surely, in this game. I just have to wait till basically time runs out, and then it'll happen. So I have to flag them here because they're not going to let this happen. Can't move this, but you could move the other one. But if you do move the other one, then I would take. Check there. Set up for a take there, but only if you had a cover in the first place. Just try to hover around with the king and actually do something. He can be reasonably effective with it too, but it's maybe dangerous for him to play like that. You could raise the pawn, so he's going to get better mobility pawn-wise than I am. Go here. No. Goes there, I could just take it. Very ballsy. Can't go anywhere forward, so you just have to go back. Now, can the knight guarantee this? It can if I play it right, but that's a big if. So here I won't even blame the knight necessarily. You just have to win one of his pawns and then win a pawn and then promote a pawn, which is certainly doable. Just very easy to kind of slow pace the knight and not let it do anything. Okay, but the thing is, you still don't have the ability to really do anything with this, but I would have to double attack this somehow. The thing is, you'll still lose on the basic fact of... Oh my god. You'll lose on the basic fact that you can't move and I can, because I at least have a fodder piece you just keep doing this with. Right, you're going to have to move either the king away or something suboptimal. I could literally be moving the knight on this other side of the board, so... The problem is, none of these moves are actually good. And if I try to come out this way, you'll end up taking that, which seems a little bit silly, but maybe you won't be able to. Because I could put this there. One of these pawns at least has to survive. But now I can only go about so far, so that was probably still a mistake. Because this won't be covered, so I have to stay there. This would still be matching a 1-for-1 count. Now I would just have to win this other pawn. You take, I take and check. You choose not to even do that. Okay, so we can at least assume something. That if he goes to take, I can take. This is the most annoying player I've ever played against because they're such a... They're like me. They enjoy just trolling people. There's no value to what they're doing with their life right now. So if you take at any point this century, I could take. Even if you go there, I could take. Attack, and then you would cover, and then it should be still fine. It won't be a stalemate because you can still go wherever you want. I think this format really just upsets me more than anything because if you're gonna play a long game, then go all the way with it. Don't pretend, right? Some of these people are fakers. Like, oh, you wanna do like, 10-minute because that's a high quality game, but it's not a high quality game. Now all you'd have to do is let him take that. I don't even care, and then just go this way. You shouldn't even really be able to catch up, quite frankly. And the knight actually did pretty well. Despite my own bad moves, the knight is effective there, so it just shouldn't be that difficult. But arguably, the knight's better than maybe even the bishop, because in those tight spaces, it might have been hard to really get a double tag off. That was a real battle, but you earned the win with extreme patience, at least. 14 days of move. Yeah, I would need that to be at a 1400, right? 1459. Oh, are those actually challenges? I assume that's correspondence, right? Standard, unrated, standard, unrated. Let's actually try that. So this is a correspondence game. But he hasn't even made his move yet, or I guess I have to accept the game first. Yeah, this should be maybe one of the last ones I want to get to. Maybe the 50 mark again, which I almost had. Bear Pharaoh. You can strip away this guy's 1100 undeserved rating, clearly. Because unless you're a super grandmaster smurf, you don't deserve to be here. Bishop's opening. Very unspecific though. And it changes to the piano game, like it can't make up its mind what it's gonna be. It shouldn't say it until you've really gotten into something a little deeper. Go here. Like at the beginning, it's really just guessing. It's not really telling you what the opening is. It's not like we really know either what opening we're going for. I ended up just not studying anyway, but at least I'm willing to. That seems more suited for off-stream stuff, or at least if I had enough time, I would. Like yesterday, I was trying to do some stuff, but it's just so time-consuming. We can escape with those. And could go there. He might not let me. I would take. He would take. This is fine. You escape away. You keep a good diagonal. At some point, you should move the king away. Or you should try to block the dark square diagonal with this. But then you would have to assume what you're going to do with your own dark square bishop, which could be go to like g5. Which could be to pin down just to, get rid of it. Then I wouldn't mind switching the color of the pawns. But that's a very unintuitive thing to do too. Like, you just don't. It's not natural that people would really think to do that. Like, I'm going to develop my pawns one way, then I'm going to switch it to the other color, just because it's more positionally advantageous later on. But I guess if you had a plan to begin with, you wouldn't be, I don't know, you wouldn't be so sure of doing that. Now I'm going to take one or the other, so maybe this is a good move, but it's not. How many times do I do that same thing? Just because I'm so eager for a trade. But you might think that means I'm an aggressive player, but that's actually the opposite. You're defensive because you want to get rid of the threats. So now you could do it because if he takes, I take. If not, I take. But you could double take. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Which, in theory, I wouldn't mind, but this is what you're supposed to do. But I don't understand sometimes how to open this. I would go here. You would take, I would take. You would have this bearing down, but it's too easy for them to block it somehow. Like maybe here you're just not meant to take. Let him take, I take, but I can't take. Or I could take. Let him take, I take, he takes, I take. But even then you could seal off the diagonal if that's really what you want to do. The dark square bishop, it's very hard to use these, whatever the point is. And I normally take, but then you could take and then still do it. If I was to take, you would take, and then I would be able to take like that. Win a pawn early on, and that should be the difference in the game at this very competitive level. So if he takes, it's fine. If he doesn't take, it's fine. I think this is correct, but I've been wrong before. Take, 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 take. That is so addictive to say. That has become, that's Hikaru's biggest contribution to chess. Not being the biggest streamer ever, not being the best online player maybe ever, not being a 2800 player at one point, and just being one of the best players of all time. But no, it's contributing. The perfect word and way to say it is just take, take, take to represent killing pieces. He's turned it into the pacifist game. If you take here, you would think I should be able to take, but he's got too many things. Take, 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 still take. You can just back off for now. Don't worry about it. I should again move the king. So his, I mean, it's double-edged sword too, right? I'll have the diagonal going, but then so will he. So it doesn't really do anything because, you know, you're putting yourself at risk as much as you're putting them at risk. So is it really worth it? Especially for a player like me who doesn't play like that. So that was a terrible move just to try to force a trade. But I still do it. Now I could take, I could basically do whatever I want because he has to address the threat. But somehow it won't be that hard to do. Now, would it really be a good move, like just to sack this, assuming the position stays relatively the same? Then he can't take because he has to address this. So how would he address it without, you know, without losing something or while winning that? You would think you could get away with a move like that. So now you're basically triple attacking it. So it seems utterly insane that you'd be able to save it. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. You shouldn't even use the arrows. The arrows are in your head. But this is such a simple position where you could cover it with the knight still, which is insane. That is ridiculous. He can still cover it. But at least he couldn't do it with the... He couldn't do it like with the with a pawn. That's what would make it difficult. Takes with the bishop, I take. He takes with the queen, I take. He could have gone to like knight to c6, and that probably would have been good. He did that more so just to block the mating threat here, I suppose. Which you can always just raise the pawn. Like there's a lot of things you can do, but then not like I know all the proper responses. He attacks the queen. It doesn't entirely matter, or maybe he is setting up for something, because if I don't cover that, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So I have to stay here. And you basically just have to stay attached to it somehow. You can't even attack with the bishop again to cover the the rook, because then I would just take the bishop. He might just fall asleep and let me take there. Then he would be able to take. Or that at least allows me to just save this and let it be. Where would I want it to go, though, really? He would take, I would take. I'd be like doing a semi-fork, but that's kind of dangerous. But maybe it's not. They're the kind of overly ambitious things I do. Seems so utterly unnecessary. But I don't see a drawback of it. Look at these clown moves that I make. If he takes with the bishop, I take. If he takes with the... But he has to address the queen. So much unnecessary trading, but worth the risk to destroy you. Like, who's that mage lord Euron from the Oculus? If you know, you know. Obscure reference. I love the boss voice acting, though, throughout the whole series, because it's so... I don't know, it gives such a sense of personality to bosses and characters that you're not really seeing for a long period of time, and who often don't even have that much lore associated with them, but they just give them their 1 minute of fame, basically. And then you have those iconic lines like, "You will show the proper respect," and "I will crush your delusions of grandeur," like even out of context. That's like the chick from Tempest Key. Okay, so we set up for that. If he blocks, I could double take. Block with the bishop on d4. Just too simple of a mating threat, but it should have some value. Like even this. This is perfect because you just have to lose the knight then. Or find some other way to cover. Or oddly enough, it doesn't act... Oh, no. It doesn't actually work quite that way, because you could block with the bishop now. Because then I wouldn't be able to take the knight. And I wouldn't be able to take the bishop, otherwise you could take with the knight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. Turn it into a mate too, why don't you? Just do whatever you want. Now we're posing another threat, and then we're also... Now, how do you exactly mate from that, though? I don't even know. I go there, he would take, I would take, he would still take. That maybe wasn't the best way to do it, but I could try to pose the threat. Like, look at how many ways you have to do this. I just don't like it, because you have to just learn how these things work, which I obviously don't know. It just frustrates you. Like, you're winning, you're doing everything right, generally, but then you still don't get rewarded for it. It takes like an hour to actually finish an attack. So I assume rook to e7 would be good, but I don't even know. Somehow they're gonna mate me too. For now, at least I could check with the thing, with the rook. So if you leave that back. Only got 2 minutes. They're down -3. They're in a relatively bad position, but some of my position is pretty bad too. They can't seem to give another check, though. This still wouldn't be mate. That's one of my catchphrases. Just, it's still not mate. No matter what you do, it's never mate. That should be mate, but it's not. You still get like a cheeky little thing there. Almost like I can't even believe it when it is, mate. Can I just win 2 games in a row, and that would allow me to get to 1150, and then I'd be satisfied, which I really wouldn't be, but... Oh, did he make a move? Or no, why is it showing? Or no, it did show it. Yeah, let's just play my normal kind of game. Whoops. I don't. You would think I would like correspondence more, considering how I like the slower games, but it does reveal some of the redundancy of it. If you give somebody that much time to think, they can obviously 14 days for move. Hey Ace, how's it going? Or here I get white. Or is that why he did both as one is white, one is black, just to make it fair? Wait, what happened? Why did it look like it canceled out? Okay, let me just get 2 easy wins, please. But none of these wins are remotely easy. Or wait, why did I even do it like that? Nobody ever develops the knight on that side first. If I take... Just cover like that. He takes, I take. It's okay to have the double stack, I guess. I'd do my basic development, or I'd rather just stop the pin, but you shouldn't maybe do it that early. So take, raise like that. I would take, he would take, I can't take. Pin this down and then maybe something will come of it. He could take that anytime he wants. So now if I do it, I should be able to... I would take, he would take, I would take. And now you're double attacking this. That should be good. I'm almost just shocked. Like, you can hear it in my expression. Like, wow, I'm actually getting something in the opening. Like, none of these players would ever make a mistake like that. And it's only equates to a +1. So maybe I messed something up. No, but that's still a trade. Couldn't it be more than that? He's not posing any threat himself, but I'm not going to know how to really take advantage of this either. And then here we go. If you take, I take the queen. If you don't take, I should be able to double take. Okay. You still can't take it, but... Where would I put the knight that would be good? You can move the king, and then I just have to move my king, I guess. Then he can't take there. Push the pawn. Creating another threat here. I almost just want to stop this from moving. I got 2 attached to the threat of just hoping that he would take and give me another easy thing. If he pushes that other pawn, I could double take, but I really can't. Or I could still keep doing this. If he takes, I take. This sums up my style of play overall. He would be able to double take on it, but it still doesn't matter. E4. Comes there. He's threatening a pawn. This pawn is kind of disjointed and stupid too. Even if he takes, I can still take, so it doesn't matter. Maybe this isn't the best idea. In fact, it's probably a horrible idea. You take and check. I could take. He takes, I take. He takes, I take. He takes, I take. He takes at the end of it. If he took, I took. He checks. Doesn't seem very good, but... Just refusing to move the pieces that I want him to move. Like he actually has some idea what he's doing. Or I could kind of try to block this on e4. I'm sure that's not the e4 that he meant, but you go here. Like, what can you really do from that still? But in fact, I can't even move that or he'll really punish this. He takes, I could easily take back. This is kind of bad because then... No, it's actually fine, but... I don't see what getting closer in like that really does, unless he creates a triple stack. Yeah, I do that on Friday. Every Friday after my hard mode, which ironically right now is also Plants vs. Zombies, but that's kind of just a coincidence. He takes. That's actually fine. You have to take with this though, because if I took with this, he takes. If he... Wait, no, he can't do that. Should still be fine. He's kind of scaring me somehow. I have to stay attached to that though. He's just trying to bait me to take with the wrong thing. If he checks, I can still take. If he takes, I can still take. It's kind of a sad day when I spend more time doing chess than anything else, whether it be my hard mode series or anything, because not because it's a better game or I like it more, or I'm more associated with it, but just because it is so time consuming. Just the nature of it. I could try to double stack onto there and give a check there, which still wouldn't be made. You take there, I would check there. You have to still cover that. Checks on the back rank, it's not a big deal, but you'll still be able to take there no matter what I do. Or hang on, I try not to read those during the game just so it's fair, but... I'll just let him have the pawn, I don't really care. I could double stack, even if he trades, like, it should still be looking up to be a draw. That's still fine. Or wait, he turned down the free pawn. I could take that and still cover. This is actually a pretty good spot for it because rook e4, he said. Or he's been obsessed with e4 the whole game so far. There's another time he said that too. So this I should be able to take. He shouldn't be able to cover it because the rook can't really reach there. But he could have been equalized the pawn, but instead he's going to give me a second one. There's no reason why he should have been able to take on f5. Wow, spark. Now I almost don't even want to trade because it wouldn't benefit me. Takes is fine. If he takes is fine. Yeah, he does me both favors. Now you should win, but it won't be very easy at all. In fact, the king has to get involved maybe somehow. Giving checks actually can sometimes benefit them because it gives them too much free mobility with their king. Just don't let him do anything on an open file. I'll go here and then I'll try to figure out way to cover there, and then we have to push past. These pawns shouldn't be a problem because my king and the king side pawn should be perfectly good. We already have a passed pawn, but I'm always scared to use them. But yeah, now assume he leaves the rook there, but then he's gonna have to bring the king in first. Go here. Hey, totally. Yeah, we can play one after this, sure. I could try to check from here. I could try to take this. Thanks for the follow. I heard the sound. Oh, it's just delayed a little bit, my notification. Last time I didn't hear it at all. Okay, so this should be perfectly easy to promote. Any tips to get to 1,000? I think you should probably study, because that's something I even try to avoid doing mostly. But like, just look at openings and some basic traps and get good. So I still don't know. I could go here and then try to take. Yeah, you shouldn't try to do what I've done this whole time, which is very frustrating, which is just try to play off raw instinct and whatever, improvisation. Even though I enjoy it, it's very... It just doesn't work. I won't be able to actually cover that, so you could take on the other side now. Or now he's almost giving me the chance to come back and try to do that. Oh my god. This you should be able to do no matter what. You don't even need the cover for it. These 3 pawns alone should be enough to outfight the rook, honestly, but... It's dangerous because I'm going to mess up something with that. I can only get out of there somehow. His rook can't really do much, so I just have to... The best thing would be just to force a trade, but now I get too greedy for these pawns. He'll come back. Yeah, this is what people say when they study endgames. Like, you don't need to study this endgame because you're winning by so much that it should be a joke. You just break their spirit. That's the real strategy. It's still not super easy, though, because he's keeping my king out of it pretty well. Now I can start to push this, make the king relevant, even on its own. This is way more haphazard of a way of doing it than what you really have to. Can't decide even which one to really cover. Let's stop his king from coming in, but then he'll attack on the other side. If I could just give a check and trade, that would be beautiful. Damn it. His king is committed to here, so I should be able to push this pretty well. He can't make up his mind. Fuck. Now he gave up a pawn. Okay, we should just be able to do this. He can't deal with both. It's impossible. Okay, let's raise this. I'll have to cover the middle one, I guess. Okay, raise. No, I can't. I mean, tunnel vision and let him mate me. Fucking. Is that you, totally? Oh my god. Yeah, just don't stop paying attention when when the game gets played. Okay, last game. I gotta go then. At least I like how I called it. I'm gonna stop paying attention and let it mate me. Good guess. I'd be literally like 1,500 by now if I just didn't do stuff like that. Yeah, we can play one. Okay, that was a mistake. He takes, I take. Okay, that's all pretty good so far. You gotta watch the pin. Moving the rook is good. But yeah, you shouldn't even go for trades as aggressively as I do, but somehow it's both a good and a bad principle to follow. Like, you want to reduce the material so you don't have to worry about any kind of crazy threats, but it also becomes a bad habit later on. But I guess to get to this point, you could certainly justify it. Just trade everything all the time and you'll be better off. Anglo-Indian defense. Let him take. Okay, I'm just... Wow, that's actually really bad. Oh, shit. It's still not mate, though, because you can still do this, but it's very, very concerning. Yeah, that's a pretty good threat, though. That's pretty good, so I would have to come up with some other answer, which I don't really have. Just to get 1,000 based off how you're playing. This is a pretty good game, actually. For a match, I play more in real life, so your ELO isn't going to be accurate. Good game. That is actually a good way to play, especially in the faster formats. Yeah, maybe like if the threat doesn't work, just back off. But that was pretty good, actually. Okay, ace, let's see. Hello, I'm 11. Thank you for the chess games. I've been playing for 3 months without a coach on 4 tournaments. And 2 that I won, really. To play on my own, is it possible to send you friendly challenges? Okay. Let's play ace. You sent your first message. I must have sent to Simply and stuff before. But that must be on the chess or something. Okay, where is he? Okay, last game. Basic opening stuff. I don't know at what point I even started doing this opening so much. Just like... It's not like I really studied it. It's just I did it over and over so many times, or I would see it in the engine, like, telling me what I'm doing wrong at the end of the game. To just get burned into my mind. That has got to be some kind of world record just to be able to get this far. Like... with only using like one opening all the time. But he could actually keep it pretty much even still, because he's +2, +3, and then it'll even itself out. So it's not actually as good as it looks. So take is good. I could take... Takes there. I wouldn't be able to take that. Okay. That's pretty funny. He's asking for my advice, but then he destroys me in that game. That did actually catch me by surprise. I wasn't like going easy or anything either. I just got... Well, I have been playing like garbage today. Take, can't take. I like this idea. It's just... Now the pawns are going to be split, although they already kind of are. Yeah, see, this is a bad principle. You shouldn't let him trade that, because you'd rather keep the 3 pawns in the center and not have 2 sets of 2. I'm just showing it on purpose for instructive purposes, not just because I'm lazy and I want to trade everything all the time. I don't want to think too much, as Hikaru would say, but very different circumstances. I don't want to think at all, I should say. He attacks both pawns. Double attacks that, which is pretty good. He takes. The dynamic position for the queen, I can't really figure out how to get rid of it, actually. Take. Can't do anything with that. He could double stack. Yeah, people who can deny me trades are always my weakness. Like, once you start playing really good players, they just won't even let you do it because they know what they're doing with their pieces and they won't let you have them. What do I do about that? Rage take doesn't work. Could almost do it here, and then you would do like that, and then you could finally free up the rest of my pieces. If you take is all good. I should more inclined to still threaten the queen with it than to try to replace the cover for it. But I have no choice. Pretty good threat. Now I can finally try to get rid of the queen, I guess. Give a check, it wouldn't really do anything. For a match I play more in real life. Oh, I already read that. I could take. If I don't take, okay, I'll take. My patented trading play, for which I could get punished. Now, so you might think, why did I raise it like that? But it's actually because I still need to cover the pawn with the queen. Otherwise, if I tried to trade on c1, obviously this is worse, but if I had tried to trade on c1, and in fact, I'm still going to lose it. So that's still a bad trade for me. In fact, it was horrible because he could have taken the rook. Why are they playing better than everybody else, but they're just kind of letting me off the hook a little bit? Or no, not really, because totally just beat me anyway. Or here we go, not letting me off the hook that time. Okay, the point is, this is not my normal level of play anyway. Unleash, I could take. Double attack. You could just cover on d4 and it probably would be fine. Or even that's a good dynamic threat. Cover. The Octopus Knight will equalize all of this. That should be an easy target. Now, how would I do that without canceling the other thing? Or it went away too fast. Or some of these sites always say, oh, you can't. Oh, isn't this like the variant, like where or it auto switches back? It's a variant where basically you get to try to lose on purpose or something. I forget. But you try to do like 3 checks. It kind of throws me off how it switches like that. But as soon as he makes his move, it'll show me the other board. So you could do that with like 100 different games, I guess. I think you're supposed to check like 3 times total. I forget what this mode even is. 3 chess. Isn't that one of them? Yeah, just give him a million things there. So I got one. He could do the same. Let me think. What would be the most? That's already two. Wait, don't I already win that? Oh, shit. By checking the opponent king. I think I barely actually played that. Yeah, I'm an expert at just sacking my pieces and throwing them away. Wait, what happened to the other game? Oh, it's my move now. Yeah, you can't even play a conventional game. You have to just go balls to the wall and... Now you could just sack it, so he has to block with the pawn. But yeah, just be super annoying with checks. He goes there, take, check. Doesn't matter whether the check is credible or not. Oh, he's 13. Or wait, is that in this mode? $9.91. Oh, I think that's just more for the time format than anything else. Sorry to be annoying like that, but I don't have a chance anyway. Let's see. You could... It's actually going to be hard to do now because... Yeah, I might get a threefold repetition out of it. But he's up to a whole piece, so he should be able to do something. Let's see. The attacks there. I can't really figure out actually how to do this besides just with the queen. Okay, he gives a check. He can take there. Maybe I'll get some kind of a fork. Moves the king, which makes the dark square stuff maybe more valuable. Not a very good move because I can't figure out really where to check from after that. Take. He's just going to promote. He checks. Take. Maybe we'll get a stalemate. Yeah, he put up a pretty good threat at the beginning. Now let's just try to push for a stalemate. He takes. Can't really block with anything too well. Maybe that. Oh my god. Making this one pretty difficult. He could just take their period and I would just lose. Which might be unpreventable or... Well, first of all, he has to deal with the check. I could do this so it wouldn't be a check. Wait, don't I just lose that? Move away and not just do a normal thing. Good game. Wait, did I get mated in the other one? I didn't even see what happened in the other one. Yeah, that mode is pretty fun. I don't think I played it too much. Wait, why did I not even see like a ending to that other game? Or it probably just flashed for a second and was over. There are nearly 1,800 grandmasters in the world. Yeah, fewer than there are billionaires. Not that it's as sought after of a position to be in. In fact, it's kind of oxymoronic. You could never be a billionaire if you're a grandmaster because it's the most unrewarding thing financially ever. Even Hikaru or whoever, Magnus would never be a billionaire unless he makes some crazy good investments and stuff. Okay, see you tomorrow.